Okay, we're live. We are watching to see what the House does to vote on this bill. Of course, it's Hakeem Jeffries speaking. Can't really stand this man, but whatever. We continue to mess around this bet. Sounds like a Mike Tyson with Obama punctuation. I'm sorry you're not feeling good. You want to say that more? Baby's not feeling very well. She's kind of sicky today.
The longest shutdown in American history, would rather do that than provide health care that's affordable to working class Americans,
Yeah, that was you
middle-class
guys. Would
Americans,
rather shut
and
down
working
the government
American
than
taxpayers.
actually work on a negotiated deal.
All across the country, I'm certain that there are people in America asking the question, where do we go from here? House Democrats have a simple answer. We will continue to fight to lower the high cost of living. House Democrats will continue to fight to address the health care crisis that Republicans have created. And House Democrats will continue to fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for tens of millions of Americans. This fight is not over. We're just getting started.
No, I'm pretty sure the fight's over
We'll fight
today.
tomorrow. We'll fight this week. We'll fight next week. We'll fight this month. We'll fight next month. We'll fight
Of course you will.
till we win
We'll
this
fight.
battle for the American people.
This dude's a loser. An absolute loser.
As House Democrats.
I'm sorry, baby. Why are you not comfortable? What do you need me to do? Need me to hold you up?
Fight will end. Only two ways, Mr. Speaker, that this fight will end.
Feel bad?
The Republicans finally
sorry.
decide to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits this year.
I'm
Or
sorry.
the American people will throw Republicans out of their jobs next year and end the speakership of Donald J. Trump once and for all. That's how this fight ends. Mr. Speaker, during this painful Trump Republican shutdown, what we've seen is two different philosophies in terms of how to govern for the American people. The Democratic Party philosophy is clear. We are ready, willing, and able to find bipartisan common ground.
So many teary eyes. I got you.
Anytime, any place.
Don't worry.
To enact spending agreements that actually make life better for the American people. But in order to do that, we need to have partners on the other side of the aisle who are actually willing to find a bipartisan pathway.
Ooh. Oh
What
yeah.
we've seen from Republicans from the very beginning of this presidency is a my
Are you
way
okay?
or the highway approach.
Yeah. Not feeling very well.
Philosophy. Jam your extremism down the throats of the American people.
I'll give you up,
from day one of this presidency. That's the reason why the government has been shut down by Republicans and Donald Trump for the longest period of time in American history. What have we seen from Donald Trump and Republicans during this shutdown? A consistent unwillingness to actually find
She was wiggly when I was trying to keep her laid down. Seems like she wants to be up.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, during this shutdown, found
Got
the
teary
time
eyes.
to play golf week
Sinuses.
after week. Donald Trump found the time
Mm-hmm.
to pardon serial fraudsters like George Santos and Rudolph Giuliani. Donald Trump found the time to meet with the Chinese Communist Party. Donald Trump found the time to destroy the East Wing of the White House. Donald Trump found the time to extort $230 million from the Department of Justice so he could line his pockets. Donald Trump found the time to bail out Argentina with $40 billion.
Technically, his lawyers were working on that lawsuit for years against the DOJ.
42 million Americans. Mr. Speaker, these extremists are not like us.
No, we're not like you. That is good.
They have zero interest.
You have zero interest in the people.
for the American people. Their philosophy,
No, they're making it harder for the American
our
people.
response, get lost. We're going to continue to fight hard on behalf of the American people.
Hakeem Jeffries, the joke of the political floor.
In the midst of a healthcare crisis and a cost of living crisis that is very real, despite what Donald Trump, the leader of the Republican Party, has to say. He claims there is no affordability crisis in the United States of America.
And one sheet.
But why would anyone believe anything that Donald Trump or Republicans have to say on this issue? Because throughout 2024, before the election, Republicans in the House and in the Senate and Donald Trump on the campaign trail spent all of their time saying that costs were going to go down on day one. But costs haven't gone down. Republicans haven't done a damn thing to lower the high cost of living. Costs haven't gone down in this country. Costs have gone up. Inflation is on the way up. Housing costs out of control. Grocery costs out of control. Electricity bills out of control. Healthcare costs skyrocketing out of control. And in the midst of this affordability crisis, seeing this, Democrats said, we've got to fight to make sure that we extend the Affordable Care Act tax.
Sounds like a mix of Mike Tyson and
middle-class folks, people in rural
Obama.
America, working class America, small town
More
America,
punctuated talking, but he's got this nasally,
all throughout
Mike.
don't experience
No.
premium increases that in some cases will go up by $1,000 or $2,000 per year.
Yeah, she's wiggly.
In many cases, month after month after month, $1,000 or $2,000 per month.
Or $2,000
per year. Unacceptable in this country.
Sounds like a
the
creep.
wealthiest country in the history of the world. And this is in the midst of a Republican healthcare crisis. Republicans enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripped health insurance away from 14 million Americans. As a result of Republican policies, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing all across America, including in rural parts of this great country of ours. And now, because of Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, tens of millions of Americans are at risk of being unable to afford to go see a doctor when they need one. In this country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, it can't be the case that health care is simply a privilege for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Mr. Speaker, that's the Republican perspective. We believe as Democrats that health care has to be a right, and a right that's affordable and available to every single American in the United States. That's what this fight is all about. And that's what the fight will continue to be about as we move forward. Many of my Republican colleagues have suggested that they want to deal with the health care affordability issue, that they want to address the Republican health care crisis that's devastating people all
Eli,
across this
get
country.
down, please.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to do
Your
so.
side.
There's a discharge petition connected to legislation that House Democrats have introduced to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years, because we believe that working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans deserve the same level of certainty that Republicans always provide to the wealthy, the well-off, and their well-connected donors. Working class Americans deserve that level of certainty. So join us.
Yeah, they do, but you're not giving it to them.
It's not too late. We're in the midst of
Not too late. It's not too late.
Tax credits expire on December 31st. And we will stay on this issue until we get this issue resolved for everyday Americans. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I've had the opportunity, as many of us do, to serve in the United States Congress with legendary figures, too numerous to mention. Legendary members, of course, Speaker Emerita
America.
Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer,
America.
the great Jim Clyburn, Maxine Waters, Elijah
And
Cummings,
Maxine
Holly,
Waters, she looks like she needs to be in the grave.
our own Marcy Kaptur, the longest serving woman in the history of the United States House of Representatives.
Which should be illegal.
We've all had the
Being
opportunity
the
to serve
longest
with legendary
serving
members.
member
John
of the
numerous to mention.
Senate. Sheesh. 8
But one
year,
can't
12-year
call that
terms
roll
at most.
without calling the name of the great John Lewis.
There's people in there for 40 years.
Honor of serving with
I think
John
there should be an
Lewis
8 to
for several
12-year
terms.
limit.
Many of us here in the House of
I
Representatives.
don't think you should be able.
I'll never forget, on my
I
first
believe
day
so.
in the
I believe
Congress,
government. I know president
I
does.
had the opportunity to meet John Lewis.
I don't know if
for the
vice
first time
president
in
does.
person. And he called me over to see him on the House floor, and he just asked me
I'll have to
a
ask
simple
Brock.
question. He said, "Are you the new guy?" And I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, I am." And he said, "Well, we're colleagues now. You don't have to call me Mr. Lewis. You can call me John." I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, I understand." And then he said to me, "You're from Brooklyn, right?" Now, Mr. Speaker, I got to be honest, I was tempted to say, Brooklyn is always in the house. But instead, since my mother raised me with some sense, Louisa Jeffries, I said,
Very little sense. I don't think she did a great job.
And then he said something to me that I've never forgotten. He said, "Well, I hear some positive things about you from your predecessor, but Washington, D.C., young man, can be a rough place. So I don't want you to get into any trouble unless it's good trouble." And I just wanted to stop by on the House floor to make sure it was clear to the American people that the spirit of John Lewis lives amongst House Democrats, and we will continue to get into good trouble to make their life better. That's our commitment to every single American.
Sounds like you just try to make people's
all
lives
across
miserable,
this
though.
country, from this day and for every day moving forward. And it was John Lewis who said to us that ours is not the struggle of one day, 1 week, or 1 year. Ours is the struggle of a lifetime, and maybe even many lifetimes. And each one of us in every generation must do our part. Mr. Lewis, we love you. We were blessed by our opportunity to serve with you, and House Democrats are here to do our part. We're in this fight until we win this fight for the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentlewoman from Connecticut has 30 seconds remaining and is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my distinct pleasure to yield the balance of our time to the distinguished Speaker of the House, my very good friend and a person I admire greatly.
1 minute.
I'm actually just going to hold you to 1 minute, Mr.
Oh, okay.
Speaker. My good friend, the gentleman from Louisiana, Speaker Mike Johnson.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank my friend Chairman Cole's done an extraordinary job in this process. And Mr. Speaker, we all know why we're here. House Democrats voted to shut the government down. It was 54 days ago when we had that vote, September 19th. And since that time, Senate Democrats have voted 14 times to close the government. Republicans voted a collective 15 times to open the government for the people, and the Democrats voted that many times to close it. And then they admitted, many of them, and we could name them here, but I'm not going to take the time, they admitted that they were using the American people as leverage in this political game. They knew that it would cause pain, and they did it anyway. The whole exercise was pointless. It was wrong, and it was cruel. In mere moments, I want you to watch the board. They're going to do it again. I'm going to guess for you that most of our Democrat colleagues are going to vote again to close the government, again to take food out of the mouths of families that need it, again to deny pay to federal employees, again to stall flights and cancel airlines and do all the rest that they've done. But we are not going to let them succeed in that gambit. And that's right. While the Democrats keep voting to shut their government down, Republicans are going to vote to open it back up. And with that, we're going to get the American government running again and working for the people as they deserve. I'm going to close with this. You know, as Speaker, you have the ability to talk as long as you want, but I'm not going to do that tonight. We're not going to waste any more time of the people. I'm just going to say this. I think that everybody needs to remember this one simple thing. From the very beginning of this whole ordeal, on the Republican side, we operated in good faith. We offered a clean, nonpartisan CR. We
Yep.
were honest and
The same
transparent with the
thing
American people from the very
that they were
beginning. Every
offering
single day
during
of the shutdown, we went out
Biden's,
and looked right into the
or
camera with a
were
press conference and
offered
told the American people
during
the
Biden's
simple truth.
presidency.
We have done for the people what has been right and
That's a
just and
joke.
truthful.
What the Democrats have
And in the
done,
end,
and they have made a
that
joke
is what
out of
God
their
honors
doing.
always. Don't forget it. We need to get this government open as soon as possible.
And don't
I'm gonna
think
yield
that
back the
Schumer's
remainder
not
of my time so
involved.
we can do that. The American people demand it and deserve it. My friends, let's get this done. Thank you. I yield back.
Proud of you.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma has 3 minutes remaining and is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 873, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut stand?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Oh, start the vote. Oh, is this where AOC speaks? The House, or is this a Senate? House. It's tied. Let them leave. They're running. vote yes. Don't like the way it looks. I'm assuming most of these reps aren't there. Republicans have the majority of the House. No independents, huh? Ah, there's Maxine Waters down there. I see her. The crypt keeper herself. No, Maxine Waters. Nancy Pelosi's retiring. Yeah, I know. The previous crypt keeper. Oh, they got a yay vote from the Democrat. That was weird. One voted yes and then back to no. Some idiot pressed the wrong button. Democrats voted yes.
But no, but no.
6 minutes. Five-minute mark. Water, buddy. Dun, 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 dun. 79, yeah, 182, no. 82, yay, 182, nay. 83, yay. 84. They just need a majority, I believe. Right now it's neck and neck. 184, 184. But there's so many Republicans that haven't voted yet, 37 of them. One 190, 192, 3, 5. One Republican nay. It passes. That's time. Why don't they follow their time limits? What in the world? It's 212, yay, 205, nay. 213, yay. Looks like it's a yay vote. One person each to vote, Republican and Democrat.
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 209. The bill is passed.
Bill passed.
The motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Well, this was House vote, it looks like. House of Representatives, I think. $246 representatives. So it really didn't matter. We had the majority in the House anyway, as Republicans. But 4 Democrats voted yes, and 200 voted no.
House of Representatives, sir. I
And then
respectfully
pretty much all but
request
2
approval
Republicans.
to the House Armed Services Committee and the House Select Committee on Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party, effective immediately. It has been an honor and privilege to serve on these committees.
I believe the Senate already voted on it, which they passed it. Now they had to get it amended. They voted yes on the amendment, so I think it goes through.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted.
Okay. Good. It'll be good to see him. All right. Well, now where does it go? Is it?
The House will be in order. Yeah. Shh. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 874, resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable Richard B. Cheney, a former Vice President of the United States of America. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Whoever that was, you missed it.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1 and House Resolution 874, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable Richard B. Chaney.
Well, that's the House vote. Cool. So it's over. What do they got?
Republicans have to talk about it, Laura.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people
no, you
here.
Don't. No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have.
You have limited talent.
And people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
Well, let me
when you and I were
I'll give you an example. In
Operation
Georgia,
Paperclip.
Yeah, we brought in Nazi scientists
because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing and very dangerous.
The dirty job too.
A lot of problems. They had like 500 or 600
It's
people.
nasty.
Early stages.
The battery plant. The street
to teach people how to do
around the corner.
Well,
it is not a. It is a well-employed job, but
can't just say a country's
it has hazards.
Invest $10 billion to build a plant and get
Hazards that I'm not willing to deal with. Was never willing to deal with anyway.
And they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
Rather deal with radiation.
So there's a couple issues here. Firstly, the way the H-1B issue is always framed is that we just don't have the proper talent in the United States, and American workers aren't competent enough to fulfill certain duties and fill certain positions.
I think the majority of Americans.
You could potentially make the argument that when you are dealing with once-in-a-generation brilliance, which, yes, certain very exclusive high-level jobs do require, that maybe in some circumstances you might have to start hunting in other countries because the United States just doesn't have anyone who fits the requirements of this very important position. There's a conversation there. That is not how H-1B visas are used the vast majority of the time. You look at these H-1B listings, and they've got
people aren't happy about the H-1B stuff.
On H-1Bs who don't even speak English, and they're like running their bot farm and cooking at the same time as they're behind the wheel, like running over families in their minivans. The whole argument is ridiculous. We can't allow them to frame it this way. It is obvious that the purpose of H-1B visas is a handout to companies that make billions of dollars annually off of high-skilled workers but don't want to pay them high-skilled wages.
Yeah, he's a CEO at heart. Like he really is, and we kind of get into this a lot of times. You think about it; it's like what's going on in Hollywood right now. Not to derail, but people are losing their jobs because AI is streamlining the creative process for a lot of them there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't expect a CEO to look at the creatives and value them the ways perhaps a manager would, or somebody who worked in the creative fields before them. The guy who went to business school isn't going to see them with the same value. And Trump, at his heart, is a businessman, and he's not going to look at the American jobs as the value that he claims to, because this clearly proves that that's not true.
So first of all, H-1B there's actually a separate category of visa for exceptional talents called the O-1 visa. Yeah. That's not what H-1B is. The second problem that I have with this is all summer we were inundated with case after case of H-1B violations getting exposed. To be able to qualify for an H-1B, you cannot have an American qualified candidate apply for the job. We're finding out that they've been listing these H-1B positions in the back of newspapers that no one reads to technically legally qualify for having advertised the job and then just shipping it out to an H-1B. The problem that I have with this as well is that we have public universities around the country that are hiring H-1Bs by the tens of thousands. These are state universities that are required. They're set up to educate the people of that state in a fiscally make it like a cheap university for the residents of that state. And what are they doing? They're going out and hiring H-1Bs. with state government, taxpayer dollars. I mean, it's an absolutely
weird.
insane problem all the way around. But, quite frankly, I think there's a lot of confusion going on.
Universities are hiring foreign workers to work as staff and administrators. Is that where they're coming in?
Teachers, staff, administrators, yes. So in fiscal year 2025, 17,000 H1 this year, 17,000 H1B visas were granted for universities around the country.
Man, it's an interesting combo because if they're not exceptional talent, but they're better than average, and
they're not.
The teachers, like a foreign teacher, they're getting like a Chinese teacher to come in and teach mathematics at some private public
over the
schools.
Summer when President Trump, he came out with this announcement with Lutnick that they were going to be placing a $100,000 price tag associated to H-1Bs. There's an article in the Houston Chronicle talking about hundreds of Houston teachers are going to be not able to qualify anymore because they have K through 12 teachers in Texas on H-1Bs. We can't even hire teachers.
They need to end the H-1B visa program entirely. I don't see the point. Like for H-1Bs, if you wanna talk about the O-1s, that's a totally different topic. But this has been my position for a long time, and the H-1B visa program entirely. Well, we don't need to keep importing people. We need to focus on the Americans that are here, the people that are here. We need to encourage them to have children. We need to have policies that encourage people to have families and encourage people to stay together when they get married. Like that should be a focus by the government.
Yeah, my problem with the H-1B program, and if you asked me 4 years ago, I would not have told you this, but this year I've been absolutely black-pilled on the program, understanding. So you can go through the list of jobs that people have for the H-1B. I mentioned the universities, state governments around the country are hiring H-1Bs. What we are seeing as well, you can go through the list of, applicants in your area. You'll see 7-Eleven managers. We don't have people who can manage 7-Eleven. And at the same time, what we're seeing as well, in addition to the fraud I mentioned earlier, what we're seeing is we're seeing college graduates, American students graduating universities with technical STEM degrees, unable to get jobs.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very serious problem because we will never be able to solve the problem
Yeah,
of
but
Americans
majority of them are getting history degrees and
these roles. We'll never be able to solve
diversity
that problem
degrees and so on and
people will
so
stop
forth.
pursuing those
Kind
degrees
of a
and we're
waste of
essentially going
time.
to import an upper class. Now, another huge part of this is you
Right,
mentioned that there were a lot of companies that were putting ads for jobs in the backs of obscure papers and magazines that no one was reading. And I remember reading about this, and I can't remember the name of it. Someone either made an app or a website that was exposing this. Do you remember the name of that?
I forget it. I'll have to look it up. But there's an X account where they're exposing this, and they've done an amazing job. And the backlash was hilarious because they got angry that Americans were calling and applying for it. And so Americans, so you see the job will come up on the X account and you just go apply. The second you apply, that job can no longer be filled by an H-1B person.
Yeah, exactly. You know what?
That's just the act of applying caused them to no longer be able to fill that position with H-1B because of the regulations.
You had to call in. The thing is, if you really wanted to get seen for an interview, you needed to call in and talk with an accent. Like, yes, I went to the software job, and they bring you in. You're like, hey, guys, how are you? No, I am the guy who talked to you on the phone.
It's just how I sound on the phone.
Yeah,
cold.
I don't know what you're talking about. I thought
in regards to this interview with Laura Ingraham and Donald Trump, I think that Trump generally is a disagreeable personality type. There's agreeability, on a scale, and he's just made a living being disagreeable. If you come at him, especially emotionally charged, he'll say, no, you're wrong. No, stop. No.
Yes.
And then when she said, we have talent here, he's like, no, we don't. He's probably sitting there thinking, oh my God, of course we do and we can. But it's not that. I don't think that he's intending to stunt the growth of the talent of the American people, or he's not saying that just because he hasn't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
The problem is to his base right now, it feels like he's chosen the donor class over actual American citizens.
I think he needs a longer platform to talk about this because that was a 1-minute, high-powered, emotional charge that he barely got any coherent message out. Talking about why? What's so important about the H-1Bs? I really want to hear him go on that.
He needs to let Stephen Miller write the press relief and then sign it Donald Trump is what he needs to do. That's what he should do. He should say, Stephen, what am I going to say to the American people about this topic? And then Stephen's going to tell him, and then he should do exactly what Stephen says.
Then he and Stephen could do a conference where they sit together and talk about it. If Miller's the guy that has the info, and like
Miller's the guy that he has the best idea the best ideas, in my opinion, when it comes to immigration and stuff like that.
Is he
which
pro?
is basically no immigration.
Is he not pro H-1B? Is Miller not pro H-1B?
I know that he's not pro-immigration. I don't know his specific take on H-1Bs because there's not just H-1Bs. It's like there's all kinds of subcategories as well. So I don't know. He would know the specifics obviously better than I would. But I know that he's very pro-American worker and he's very anti-immigrant.
The other flip side, and trying to steel man Trump's perspective, is that if you bring in like a Chinese teacher to a college and they're
Why?
really
Because of
good
Diva?
teacher, but they're not like exceptional 01, then they can teach the kids and make the American students better than if we didn't have a great teacher.
We shouldn't take any Chinese at all.
Or than India, whatever country, foreign country,
Oh, how was that?
At least because we talk, like, there's talk about.
And it was the spaceship edition. I didn't know that was too. I think I might have actually. Of course, can we watch a movie? No. Well, that's all it is.
Trump was made reduces or the way that China treats intellectual property and stuff like that. They just steal everything.
Yeah, they don't really
steal
value patents,
everything.
from what
So
I've been
there's,
told.
so there is no benefit to having Chinese people come to the United States, help develop things in the United States, and then send it back to China.
It's a different conversation than H-1Bs because we're talking about students. My experience with Chinese students, I was just at Rice at the nanotechnology lab. There's Chinese students developing material science like
that's called Rice.
New batteries.
And it's going back to China.
No, they're starting corporations in the United States and made CEOs of these corporations to hire American workers.
Maybe they're doing that, but the information is still going back to China.
But it's also going to the United States. If they go to China, it's just going to go to China.
But that's why we don't bring them in.
And they're using our resources to develop it.
I mean, they're not like pro. A lot of these people are not like pro-communist dictatorships. Like they're not.
But Ian, the point isn't whether or not they're pro. The point is they have family in China, and China will put their family in a hole. They'll put them in jail and say they get out when you start doing what we say. Like China has like there are actual like police departments in America that police the Chinese population in the United States. The FBI has actually found them and
Found a
broken
couple
up.
in New York.
But the point is, China. If you're a Chinese student, if you're a Chinese person from China, you have family in China, they're going to use you against whatever your host country is, and the United States has a responsibility to prevent that.
Does it also say something about what Trump thinks about the American people's station in life? Because I did a video this week about Trump, the Trump administration, like Customs and Border Protection, were like using shots of the Batman advertising deportations and stuff like that. So is the idea supposed to be that we free up lower wage jobs by deporting illegal immigrants? Americans can have those jobs, but anything higher than that, no, we're going to import H-1B visas. So there's no upward mobility. You can get those jobs because we're going to deport illegal aliens, fine. But you're not going to have any upward mobility because we legally bring in people, which will benefit the corporations because they can give them those jobs at a lower cost.
Exactly. Well, and also it's just disheartening and confusing that Trump has gone back and forth on this so much. We were all white pilling because he said, oh, actually, we're going to make them pay $100,000 for each H-1B. And then some were saying it was going to be annually reoccurring. Which, if you really need to import this talent from other places in the world and you're not just doing it because you want to cut down wages, then surely you should be willing to pay a premium for that. This is somebody who is the top 1% of the top 1% talent-wise. Oh, but as it turns out, they're not willing to do that because we all know that that's not what they're looking for. So I'm curious, why do you guys think Trump keeps going back and forth on this? Is it just a question of him being caught between trying to please his base and trying to please some of the business people around him, or what? Or his advisors? Is he getting bad information and input from the people who surround him.
I think he at first was idealistic and like, we're just going to go with what feels right. And now he's being utilitarian and realizing I don't want to gut, 6% of our economy by stripping out the H-1Bs.
I saw a tweet with somebody saying that Charlie Kirk was somebody who would have been able to tell him that ideas like this are bad and that your base isn't going to support it. And without Charlie there to kind of give him that information, that his administration is suffering right now.
Yeah, and one of the good things about Donald Trump is very pragmatic. Like, if there is a policy that he presents and it gets a lot of pushback, he will change. He's not
always chimp.
What was that?
I said always chimp.
Always
exactly.
chimp.
That's why we freak out. That's why we do
Donald
it.
Trump will respond.
Ooh,
and,
ooh, ah, ah.
And that is something that, honestly, in my opinion, is good. So, like, if
I think that Trump has been on the road for the last 6 weeks in foreign countries. I think he's been hearing from a lot of CEOs. I think he's back. I think we need to tell him what the American people think very clearly on this.
Totally agreed. And one thing we got to remember about Trump, we admire him because he realizes you can just do things. We get upset with him because he also realizes you can just say things. And Trump will just say things sometimes, and we got to call him out and say, not what we voted for, not what we're looking for, not what we're interested in.
He's not an ideologue. He doesn't have some kind of he doesn't have an ideological plan for what's going on. He wants to do things that are going to make him look good, and the things that will make him look good as a president is having a successful country.
Well, yeah, and I'll say this. If there's any shot of Donald Trump ever hearing this, or anyone hearing this who's near him or who speaks to him, the people who are telling you that we need more H-1Bs, the people who are telling you we need more IVF, the people who are telling you that we need more immigrants, the people who are telling you to abandon your base, just remember this. Your base loves you even when they're disappointed in you and unhappy about these things. These people telling you to do this stuff, they hate you even when you do what they want. You can't go along with them. You got to give the voters what they voted for.
I don't think that American equals better. That's not the way it works.
But that's not the argument.
America with foreign workers.
It's no. It's not a question of does American equal better, like is in our Americans intrinsically more valuable as human beings. It's who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for the people who elected you and the people you were elected to govern, or are you rooting for foreigners?
Well, if I could get you a tutor, and it was the best tutor was like an Indian guy, why wouldn't I get you the Indian guy? And we have a legal precedent for it.
If you could give me the best, well, this is an argument for meritocracy, but the reality is it's just not
why
the case that you're automatically going to find a better person who's not American to do the job.
Not automatic.
When we found the last 6 months, the amount of H-1B fraud is showing that the companies that are using this program are cheating the system that was set up to allow for H-1Bs to fill jobs that there were not Americans to do. The fact that they have to cheat shows that there are
balance post for Marvels looks awesome. David Wood's doing an interview. Matt Pratt. Don't know who that is.
So it looks like the government shutdown is poised to end very soon, because tonight news broke that
announcing Steam hardware. This came out like an hour ago, right? It came out an hour ago. People are going crazy about this. So Steam controller, Steam machine, Steam frame. Watch our jazzy announcement video and wish list here, all right? And do you remember what I said before about how I wanted to, I wanted to have Starforge make a black box that didn't have any lights in it. There were no frills. There was nothing. It was just a black box that you could buy, and it would play video games. A big black box. Yes, exactly. And what we have here is a small black box.
Hey, everyone. This is Steam Deck.
Okay.
Steam Deck is our powerful, portable, handheld gaming PC
I have these.
that lets you take your Steam library with you anywhere. We're pretty proud of it. People who own Steam Decks have been playing everywhere, and we couldn't be happier with the response we've heard from all of you. We're excited
Nice.
to talk about the future of Steam Deck, but not today.
Oh,
because
fuck you, bitch.
this isn't a video about the future of Steam Deck. This is a video about the future of Steam hardware.
Oh.
Today, we're announcing 3 new members of the Steam hardware lineup. All connect you.
It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
They're just like, yeah, by the way, we're going to bring this out. Yeah, there's like 3 new things. Yeah, it's coming out right now.
With powerful PC gaming. All are optimized for gaming with Steam, and all are shipping in early 2026. Let's start with this one.
Okay. The controller. Okay, so it's got, yeah, I've seen these before. This looks like an Xbox.
This is the new Steam.
This is like a fat Xbox controller.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an Xbox controller with 2 beer bellies.
Steam controller. The new Steam controller puts all of your Steam
It
games
is.
at your fingertips, so you can play wherever and however you want. Just like with Steam Deck, we want you
Yeah.
to be able to play any game with your Steam controller.
Great.
Even games never built with a controller. in
Balataro.
mind. It has all the great features from Steam Deck, like trackpads, gyro, and back buttons.
Oh, wow.
All in a comfortable form factor. Its next generation magnetic thumbsticks let you play with improved
Yeah.
responsiveness and longevity. We've put capacitive touch sensors on the thumbsticks and now on the back of the controller too, so you can enable precision gyro aiming with the touch of your thumb or your pinky if you're feeling fancy.
Oh.
Play for way too long with a rechargeable lithium-ion battery that allows for
How
over
long?
35 hours of playtime.
That's crazy. 35 hours for a fucking controller? Wow.
With Steam Controller, we want to make charging and wireless pairing something that's actually easy. That's why we created the Puck. The Puck
Okay.
is a combination wireless adapter and magnetic charger included with every Steam controller. Snap it on to charge.
Damn, so you don't even need to plug that shit in. It just connects like a Lego. Oh, wow. This looks good.
Once you're charged up,
That's
snap
sick.
it off
Yeah,
again.
it's awesome.
You can play over Bluetooth or a wired connection too. The new Steam controller works with any device running Steam or Steam Link, whether it's a PC, Mac, handheld, smartphone, Steam Deck, or the new Steam machine.
So it just works with everything. That's awesome.
Oh, this is the new Steam machine.
Oh! Damn. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I like that blue light.
Steam machine is a
This thing is small, too. Look at it.
Form factor.
powerful gaming PC
Yes, it's a
in
game-
a small but mighty package.
Oh, yeah.
Designed for your games
You
on
put
the
a
big
little
screen.
panel on it.
It's quiet too, which is crazy since it's 6 times more powerful than a Steam Deck.
What?
What? That's insane.
What?
Powered by a discrete, semi-custom AMD GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with
What the fuck?
Some AMD
Pretty good.
GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR. Steam
Oh my god.
With FSR.
machine runs SteamOS, made for a bigger screen, built for gaming in your living room, your office, or wherever you play, with the rest of your PC accessories. Steam Machine borrows some great features from Steam Deck, like lightning-fast sleep and wake, an SD card slot to easily expand your storage, and brings some new tricks of its own, like a customizable LED strip, which can show different system functionalities, or your own light show.
That's cool.
Steam Machine is a PC, so run whatever software
So it's actually just literally, okay.
It's
just
a form
it's just a
factor PC. Mhm.
So they just, it literally, they turned the GameCube into a computer. Look at it. There it is.
you want. And
It's
it
a
works
PC.
with all your favorite desktop and gaming accessories.
I want to see what this
Steam Machine is
the thing's
designed to
on.
work hand in hand with the Steam controller,
Uh-huh.
with the low latency, wireless connectivity of the Steam controller puck built right in. And it's great for streaming your games to your phone, tablet, laptop, Steam Deck, or Steam Frame.
Damn.
Oh,
so it can run the game and then you can play it remotely? Holy fuck, man. I feel like this is like that's actually kind of crazy. I mean, like, wow.
Yep. This is Steam Frame.
Oh, what's that? What is it? Ooh. What is this? The goggles? Oh,
Steam
shit.
Frame is Valve's next generation VR hardware. Stream all your Steam games.
Wake me up when we have Sword Art Online.
games,
Yeah,
VR and non-VR
awesome.
alike, in this comfortable, lightweight, wireless VR headset. Steam Frame uses camera-based
not my
tracking,
thing.
so getting into your games is as easy as slipping on the headset and waking it up. Steam Frame controllers, included with the headset, are designed with all the inputs you need for your VR titles, like motion controls and capacitive tracking for all your fingers, as well as a split gamepad layout to work with your whole Steam library. They even feature the same magnetic thumbsticks as Steam Controller for responsiveness
That's nice.
and longevity. Steam Frame also pairs seamlessly with the new Steam Controller, a great companion for playing non-VR games in the headset.
Oh, what the fuck? So you can just sit there and play it. Damn. So I guess if you walk out from the, you walk out on the porch, Nancy's just sitting here looking at fucking nothing. And she's like, and you're like, damn, bitch. I thought you were going to cook dinner.
To make sure streaming is smooth and stable no matter what, Steam Frame includes a wireless adapter that lets you stream your games from your PC to your headset over a fast and dedicated Wi-Fi
That's
6
badass.
connection. And the game is streamed to your frame, optimized for VR.
Bro, like, I'm like kind of glad my mom is in here to see this, because she'd be like, "Oh, so you're gonna be getting Wi-Fi directly into your head?" Yep, I knew it. That's how they get you.
Using new technology that allows for the highest resolution streaming exactly where your eyes are looking. And Steam Frame is a PC running Steam OS. In addition to streaming, you can install and play a bunch of VR and non-VR games right in the headset without a host PC.
Yeah.
You can also expand your onboard storage to fit even more games with a micro SD card.
Well, how much? I guess I'll look at
Steam
the
Controller, Steam Machine, and Steam
How much?
Frame.
How much?
All built with the same DNA as Steam Deck.
How much?
All powered by Steam,
How
work
much?
together, and can be used however you'd
How
like
much?
with whatever peripherals and
is
accessories.
Say
you
like
choose.
$80 to $90 for the controller, $700, $800 for the headset.
$1,000.
And what we've wanted ourselves
And
powerful PC gaming.
I'd probably
in
say
an
about
open
$1,000 for the
ecosystem,
PC.
giving you
Exactly, bro. Well, listen to that again.
as gamers. Powerful PC gaming in an open ecosystem.
There it is. There it is. That's all we want. That's it. That's all I want. Thank God. Who would have known the business strategy of doing things that the customers want you to do actually works pretty well?
Giving you more ways to enjoy the games
Yeah.
you love and discover new ones.
What?
Steam Controller, Steam Machine,
What? You
and
can
Steam
do
Frame
that?
are all shipping
What?
in early 2026.
Oh, wow.
Learn more at steampowered.com/hardware.
All right. Well, we're gonna buy one of these. I guess so. What I'll do is I'll have to get my switcher set up, and then I can put it onto this, and then I can stream off of it. This should be super easy for me to do. I'll pre-order one myself. I'll pre-order one of each. Yeah, I'll even get the VR goggles, but I'm probably not going to use those. How much? I don't know. Who cares? I'm just gonna write off my taxes. Oh, I got a letter from the IRS yesterday. They said I owe them $2,000. Sorry. I owe them $20,000. Yeah. Apparently, you know, I didn't give them enough. Yeah, how about that, huh? The fuck? That's it. That's the zero. I don't know how it happened. Man. That looks really fucking nice. This right here, this box, this to me is beautiful. I am the kind of person, like, I know, obviously, you know, I started a company of, like, you know, custom build PCs, and they've got all the lights on them and everything. I know that other people like that shit, okay? But if you go over and you look at all the PCs that I built myself, big black box. That's it. That's all I want. Yeah. I just want a big black box. And there's something to me that, and like maybe there's like an element of like brutalism to it, where it's just like this imposing, massive square, and it just sits there, and it can run any game at 165 frames per second. It's a monolith. Ooh, I love that. A monolith. Wow. Big word. Call it the big black box. Exactly. Yeah, Space Odyssey type shit. Haven't been this excited since PS1. I am reserving a degree of judgment until we actually see what the specs on this are and everything. I do want to say, though, this is awesome. This is super cool. I'm really excited to see this, okay? And hopefully we're going to get and see more information about this. Finally, the Gabbin Cube died 2017. Born 2025. Welcome back, Steam Machine. Announcing a VR headset, a console, and a controller on a random Wednesday is such a Valve thing to do. Well, the thing is that, and let me explain the reason why. The reason why is because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can release it, before or after or anything like that. It doesn't make a difference in any case. The specs are on the website. Why the Crusades were awesome. I'll have to watch that. And do you think it'd be worth it for people to, what's this here? People with average PCs to just sell it and get that box instead? Well, it really depends, right? So from my perspective, I think that if you are strapped for cash, the best option for you as an individual is to build your own PC. And this comes from somebody, again, who started a PC building company. If you want the best value for your dollar, you should build your own PC. And I'm going to explain why. It's because whenever this product comes out, the technology now starts a timer. And the odds are a lot of these, obviously like bespoke products like this, they're not going to have customization and you're not going to be able to open them up and put a new graphics card in this, for example, right? And because of that, that's whenever you really start thinking, and let's start looking at the information here too. But basically that way you can upgrade your PC again after that. And so my advice to any guy is that, most of you guys start off with a family computer. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the way I started out as a PC guy, and this is the way I think a lot of you guys started out, right? Is that we started out with a PC that was a pre-built from someplace, right? It was a pre-built from, I don't know, Sam's Club or Best Buy or something like that. And it was a family
Then I was
computer.
into consoles for a while.
As time went on, you wanted to play video games that became increasingly more extreme, or not extreme, I think it's a better bad word, more demanding. And so you went to Best Buy, or actually, since we're talking about back in the day, you went to Circuit City and you bought a Radeon 4650. This is my first one. This is my first graphics card right here. I think it was actually this one. Yeah, there it is. And I bought this one. This is my first one. And so anyway, I bought this graphics card, and it was a very, very long time ago, extremely long time ago. And I had it, frame it. I don't know where it is. I'd have to go find it. And you upgraded your PC for the first time. And then you maybe tried to do another upgrade, but then you realize oh shit, I can't do more RAM because more RAM, the the RAM port on my motherboard ends up only taking this amount of RAM, and it can't take a 16 gigabyte or an 8 gigabyte stick of RAM. And so now I have to get a new motherboard. But if I get a new motherboard, now I also have to get a new power supply. And so before you know it, you realize, okay, so you basically learn how to build a PC by trial and error. Focus on the error. And so anyway, that's the way I think a lot of you guys have gotten into it, right? And then you started building your own PCs. And I bet some of you guys now are now old enough that you have a good career and you're able to just simply buy a pre-built PC that's just a gaming PC. You don't have to worry about it. How many of you guys do that now? You just buy one and you don't even think about it. You maybe upgrade the graphics card once and that's it. So that's the that's basically, I think this is the computer the computer gaming aficionado, in general, you start with pre-built and then you build it yourself.
Yep.
And then you usually go back to pre-built, right? And it's not because you want to, it's because obviously you just have other time. You have a lot of time.
Pre-built cheaper.
You have time. And so no, I think so. I think this is what happens with a lot of people. No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think it is. I think a lot of people, and for some people it's no, but here's the reason why it's different. It's because a lot of people, whenever they get older, let's say you're 35, you're 40 or something like that, your most valuable resource stops becoming money, assuming that you have a decent career. you stop worrying about, oh, well, this is like, oh, I have to do this or whatever, because you're making a lot of money. You've got a decent career. Yeah, your valuable resource now is time. And the time that it would take you to build a PC, unless it's something that you're very invested in and you personally enjoy doing, maybe it's not worth it for you to do it. So that's why people go and they buy pre-builts, right? That's why obviously there's so many pre-built companies and there's a lot of people that do it. It's not necessarily for young people, it's for old people that just don't want to deal with it, and they have some idea, but they don't really want to deal with making PCs all the time, right? That's why there's such a big market for it. It just makes sense. Because for everybody who's broke, there's also somebody who's not, and they buy a lot of these PCs. It's just how it is. And but my best advice is that if you don't have a lot of money, my best advice is not to buy one of these necessarily. It's not to buy a pre-built. It's to build your own.
Yep.
You will always get the best value for your dollar buying your own, and you can upgrade it later on in the future. And my best advice for people that are buying their own, there are two things not to skimp out on. Don't skimp out on your power supply, and don't skimp out on your motherboard. And I know those are ones, but I can get this one for $20. It's way less. Oh, but there's a motherboard for like $35. I should buy this. Those motherboards, not only are they, usually like third-party wholesaler motherboards, but on top of that, having a power supply that has a much higher wattage allows you to future-proof your machine for whenever you want to upgrade it in the future for future technology that will be coming up in the future, right? That's it. And so that's my best advice. Like you basically spend an extra like maybe $80, $100, somewhere around there, maybe even less, honestly, in some cases, to get something that's a much higher quality, and you're going to guarantee the longevity of your PC much more than anything else. It's better. Terrible advice? I don't think so. I really don't think so. And so yeah, 1,000 watt PSU, good start. Yeah, 1,000 to 1,200, something like that. That's what I would do. But anyway, however, a lot of people might not want to build their own PC because maybe they have more time. Maybe they have more money than they have time. So they're going to buy something like the Steam hardware. Now, would I recommend buying this? Absolutely, I would recommend buying it. But I'm just saying that each different type of thing has its own. It has its own value, right? It has its own audience of people that it's appealing to, right? So yeah, Steam Deck is OP, exactly. And let's see here. It's more efficient and quiet. Yes, definitely. Powered by Steam, optimized for gaming in any form, and just like the Steam Deck, all are designed to help players get even more out of their Steam library. So Steam Deck, I can't buy that right now. Okay, so I have to follow Steam hardware for updates, news, and launch information. We are besties. Wow. Okay, so where is the information about the Steam machine? Where is it? Okay, let me just click on this. I'm going to open it up. Your games on the big screen. Powerful PC gaming made easy in a small and mighty package. I can't believe that they actually just made the big black box like I wanted. I am so happy about this. This is great because as I said, like I had wanted to do this, but obviously Steam has so much more resources than I do, or Starforge, right? I mean, they can do this in a totally different way. So it runs on Steam OS, and this is also another thing is that do you see kind of like what they're trying to do?
Well, I mean, it'd be nice. They're trying to get their own operating system.
So
they're getting their own operating system out there.
The way that companies
which I'd like
really
to see.
Big money.
That might get better than Windows instead of like Windows being such a RAM
Larry
sync.
Ellison, a lot of these guys,
Crazy
Bill
how
Gates is another
crappy the RAM
reason
sync
why
is.
a lot of these guys have so much money is because they control vertical integration. And you can even go back to like J.D. Rockefeller and you can see the same thing, is that they own an
32
entire
gigabytes
product
of RAM, and I'm
ecosystem.
using
Apple.
60%
Yes,
of
Tim
it.
Apple. Yeah, so basically you have Steam OS, right? Steam OS. And then Steam OS runs on your Steam GameCube, right?
No.
This is the Gabin Cube. And then the Gabin Cube also uses Steam. So basically what I'm saying, yes, the Gabin
Bring
Cube.
it up.
And
Okay.
what's happening is so all of these products feed into each other.
Okay.
And so these are like, multipliers on value,
Yeah.
right? And so, for example, like this is a 2x, this is a 3x, let's say this is a 1.5x, right? And so this multiplies the profit and the amount of money and the value that they get out of attaining one customer. Because if you can bring one customer into your product ecosystem like Apple does, well, now you can lock them into potentially a lifetime of purchases staying inside of that ecosystem, assuming the ecosystem is friendly and non-problematic, right? And so that's it. It prevents more competition. Well, I think it really controls. I mean, you could say it prevents competition, definitely. But I think a lot of, like, Apple is bad in the way that it prevents competition because it's not compatible with other things. But SteamOS, I'm pretty sure, is much more compatible with other things, which makes it better. But it runs SteamOS. Operating system is designed to be provide a plug-and-play user experience while keeping power and flexibility of a PC. So there you go. Steam Machine verified, and it's a PC. Steam Machine is optimized for gaming, but it's still your PC. Install your own apps or even another operating system.
I was holding you as much as
this is what separates Steam from Apple. Right there. Open source, baby. That's right. That's right. That is crazy. Absolutely insane. The machine's front cover is detachable. Oh, yeah. No, I saw that. People were showing, like, where was the image of this? Let me see if I can find it.
I do.
Yeah, the 2600.
I missed her already.
Oh,
Go
wow.
get more water.
Yeah, and so they have, like, customizable frames that you can put on it. That's really nice. Steam Machine plays well wherever Steam is. And so, obviously, you're using... I mean, any of you guys that have done... Who here has done any form of cloud gaming in the last year? Who's done cloud gaming in the last year, guys? Me. It's pretty good. I would say it's actually pretty good. I'm going to be honest. I think it's actually quite good. And it is improved by quite a large margin. And yeah, I stream my PC downstairs. It's annoying. I don't think so. Like, I used Parsec like 2 years ago, and it was incredibly high quality. It really worked well. And so, yeah, I mean, and by the way, if you don't think it does, I'd invite you to try it out yourself. Because I think that cloud gaming has such a bad reputation with how bad Google Stadia was at the beginning. But the fact is that the technology since
either being too far away from the PC or having to plug it into the TV, that was annoying.
It's really hard to even compare. So, yeah, Parsec is legit. Yeah, and it's a pretty cheap software if it's not free, right? And so that's it. I mean, I think this is great. Anyway, let me go back. I'll look at a few more of the things on this. Great for streaming as well. So Steam Machine is the perfect host PC for streaming to other devices. So there you go again. So it can actually run things, and you can stream it onto, like, maybe your VR goggles. So the tech specs. Okay, this is what's important. So let's see here. CPU, AMD. Holy shit. Was it 6, 10, 12? What the fuck? 4.8 gigahertz.
Holy cow!
What the
4.8.
Semi-custom AMD. I don't even know what a lot of this shit means, if you want me to be honest, right? Like, I'm not even used to looking at this shit. And storage. So you only have. You have half of 1 terabyte. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, no, you have 2.
Thank you.
And both models include... Oh, there's going to be 2 different versions of it. Okay, yeah, there we go. 6 cores, 12 threads. Okay. Well, either way, let me go back over. I'll look and see this. There's a display port and HDMI. Okay, that makes perfect sense. So HDMI only going up to 120 hertz is, like, not great. But, you know, display port to 240 is crazy. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's super good. Yeah, and so, and it weighs to, like, what's that, like 6 pounds, something like that, right?
Yeah.
And that's really, really good. And low-end specs, what the fuck? Well, so low-end specs, you need to understand that a lot of technology, like, for example, a PlayStation 5, the technology for a PlayStation 5, it's built just to run video games, right? It's optimized for video games, and the CPU and GPU, my understanding is that they're built with this in mind specifically. So basically, if you have something that's highly optimized, but it's lower quality, in some cases, it's actually still equivalent to something that's generally optimized, but it's, you know, higher quality. So I would wait to actually see what happens when this thing comes out itself. Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to pre-order one of these, and I'm going to play it and open it and show it on stream on day 1, okay? So I'm going to have it pre-ordered. It's going to be delivered. I'm going to make sure I get it as soon as I can, and if I can get one early, I'll do that too. So yeah, that's pretty much about it. Never pre-order? Well, I'll pre-order this because I want to support them, and I think it's a good idea. I mean, again, like, I don't mind pre-ordering, but, like, again, I think that pre-ordering is something that Valve has earned. Like, Valve has earned pre-ordering, From Software has earned pre-ordering, like 2 or 3 other companies have earned it. Other than that, absolutely not. So yeah, and again, I'm only doing it, and I'm doing this as a content creator, right? So I want, think about it like this. I'm pre-ordering it, and I want to show it so you guys don't have to. So you can see it on day one, hopefully, right? I mean, I'm assuming, like, unless there's something wrong with shipping. So you guys get to see it on day one, and then you can make an educated decision with your money, which probably you can't write off your taxes buying a video game machine like I can. So that's the real reason. So that's it. Yeah, earned loyalty is so powerful. Thank you, Jesus. You're welcome. And so, yeah, anyway.
I don't mind.
We've
Just
got
ask.
this, obviously, 16 gigabytes of RAM. That's fine with virtual RAM as well. 8 gigabytes of virtual RAM. That's a lot, man. It is. What games will I test on it? Games to test. Okay, so Notepad. Let's go ahead and just get all of them there. Where did it go? Okay. All right. This is not this. Okay. Games to test on the Steam Cube. Okay. Number one. Wukong, demo Black Myth Wukong, Ball Pit. Just to get a variation, right? Variation. Cyberpunk, let's see. Witcher 3. Ooh, let me go back. Let me think about this real quick. Ooh, let me think. Ah, jeez. Let's see. Oh, man. Elden Ring. Elden Ring.
Little
All
bit
right.
rawer. A three-nager.
Let's see here. Monster Hunter. Oh, Monster Hunter. Yes. Yes, especially with how much performance issues they've
Cyberpunk,
had.
yeah.
I think Monster Hunter
It could be
definitely
a good
you'd want to check
benchmark.
that one out. Exhibition 33.
New World.
Exhibition 33. Let's see here. Ghost of Tsushima. Haven't played that, so I don't have that on there. Give me two more. Give me two more. And Vampire Survivors. Maybe I try some Survivors game. I don't know if it'd be Vampire Survivors or General. WoW. Yeah. I'll see if I can download the Battle.net client onto it. And let's see. And maybe
Could be able
a
to.
multiplayer game. Good idea. Think of a good multiplayer game, guys. Oh, Arc Raiders.
Oh, Arc Raiders. yeah.
Okay, so we're going to save this, all right? I'm going to save this. Save as, and we'll save it to desktop. Games to test on the Steam Cube. There we go. All right, and we should be good. And so there it is. And our rivals, yes.
Can you help getting your lid on?
Take a clutter game like Vampire Survivors or PoE. I think that we'll have a lot of clutter with Cyberpunk, right? And also with Ball Pit. Because, again, like I have like a pretty end-game character, right? So it should be fun.
You haven't got
New
my
World,
like that in a
well,
while.
That game's dead. It'll be dead by then. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Any new releases that come out right before its release? Yeah, that's true, too. To see how it works for games, because I bet it was optimized with games like Black Myth Wukong and Cyberpunk in mind.
Probably Black
But
Myth Wukong
yeah,
eventually.
Dead World, it's very sad. Wuthering Waves, I don't know. Yeah, I could. That's another one. Let me add that one, too. Good idea.
The DOJ's investigating.
Well, an active Department of Justice investigation is underway right now into violent riots outside a Turning Point USA event this week at UC Berkeley. The senior correspondent Claudia Cowan is live for us in Sausalito, California. Claudia.
Trace, a federal investigation involving the Joint Terrorism Task Force and the FBI is looking now into whether Cal violated civil rights laws when the campus allowed this violent protest to take place Monday night ahead of a Turning Point USA event featuring conservative speakers.
Probably didn't even have permits for a protest or anything like
It has
that.
concerns about security measures and the presence of what they're calling Antifa, a designated terrorist organization known for targeting right-leaning speakers and events, including at Cal. Ann Coulter and Ben Shapiro, and onerous security conditions forced the late David Horowitz to cancel his event at Cal in 2017, challenges the DOJ says liberal speakers do not have to face at the
None.
publicly funded
They don't have to face them whatsoever.
UC Berkeley has a history of treating conservative speakers brought to the campus by students differently than other kinds of speakers.
And why
And where
is that?
occurs, that's an equal protection issue. That's a First Amendment violation. And where it results in this type of violence and harm to property and people, it's deeply concerning. It could be criminal in nature as well as civil. So that's among the things that we're looking at.
For several hours Monday night, protesters hurled rocks, bottles, and lit flares and heckled ticket holders waiting to get inside, prompting some to leave. Now, the DOJ says that raises legal issues, too. A statement just out from Governor Gavin Newsom's office says, quote, violence is not a legitimate exercise of First Amendment rights. While people have the right to protest, it must be done peacefully. But activists were handing out this flyer ahead of the event, calling for bold, angry displays of protest. So clearly the university knew what was coming. The administration says it condemns the violence and will hold anyone accountable who broke the law. Well, now, Trace, they're getting some assistance in that from the federal government. Back to you.
Indeed. Claudia Cowan.
Stream, that's a premiere. Dave Smith debate with trigonometry. 2 hours long. I just can't stand listening to Dave Smith anymore.
Democrats are losing their mind. Zoran Mamdani got elected. What a wonderful day for everyone without a brain. They've all come together to say, hey, this guy promised us free things. We're going to vote for him, not realizing that he can't make good on any of those promises. Guess what, guys? He can't make good on any of those promises.
Commissioner Tisch received a heads up from ICE that raid would occur on Canal Street. Now, apparently she did give the Adams administration a heads up. If you were in his shoes, how would you have reacted to this? Would you have said, yes, NYPD officers do not interfere with ICE, but how would you have acted as mayor?
What I will continue to do is be someone who will stand up for New Yorkers when Donald Trump is seeking to fulfill his promise to create the single largest deportation force in American history. And
based, by the way, that's what the people elected him on. You are directly anti-democracy.
Exactly elected to do that, to clean up the immigrant issue.
He's a radical Muslim.
And my NYPD will continue to not be of assistance.
I have bad news about him and his NYPD.
To ICE whenever they are trying to terrorize New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs.
No, actually, they're mostly terrorizing invaders, actually, not the New Yorkers. The New Yorkers actually kind of love this.
In the right way?
I think that it's important to continue a separation between NYPD and ICE, and I think it's important to bring an end to a chapter which Eric Adams said on national TV where he opened the door to civil immigration enforcement.
Yeah, so this is absolutely diabolical. This is wild. So he decides to say that he wants the NYPD to fight back against ICE specifically, to fight back against ICE to stop deportations because he's anti-democracy and pro-radical Islamism because he wants to import radical Muslims that'll vote for him forever, and, you know, force out all the actual rich, white, Jewish people from New York so that he can always maintain a stranglehold on the majority of the retards. Now, so this is his plan. This is his plan. Now, the kind of insane thing is, and this is wild, this backfired really badly already. Really badly already. And the reason for that is because 5,000 NYPD police are resigning on January 1st because they don't want to be ruled under a communist. So let's just say it's really not going well. It's really not going well, actually, at all. So it's really not going well at all. So now this is obviously due to Islamophobia, and Zoran Mamdani's aunt will never ride the subway safely ever again. So this is crazy. For
another
the record,
joke from the comedian club of Democrats.
This is actually happening in New York. So he is an anti-democracy. Remember, because it's important to get these facts straight. Donald Trump was elected to do mass deportations. That's what he was elected for by the majority of the people. He won the election from the majority of the people. He was the democratically elected president running on mass deportations as his primary motivation. All right, let's remember this. Every single person that wants to fight ICE is inherently anti-democracy. Which, I mean, let's not be surprised. He is a radical Muslim. Democracy is not a thing in Sharia law, obviously. So this is insane. So it gets worse for Zohran Mamdani. If you pay attention to the skyline on his actual poster, you will notice two towers that might be missing. You will notice certain towers missing. I'm not even going to discuss it at length due to the severity of the situation. Obviously, Zohran Mamdani is probably watching this video right now, and I don't want to offend her too badly. But Kathy Hochul, the worst governor in America, or Hochul, however you pronounce it, is getting blasted by the Republicans. Now, it looks very, very much like the greater New York state is so mad that Zohran Mamdani is the mayor of New York City that it looks like we are getting a red wave across New York State.
Yeah,
not the
I
city,
believe it.
but the state. And it looks very likely that they're going to be electing a Republican governor in New York, which is an absolute game changer. It's
He's
completely
actually got
insane.
running on decent policy too.
Won
The Republican.
in a city of retards. All right, the city of retards are actually, they voted for him because they're retarded. And he's like, I'm going to promise you free stuff. And they're like, oh my God, as a liberal white woman, I really need free stuff because I am a wage slave to my college debts where I got a degree in surprise butt sex. That's right. Lesbian tap dancing was my degree. And now I have student loans that I need to pay off. So those guys were promised free stuff and voted for obvious retard numero uno, Senor Mamdani. As they say in specific Muslim areas of Mexico. And there he is, and he became the mayor. But the average guy does not actually support this at all. And that is why it looks like we're getting a rival primary from a Republican governor.
I can't do anything about over there. Come up over here.
This was a debate that happened. I have to show this because this is the exact. This is a girl that is pro Zohran Mamdani. Right,
oh yeah, I've seen this.
You don't think
these
like
debates.
pain exists absence of mind because it's your body. Your body is feeling things. You can feel things without your mind thinking about it.
What?
I mean, it's your central nervous system.
How do you feel something without a mind?
You never felt the
If you had no
touch.
brain, you would feel stuff?
We have multiple.
If you had no brain, you would feel stuff.
Well, I've never not had a brain before.
Do you think people with no brain feel stuff?
I don't know. Why don't we ask one of them?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Where do you think?
Usually they're
where are your
dead.
pain receptors located?
Aren't they all over your body?
If you have no brain, how could you possibly feel pain?
Because you feel pain in your body. You don't think like.
For the record, this is a college-educated political commentator that can vote. This isn't just a random whore they pulled off the street for this podcast.
It's a
okay?
girl
This
that
is
can
a
vote.
actual college-educated political commentator that's hosting all sorts of debates. She has hundreds of thousands of followers for her political commentary. Okay, you have to understand. I saw this clip on Twitter. I immediately messaged Andrew Wilson. I was like, that's this guy, this debater. I was like, how the fuck do you do this? You fly out there, you debate this absolute retard for 4 hours? Like, how do you do that and not kill yourself? And his response was he's doing community service showing that people are retarded, which I completely agree. It's actually pretty based. This is charity. This is actual charity. But this was diabolical. This was diabolical. So anyway, these are the people voting for Zohran Mamdani. Now, the average person, human, creature, that's not a liberal white woman, that's a college graduate, that's in debt, those guys are not going to be voting for Zohran. So we might actually be getting a Republican governor in New York, which would be insane. They released this ad.
The Empire State has fallen.
So obviously the leftoids are super mad that this is not going as planned. A couple of retards are excited, but nah, a lot of people are really not actually excited.
Are just going crazy over the amount of taxes here.
There's no question. New York is facing
Even
an
like
affordability crisis.
Escape from New York.
Dems didn't like Obama, and I don't even think Hakeem Jeffries endorsed him.
City say a wave of migrant crime has washed over the city. Foreign gang members terrorizing innocent New Yorkers. Complete disregard for
migrant gangs. I wonder if Zohran Mamdani is going to deal with that. Oh, never mind. He's using the New York Police Department to fight against ICE. Never mind.
the law.
And Kathy Hochul's failed policies are to blame.
Worst governor in America. Worst governor in America. Worst governor in America.
Kathy Hochul made New York the most unaffordable
She has a military with the police department. That's exactly what Mandani thinks.
Rent, soaring energy costs, and record high grocery bills. And cozied up to a defund the police, tax hiking, anti-Semitic communist.
We came here to remake this the image of our. I can hear you.
But from the ashes of Kathy Hochul's failed policies, New York will rise, like we always do. The spirit of the Empire State cannot be broken. All we need is a courageous leader, ready for the fight. Elise Stefanik will make New York affordable and safe.
People in New York, no matter if you're a Republican, Independent, or Democrat, enough is enough. We are the most unaffordable state in the nation because of single-party Democrat rule led by Kathy Hochul.
As a working mom, congresswoman, and fighter, Elise knows families need more help, and she'll make New York affordable. That's why she authored and passed the largest middle-class tax cut in New York's history, letting working families keep more of their hard-earned money. Elise will reduce your energy, utility, and grocery bills. She fought woke insanity in our schools, stood proudly with law enforcement, championed small businesses, and will never back down from fighting for New York families. With everything on the line, we need someone who will deliver results and make New York affordable and safe for families and small businesses.
Woman on woman violence. It's what we're here for.
To not just survive, but thrive. Elise Stefanik will clean up Kathy Hochul's catastrophe and restore New York's greatness. Elise Stefanik for governor.
So the reason why this is going on right now is because obviously everyone's mad, especially a lot of leftoids, because it seems like a lot of the stuff he's actually trying to push, this Zoran Mamdani guy, are failures. They already failed. And that's the craziest part. Yeah, so anyway, not the ideal governor. I'm not going to make believe that this Elise Stefanik is my personal top choice. What I am going to say is, she's better.
Reset.
That's what I'm gonna say. I'm a simple man. I'm a very simple man. All right, a very, very simple man. We here subscribe to the lesser of the two evils mentality. All right. Now, ultimately, she is female. I mean, she is. That's not. Editor, cut that part out. Moving on. Breaking. Zoran Mamdani retracts his $30 minimum wage promise to voters, saying they will have to make do. That was insane, bro. That was crazy. That was crazy.
Thought that was part of his learning. I like
this entire thing.
Increase
he ran on this
the
entire
minimum wage,
$30 minimum wage. Now, like, I'm not gonna be rude here. I'm just gonna be honest. Motherfucker is a fucking genius. He's an actual diabolical genius.
Just
so
promise things you can't make happen, and then
increase the minimum wage to $30. And the reason why you can't do that is very simple. Because you got a guy that runs a little store and he's paying his employees, and if all of a sudden overnight he has to start paying them $30,
they're gonna lose jobs.
He'll have to fire them. This is fucking crazy. So obviously it won't work, and anyone that knows anything about basic economics knows that won't work. But if you're a retarded voter with so much empathy, if you are part of the 80% of liberal white women that voted for Zoran Mamdani, all right, if you are part of the retard generation, then this is terrible news for you. This is absolutely terrible news for you, and it's pretty funny. It's pretty freaking funny, dude. I'm not even gonna lie. So obviously he retracted that after winning, because you obviously can't do this.
$30
You
an hour
can't
would
just be like,
be
oopsie, I'm gonna print more money now. Actually, like if you just increase the minimum wage to
34
$30,
basically
then a bottle
to
of
run a
milk is gonna
plant.
start costing $30. That's how it works. This obviously doesn't work. He duped all of them because shockingly, retards fell for this. It's crazy. It's insane how well retards fell for this. This is Hassan Piker being shocked by China. Not relevant, but very funny. So I have to introduce you to modern politics in America before we do a deep dive in the actual governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. Kathy Hochul is the current governor of New York, the one that's being blasted right now, and might actually lose the next election. She has directly stated the fact that they're not actually willing to do all of the things. All the things that Zoran promised they're not doing, because she knows that if she does do that, she has no chance of winning her next election. So we're not going to be seeing a $30 minimum wage. There's not going to be a government-run grocery store. There won't be free buses. There won't be free education. There won't be rent controls. His entire platform actually is nothing. His entire platform is literally, he's not actually going to be keeping a single one of his promises, except, seemingly, for flood the city with immigrants, which, in my opinion, was always his primary goal. But what a lot of retards on the left don't realize is they're actually up against religious fanaticism, and people that have no idea about what religion is actually about cannot understand that people's motivations might stem from religious fanaticism. I'm going to release a very dirty secret, and I'm going to tell it to you today, and I hope you're ready to hear it. Communism is the Trojan horse that retards will actually use to convince you not to vote for them. But inside the Trojan horse is a colonial force coming to take over your country. That's the secret that no one wants to say. Communism and the socialist Democrat shit is the easiest way to get the retard vote. He'll just go up there and say, you know, $30 minimum wage, government, grocery stores, free buses, free education, rent control. The retards will eat that shit up. He's not going to be able to fulfill any of those promises, but he will be the mayor. He will release infinite retards to vote for him forever. He'll just go out there, promise free stuff, and not be able to deliver any of it. Now, the only way to defeat this is to fight fire with fire. And you're about to hear a story so insane, I made a full video on it, because there's so many twists and turns, but I am going to give you the abridged version. Zoran Mamdani had a guy that was really similar to him that ran for mayor in Minneapolis. This guy, Omar Fateh. This dude ran for the mayor of Minneapolis. He is a Somalian Muslim, and he also did basically exactly what Zoran did. This dude walked out. He's promised socialism. He promised all sorts of free stuff, and he also
the only reason he didn't get votes is because the Somalians that are living there are part of a different tribe than the one he's associated with. So that's the only reason he didn't get enough votes.
Best to import as much Somalian people as he possibly can. He wants a Somalian safe haven. All right, he's basically Zoran Mamdani, except he's obviously the product of incest. Now, the crazy thing is, he was up against this guy, Mr. Jacob Frey. Jacob Frey, also a Democrat, obviously. He was up against this guy. All right, it was a crazy battle, and honestly, it really looked like this guy was gonna win. It looked like Omar Fateh was in the lead. He was doing the Zoran Mamdani strategy. All right, he was doing the whole I am the mayor now.
Strategy.
All right,
that's
so
the
he was hitting
communist
them
socialist
with
strategy.
all of the fucking socialist bullshit keywords, and he lost.
That's
He
just
lost to Mayor
the
Jacob
socialist
Frey,
strategy.
who I've just learned is Jewish. The Jew defeated the Somalian in a battle for religious supremacy, even though he's not religious, but it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. I'm just saying, it's pretty funny. 2 billion Muslims, you can't kill 15 million Jews? What are you doing, guys? I'm not trying to be diabolical here or anything. I have Muslim friends, but, like, what are you doing, guys? Like, come on, dude. Anyway, so, despite the low numbers, all right, this is crazy. Jacob Frey won this in the greatest way ever. And so if you're not familiar with this, you have to pay attention. It's the funniest thing in the world.
Yeah,
this is Jacob Frey's acceptance
Somali.
speech. Listen.
Whether you are from Galmudug or Getaway, you are from Minneapolis. Whether you are from Bosaso or Mogadishu, you are from Minneapolis. Whether you are from Hargeisa, Somaliland, Ogadenia, or Nairobi, you are from Minneapolis. In Minneapolis, we love you. In Minneapolis, we embrace unity. And in Minneapolis, this is a place where we are proud to call it home. Mahat said it. Thank you so much.
So obviously this is the worst speech I've ever heard in my entire life, obviously. But that's not the point.
Especially with him speaking it.
So this is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Now, you'll notice something insane. There was a lot of cheering from him from a lot of people from Somalia. That's pretty weird, because I was sure all the Somalians would vote from the guy from Somalia. Well, if you want to understand a little more lore, this guy is taking advantage of tribal politics. We are too easy. This guy understands how to divide our people.
How are you? Good to see you, my man. Happy Friday.
So this is Jacob Frey going up against the radical leftoid guy.
Happy Friday. Hello, how are you? Good to see you, my man. Yeah, you got it. Maga. Said? Magaiga wa Yarut Farid. Boka Maga.
Alert Somalian.
Minneapolis.
I know.
Coming down.
All right.
When I have friends visit from out of town, of course I tell them to go check out the Stone Arch Bridge. But one of the other things I say to go see is the Somali Mall.
You have to go to the Somalian Mall. You go to Minneapolis, you have got to see the Somalian Mall. This is crazy, bro.
There's nothing like it virtually anywhere else. The color, the activity, just the sheer scope. I mean, dude, I'm a little biased because I'm the mayor of Minneapolis and it's here, but this rivals Mall of America every day of the week.
Yeah.
Hey, my man, how you doing? It's good to see you, buddy. Yeah. I feel like I get neck hair. You have that I get neck hair before I get the head hair. I just need to get my neck shaved.
Bro, what are we doing?
Mohammed? He's operating those clippers with precision. But if your face is framed up well, you look good. My wife will love it. Yo, how you doing?
So, anyway, he has AIDS now. But aside, I have to stop doing this. People are going to think I'm actually racist, when I'm clearly not. I'm only Islamophobic. No, I'm not Islamophobic. I'm actually not Islamophobic. That would break Zoran Mamdani's aunt's heart. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, all right, the point that I'm trying to make here is, this is the greatest election in modern history because this dude understands that he was going up against an actual guy who's basically like, I am fighting for Somalia. So what does this guy do? What does this dude do? This absolute diabolical mastermind. I'm sorry, I have to say it. I fucking hate his campaign with every fiber of my being. But this absolute mastermind, all right, decided, you know what he's going to do? He is going to instigate clan warfare among ancient Somalian blood feuds. He went to the opposing Somalian tribes, all right? This is how he won the election. This is Jacob Frey rallying the Somali clans against their common enemy in Minneapolis 2025. This is literally what just happened. It's absolutely diabolical. I wish that we had a guy like Jacob Frey in New York. If we would, Zoran Mamdani would have been absolutely cooked. Now, I know that I'm being very glib about this, but this has got to be one of the most diabolical weeks of American politics in the history of our country. The fact that it's ancient Somalian blood feuds that is literally like causing elections through the country. It is absolute insanity. I don't even know what to say. It's crazy. But the point is, this was a terrible week for the leftoids. All the promises that were promised by Zoran Mamdani, they're all falling through the cracks. They had a surefire winning candidate in this guy, Omar Fateh, and he got obliterated because some random woke Jew decided to rally the rival Somalian clans to his side like he's Lisan Al-Gaib, and he actually fucking won. It's crazy. It's diabolical. I made a full video on this. You have to see it. It's even funnier. I just had to show this to you because it got even wilder. But you have to see the Ilhan Omar crash out was insane. Check out my video from yesterday. But Zoran Mamdani is getting now obliterated by the current governor of New York. The current governor of New York is absolutely cooking this man. Because all the things that he promised, she basically went out and said, no, we can't actually do any of the things that he promised. So, terrible day for leftoids everywhere. They think they're winning, but they're actually literally shooting themselves in the balls and importing their own destruction.
The idea that free buses would make them faster?
No.
Why not?
Because more people will ride them, so they'd be even more crowded.
Yeah, obviously free buses isn't going to make them faster.
It would take longer to load them.
How do you answer that?
Because it can't just be making it free alone. You have to be making it free while actually making the infrastructure for it to be fast.
Zoran Mamdani, ladies and gentlemen, he figured it out. What are you going to do if it's going to be slower?
Look,
well, he's going to make
joke.
it faster. He's literally so fucking smart. If we would have had a Jacob Frey, I'm sorry, man, the woke Jews, every once in a while, they do something right, all right? I'm just saying.
So you have to increase service alongside making it free and ensure that there's full use of all-door boarding. Because a lot of the issues of the dwell time at the bus stops is because everyone has to go through the front door. No one's allowed to go through the back door, even though this was something the MTA proposed more than a decade ago. And in Boston, when they did this, they decreased dwell time by 23% on a single route just by making all-door boarding a part of it.
But isn't that an MTA thing that you as mayor can't control?
Epic foreshadowing. Even though this proposition of yours is retarded, you still couldn't do it because you're just the mayor. Epic foreshadowing.
Well, we saw with Mayor Bloomberg, he was the mayor of New York City, he built an entire subway station because that's how much he believed in the extension of the 7 train to Hudson Yards. The city has a lot of ability to influence what the MTA does. It's just that we haven't had a mayor who actually cares that much about...
You never had a mayor with empathy like Zoran
Yeah.
Mamdani. So
Never
I have
had a
one
mayor
aunt
that
that's
cared. Maybe
she's
this
like
is
kind of
such
right
a
wing,
low
but she's also
priority.
like very feminist. It's pretty awesome. So I basically I called her to say, hey, did you know that all the white women voted for Zoran Mamdani? And then she hung up the phone. I still don't know why, but we're figuring it out.
The slowest buses in the United States.
A day after his big victory, New York's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani says he's got a clear mandate and he plans to use it. He's promising affordable housing, rent freezes, and free buses. He's just
And $30
announced
an
his
hour
transition
minimum
team,
wage.
But as mayor, his actual powers are limited. So can
No! What do you mean his powers are limited? But he promised free buses.
he really deliver? He wants a 4-year rent freeze on the city's 1 million rent-stabilized flats. But to make that happen, he'll need approval from the city's Rent Guidelines Board. And current mayor Eric Adams could still appoint new members before leaving office to make it harder. He also
Epic foreshadowing! Epic foreshadowing! Even the BBC doesn't believe in them, and they're an actual terrorist organization at this point, in my opinion. They're out there editing Trump speeches, like literally running defense for Hamas terrorists. Pro-Pakistan. Dude, if there's anyone in the West that's like, oh, I take the pro-Pakistan position, that dude is a fucking bot, all right? Get him out.
also wants to make public buses free and faster, a plan he says would cost around $630 million a year, though some officials put it closer to $1 billion a year. To pay for it all, Mamdani wants to raise corporate taxes and add a 2%
They make a lot of
surcharge on
money.
Yeah, that's right. He's
driving
just gonna
those
make
buses
things free
too.
by making everyone pay for them. He's so smart. He's so smart.
anyone earning over $1 million. But the governor and state legislature would have to agree. And Governor Kathy Hochul's made it clear she's against new taxes ahead of her own election. So will
No! So you mean he promised a thing that he literally couldn't actually do, and then the governor just basically said, no, you can't actually do it? No way.
Zohran Mamdani turn his bold promises into action, or will political reality hit first?
Boy. So we got to talk about New York Democrat Governor Kathy Hochul, who is officially stuck between a rock and a hard place. She is one politician that I would never wish to be in this moment because she put herself in an impossible situation to win because of very short-term thinking, okay? And what I mean by that is her decision to endorse Zoran.
This has got to be one of the most diabolical twists of all time. It really is. Because by doing this, Zoran Mamdani isn't actually going to be able to push any of the things that he promised, right? He promised all the free things that he didn't have any power to promise, and now he's not going to be able to do any of them. And Kathy Hochul, who supported Zoran Mamdani, is now literally going back on her promise. She's literally going back on her promise. Not being able to, because she's trying to get the votes from like the actual
she's gonna run for election,
leftists
not
in New York State. So
Zoran Mamdani's race. She's got to run her own
her
race.
entire career with this one. Like Zoran Mamdani's platform can't work because he's not actually fulfilling any of the promises that he promised, and she completely cooked herself because she backstabbed everyone. She literally backstabbed everyone. She supported this guy and she's stabbing him in the back at the same time. Like, dude, this has been a cataclysmic failure on every level, and it's really funny. The leftists are actually eating each other. It's great. It's awesome. It's awesome. She virtue signaled her way. Congratulations.
Mamdani, who is a socialist. A lot of people say he's a communist, okay? So she endorsed a communist in the New York City.
Some people would even say he's a terrorist, but I wouldn't be one of those people. Partially because I don't want to get sued. Also,
No,
partially
go for
because
some ice cream.
I don't think he personally flew the plane into the Twin Towers, even though he thinks the biggest victim was his aunt.
The general election.
Now, a lot of people
I don't know
this,
why.
but Zoran Mamdani's aunt was not actually
How do you want help?
flying one of the planes that crashed into the Twin Towers. This is actually, like, a lot of people don't actually know about this. Zoran Mamdani's aunt
I know you
was
would.
not one of the pilots. I want to make this clear, and that's because the Muslims in Al-Qaeda knew better than to trust a woman to fly a plane. So realistically, broken clock, right twice a day. She was dead ass not one of the pilots. This is just this is a fact. This is just a straight. That's how you know, because it was effective. Like if she would have been a pilot, they would have hit the wrong building. I'm just saying. Like, I am just saying.
Which means that she endorsed him doing all the things that...
Was that sexist and Islamophobic? Yes. Was it funny? Yes. Do I care if you're offended?
He's in the bathroom
Actually,
looking at himself in the
if you're
mirror.
offended. If that offended you, subscribe.
She knows that he actually can't do. And the reason why she knows that he can't do it is because she's responsible for doing the things that Mamdani promised. Like, for example, raising taxes on rich, free buses, free childcare, right? All this stuff basically comes down to the state.
His agenda is incredibly
That's
ambitious.
right. He doesn't have any of the power to do the things he promised, and people still believed him anyway because, well, I mean, he cried on camera about Islamophobia. Yeah, I gotta whip out this meme. Actually, it turns out, yeah, this is completely my feeling right now. I fully support this. This is my response. That's right. Enough about my racist past. All right, enough about my racist past. I don't care. Now we talk about my racist future. All right.
It is, as he has described it, a democratic socialist agenda. Free childcare, free buses, rent freeze. The list goes on. I talked to him on Monday night. He said to me he hasn't wavered 1 millimeter on raising taxes on New York City's wealthiest residents to pay for some of that. Now, Governor, you have said repeatedly that you would not raise taxes. You said, quote, I've said there's no new income taxes. Do you stand by that promise?
Yes. Again,
she endorsed a guy whose whole platform was raise taxes, and now she's saying she's not willing to raise taxes. Congratulations. You've all played yourselves. Dude, this is insane. This is like an actual Democrat human centipede. These people are insanely retarded.
I find so fascinating is all this conversation about how I'm continuing to lead New York State. I'm the one putting money back in people's pockets and cutting middle-class taxes, as I've done, and finding ways to support child care. These are areas where I'm aligned with Zoran Mamdani. And we'll work on this and build more.
It's such a nothing statement. Like, she's like, I align with him that free things would be lovely. I'm just not willing to contribute to do any of those free things thing that he promised.
I didn't sneak it the other night and eat it right out of the tub.
There's a lot in here.
There is.
Housing so people can have a roof over their heads in New York City.
Okay, and Zoran Mamdani thinks that his fans and the voters are so dumb that they wouldn't know that he doesn't actually have the power as mayor of New York City to accomplish any of these things. But they voted for him anyways because, you know, this is the current state of the Democrat Party, right? Now, the problem with this for Kathy Hochul is that she's facing a strong general election challenge from Republican who is currently beating her in the polls, right? We're talking about a Republican currently beating the sitting Democrat governor
which is insane.
A blue state in the polls.
That's crazy. If we get an actual like, this is like insane to even think about. If there's an actual Republican governor in New York, holy shit, it would change everything. It would just be such a massive butt fuck to the Democrats.
A year out before the election. This is a big deal because what it means is that voters do not like the fact that Kathy Hochul has taken such a far left turn. They don't like the fact that
she's literally losing it because A, she supported this guy and everyone hates that, and B, she's refusing to actually let any of the things that the guy promised work, so they also hate that. She's getting eaten by both the left and the right, and Zoran Mamdani can't enforce anything. It literally doesn't get better. This is a great video. This is a great video. All right. You see, if all we needed was this. This is all we needed, and everything would be different. All right. All we needed was Jacob Frey rallying the clans. Bro could have gone up there and be like, all Shiite Muslims to me. Give me a haircut, my Mohammeds, specifically from Syria, but not the ones from Sudan. Bro, you could make war. All right, listen, it's not like all the different Islamic factions get along either. Like, he'll be like, the Sudanese Muslims, the Ugandan Muslims, we don't fuck with them. But the Syrians and the Iranians. I don't know. I feel like it did something diabolical. That'd be crazy. Holy shit.
In bed with socialists like Zoran Mamdani. But at the same time, she needs the far left freaks and lunatics, right, Zoran's fans, in order to get turnout during the general election to beat the Republican. But again, she also is facing backlash for endorsing the socialists and being in bed with the socialists in the first place. So she's stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, no, she's getting absolutely obliterated. She is like the center of a human centipede, which is pretty rough. It's the worst spot. It really is. It's the worst part of the human centipede. Right, so I can actually draw you a picture if you want to know exactly what this kind of looks like. No one does, but I feel like it's important just for the illustration. So Let me explain. Let me show you what this is kind of all about. All right. Now, I don't want to get graphic here, obviously, but we actually have to do it. Unfortunately, this is important. All right. So obviously, this we'll make him. All right. So this is Zoran Mamdani over here. All right. So this is him. This is Zoran Mamdani. Okay. This is Kathy Hochul. All right. So this is important. This is Kathy Hochul over here. And over here you have the classic Democrat establishment. All right, so this is important to understand. So the way this works is Zoran Mamdani, he's doing pretty well. He's getting a lot of support. So he eats. Now, the trick is with the human centipede is that you don't actually have to feed the other people in the human centipede, because you see, when it leaves Zoran Mamdani, that is the nutrition for the center part of the centipede. Now, obviously, this is pretty diabolical in certain instances. It doesn't go certain well. So this is the nutrition here. Now, when it leaves, it's not like the center area of the human centipede can actually have a wonderful time either, because that ultimately becomes the food for the third part of the human centipede. So in this actual analogy over here, this is Kathy Hochul, however you pronounce your name. So this is her right now. This is her receiving promises. Right, this is the promise that she made that she would support Zoran Mamdani, so she loses all the people on the right because she supported a radical socialist communist. And this is her losing all the support on the left because essentially this is her saying that no, actually Zoran Mamdani can't enact any of the promises that he actually promised. So basically, this is kind of where the Democrat Party is at right now. So this is the diagram. This is Mamdani, obviously. And this is just the generic Democrat Party, the generic D's. All right. So so basically, this is the current state of politics in New York.
And it is hilarious to watch her squirm and piss off.
Almost forgot the main character in this story. Obviously, this is Zoran Mamdani's aunt facing Islamophobia in the distance. All right. So and in a hijab. All right. So anyway, so this is basically where we're at now. This is the current state of New York politics.
Off the far left by telling them that, hey, all that stuff, all that free stuff that Zoran Mamdani promised, we can't deliver on it, right? We can't actually deliver on that, right? I'm not going to allow him to do that, which will definitely destroy her in multiple ways, right?
She's getting obliterated on all sides. It's amazing.
Either via the primary or in the general election, because she's not going to get the turnout and support that she's going to need to beat the Republican, again, who is being emboldened by the fact that she got in bed with the socialists in the first place. So it's really damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I hope this is a lesson to Democrats thinking about getting in bed with these socialists, that this is a lose-lose situation in the long run. So without further ado,
well, it's a lose-lose for the regular Democrats. The issue is, unfortunately, the next president of the United States, it will be the end of America. They will open borders and literally import millions of illegals, and they will all be able to vote in no voter ID states, and that will be the end of the country. The important reality is here, if a Democrat wins, that just means they're going to fuck up a lot of shit that we're going to need to take care of the next time a Republican wins. And it'll be definitely a net negative. If a radical leftist, like one of the communist people, like an AOC or a Zoran Mamdani, wins, then that's the end of the American project. Not even trying to be controversial here. Then it's the end of the democracy test.
Let's get into it.
It's the fourth and final day of the Somos conference in Puerto Rico. It's where key figures...
Oh, yeah. I totally forgot to mention this. On the first day of Zoran Mamdani's victory, he went to Puerto Rico to a mosque. Did you know that only 1% of Puerto Rico is Muslim, but he managed to find himself in a Puerto Rico mosque?
New York politics are debriefing after the election and planning their next steps for the year ahead. Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani is eager to build up support for his agenda, while Governor Hochul says she's not sure how quickly the state would be ready to help deliver on some of Mamdani's campaign promises, like...
You mean she can't keep her promises, and Zoran has no power to do these things that he promised? Oh my goodness gracious, that's crazy.
Free buses and universal childcare. Our Bernadette Hogan has been following all of the developments at Somos. She joins us now from San Juan with more. Bernadette.
Puerto Rico would never go Muslim. They're too Catholic. Egypt was too Catholic. Egypt was too Catholic. So was Libya. So was Jordan. So was Lebanon. Now they're all Muslim majority countries. Kind of weird how that happened, actually, now that you think about it.
The final day of the Somos conference was kicked off by both Governor Kathy Hochul and Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani addressing a crowd of labor power brokers. They both spoke about their message for New York and pledged a
went to a mosque in Puerto Rico to talk about New York City. It's crazy.
To work together for the betterment of the city, especially in light of threats from the federal government. Governor Kathy Hochul later spoke to reporters where she was asked about Zohran Mamdani's policy promises, especially his dedication to try to see if he can nudge Hochul on taxing the rich and raising or attempting to generate other revenue sources such as a corporate income tax, etc. But Mamdani has also said that he would accept other means of getting that money for his programs. But however, Governor Kathy Hochul appeared to throw cold water on his idea.
Fighting, baby, infighting. Dude, am I the old? I can't be the only guy that really likes the two retards fighting drama. You know what I'm saying? As a big fan of two retards fighting, this is everything I've ever wanted. Literally everything I've ever wanted. Like, we have these two people, they're both retarded, and they're getting annihilated. They're destroying each other. She can't keep her promise, he can't keep his promise. Oh, it's perfect, man.
A free bus program from the MTA, explaining that she's already invested a lot of money into the system. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
I cannot set forth a plan right now that takes money out of a system that relies on the fares of the buses and the subways. But can we find a path to make it more affordable for people who need help? Of course we can. And
what about childcare, though?
Childcare, I already committed to. So we'll be on.
Oh, she's like, we'll make it more affordable. We'll pull a rabbit out of a hat. It'll be amazing.
A path to get there, because I'm committed to this as mom governor. I get it, but also to do it statewide right now, it's about $15 billion, the entire amount of my reserves.
AKA, we ain't got the money.
Right? That's right, baby. That's exactly right. I'm glad we're all on the same page. I'm glad we're all together on this one. We don't have the money. We're not willing to tax people extra, but don't worry. We'll magically make it work out. Absolute cinema. Just literally absolute cinema, dude.
We ain't really got the money like that. And she already said she's not taxing the rich, that she is not trying to do free buses because, again, they can't afford it. And here's the thing, right? They already have programs to help out.
Here, I have a visual representation of what Kathy Hochul just said on stage. Homeless man calling another homeless man a broke-ass neighbor. This is essentially what we just witnessed. All right? This is what we just witnessed, man. Diabolical.
Out people who make less than $40,000 a year, right? In New York City, they already have programs to help out the poor, okay, or people who are working for low wages. They already have programs to give them free transportation. That's already a thing, right? So again, Zohran Mamdani promised stuff that the governor can't deliver on, right? Stuff that, again, you already have services to help out the poor. And on top of that, they can't afford it. They can't afford it. You're talking about the metro already being insolvent, right? It is already in debt. It's already a disaster financially. And they're saying that, hey, we need to just pour more fuel on the fire, right? With more of these promises that they can't keep. So, again, it really is a terrible situation for Kathy Hochul, but it's her own damn fault because she got in bed with a communist.
Dude, the best part is this is like, it's bad for everyone. Like, it's a real nightmare for all of these people, and that's awesome. And that's awesome. Have I mentioned how awesome it is? Oh, God, dude. They went from 100% cooked to 200% cooked, like, on the turn of a dime, bro. Yeah, don't bet on communists, it turns out.
Mamdani also spoke to reporters, and when New York One asked him about his message to those that did not support him, because he said on stage that he is not pledging to, quote, remake City Hall in his likeness, here's what he had to say.
I've said throughout the entirety of this campaign that this is a campaign to bring the struggles of working New Yorkers back to the focus of our politics.
Except they're literally not fighting for working New Yorkers, and working New Yorkers did not vote for him. He got the vote from the retard college kids and the immigrants. That is literally who voted for him. I think it's really important to note that he did not actually get the working man vote. It's insane. He got the votes from the immigrants and the retard college women. That is the primary voter base.
And to ensure that City Hall is seen as a place that not only recognizes...
But he makes believe he's fighting for the workers so that the Nepo baby college kids in debt that can't contribute anything to society because they all have degrees and surprise underwater butt sex, and AIDS taste testing. Those guys don't actually contribute to society. They're in debt. They want free shit. That's who he's fighting for. He literally went out there and he decided to just promise free things.
So struggle, but actually delivers.
Yeah. Just waiting for the music to stop playing.
You're not painting it.
Superman was in bad shape. His cells were breaking down, and his strength was fading fast. To keep fighting, he turned to the Enchantress, who used magic to hold his body together, while he and the Authority waged war against Mongol. But when his team managed to convert Warworld's red sun into a blazing white star, everything changed. The energy from that star didn't just heal him, it pushed his Kryptonian physiology into uncharted territory. Under the white sun, Superman's powers skyrocketed. His strength and speed surged beyond anything he'd ever known, and he even unlocked new abilities. For the first time, he could teleport instantly, vanishing and reappearing across vast distances. He also gained tactile telekinesis, the same power Superboy once had, allowing him to tear apart Lex Luthor's most advanced war suit with a single touch. The combination of the White Sun and Warworld's Genesis energy even led was the closest we've seen to Superman reaching his ultimate form, a being fueled not by a single sun, but by the purest energy in existence. What happened when Superman fought under a white sun? During the Warworld saga,
Leave. Poker. I for paper. Not paper. Craft paper. Wood. Leave.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Bro, this was like so much fun. This would be such a crazy ass story. Yeah. Dude. Oh, mega dead. So dead. Yeah, that's concussion. Yeah, the waivers let players got to be like, are you okay with dying?
Yep. See what they got. I saw that U.S. bombers buzz Russian border, so.
Yes.
Their intro is pretty cool. Like all the military vehicles. But yeah, they just cover war news. They're very.
Can't do
Clean up. Time to get ready for bed.
52 bombers have deployed to the Russian border and buzzed the border near Estonia.
Okay.
We've also seen that gunfires erupted on the Thailand and Cambodia border, and also Iran is warning of an imminent evacuation of Tehran due to the water crisis. And we have very big news from around the world, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have heard significant developments once again from practically every single corner of the globe. We were able to hear that the United States of America buzzed the border today in a show of force against the Russian Federation within the areas of Finland Air Force and United States Army that were at the disposal of U.S. EUCOM's command over the course of the day. Meanwhile, we have also seen that the Russian Federation is entering a crisis mode at this moment, as multiple Russian oil companies appear to be reaching the absolute breaking point financially and may be on the verge of collapse within the imminent future. Meanwhile, the armed forces of Ukraine have also continued to hold the line against the Russian Federation's armed forces, inflicting significant casualties over the course and clearing out some areas of the northern flank and also some other areas of other fronts, including those on the Lehman battlefield. Outside of that, we have also heard that firefights have now broken out today between Thailand and Cambodia in full, with at least one soldier killed in the midst of the firefight. At the same time, we have also heard that the Chinese are already working on the construction of the Type 004 class aircraft carrier, which will be China's first nuclear-powered aircraft in one area of the Pakistani-Indian border, suggesting that the Republic of India may be preparing for eventual strikes against the Islamic Republic of Pakistan within the inevitable future. Meanwhile, the blank boxes have been recovered from the mysterious C-130J crash, which occurred in the Republic of Turkey, or more so within the area of the Georgia-Armenian border with Turkey yesterday, while at the same time, the Tehranian government out of Iran is stating that the city authorities have now measured the water supply, and there is only about 9 days of water supplies left within the above-ground water reservoirs, and that mandatory evacuations may have to happen much sooner than it was originally anticipated. Meanwhile, the United States of America, importantly, the People's Republic of China, and its ongoing rapid military buildup, along with many other activities and projects that the People's Republic of China has been undertaking in recent times. Meanwhile, a drone of an unknown type actually flew over a French train that was stopped. A peculiar incident, considering that the train was carrying Leclerc main battle tanks of the French army, and that this incident happened within the literal center of the city of Paris. There is an ongoing investigation by French authorities at the moment, but it is suspected that this may be another reconnaissance drone like mentioned. A massive amount of news to cover, and these are just the headliners, folks. This isn't even the whole of the news that we have to cover tonight, and we are going to be making sure, as we always have, future news that we have over the course of the night, starting with our largest stories first, and then working our way on down into the slightly smaller stories throughout the night. And so, without further ado, we are starting to hear of some fairly new developments, at least within the United States of America's European Command area of responsibility along the Russian frontier. Over the course of the day, we were able to report that multiple aircraft of the United States Armed Forces, including those of the Air Force and the U.S. Army, were openly spotted and flying with transponders on near to the Russian B-52 Stratofortress did not conduct a small flight just through Estonia. This B-52H Stratofortress was involved in a flight which started in Spain. They flew all the way across Europe into Finland, then flew all the way along the southern Russian-Finnish border, then across the Gulf of Finland into Estonia, flew several laps in between Estonia and Latvia directly across from the Russian border, and then bounced and flew back to Spain to its airbase of origin. This was quite a significant move, considering that flying larger streets are at least a test to be able to see what the enemy Air Force's reaction times may possibly be in a given scenario where there may be an attack conducted on them as a surprise scenario. We also saw larger amounts of flights that were also conducted side by side with this B-52H Stratofortress that occurred in Estonia today, including the flight of a British Eurofighter Typhoon of the Royal Air Force, which appears to have been conducting some sort of a screen or escort of the B-52, while a Boeing E-3A was conducting an orbit around the city of Parnu within southwestern Estonia. We are believing at this point that the Eurofighter Typhoon and the presence of the E-3 Sentry may be showing that while the offensive side of the operation was largely U.S.-led on the show of force side of things, it appears that the operation has heavy markings of a NATO operation, an international operation behind it, due to the presence of the NATO E-3 Sentry operated by NATO itself, along with the Royal Air Force Eurofighter Typhoon, which appears to have possibly... But we would be amiss to just mention the air operations that happened in Estonia when there was also a large amount of additional air operations that were conducted inside of Finland, including the flight Air Force. We also were able to see another E-3 Sentry, NATO 001. That was the one that actually arrived within Estonia later within the day. We also saw the Jake 37, which was an RC-135 rivet joint, which was also conducting a flight within the area, which was soon joined by the B-52 Stratofortress, which followed right behind it. At large, the British, the Swedish, the United States of America, and the NATO alliance conducted quite literally within the Russian Federation's air defense identification zone, or at least incredibly close to it, on the other side of the border within NATO airspace. We are assuming part of a larger international operation that was conducted by other members of the NATO alliance, including the other countries that were just mentioned, the British and the Swedish, that also had their flights in the air at the same time today. This is giving us an indicator that the United States of America is starting to put a little bit more, I guess you could say, elbow grease is a low-level coercion effort, and these sorts of operations are very indicative of what the Chinese have been doing against Taiwan for a while to try and put a little bit of elbow grease on that situation and force the Taiwanese to give in to their demands. Let me show you all the parallels here to give you all an idea. To join the Communist Chinese and become a part of Communist China or die, they usually conduct a huge amount of flights with the Chinese Air Force around the air defense identification zone of Taiwan in usually large numbers within the dozens, or they conduct a major naval and air operation such as a joint sword military exercise. This usually has the intention of putting fear within the Taiwanese government and its officials, and through that fear, hoping to compel. It appears to be identically what the United States did to the Russians today by flying a B-52H Stratofortress, which does possess a great deal of firepower, especially in the modern day, due to its ability to pretty much be a cruise missile bus. The United States of America is generally showing the Russian Federation that the U.S. does possess the
Water.
firepower and capability to start laying waste to the Russian Federation if the
Don't
Russian
have
Federation
tea,
ever decides
baby.
to take a foolish action, such as starting a larger war with NATO. The Russians do seem to be a little bit keen on this. Of course, they're not unfamiliar with low-level coercion efforts, considering that they are usually one of the largest users of such actions, along Finland, Estonia, and Latvia, and their opinions and thoughts about what this was supposed to be as far as a sign or signal that was given by the United States of America. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so obviously this was a very big air operation by NATO, the U.S., and our partners in NATO, and this was a very big deal because we literally airspace, which is very similar to what we've been doing down near Venezuela. We've also been sending B-52s that way as well and buzzing the Venezuelan coastline. So Russia is getting almost what was the intent behind this buzzing of their airspace? And 73% said the USA is sending Russia a sharp warning, while 14% said the USA is testing Russia's border defense. Be a combination of multiple different options here, but me personally, I'm with the 73%. This was more about sending Russia a warning. This was a warning to Putin to let him know that NATO is going to take their airspace seriously, I guess to an extent, because of course they haven't done anything about the drone incursion, but we're not shooting down the Russian drones flying over NATO airspace. So it's a warning, but it's a
way that the flight of the B-52 generally seems to be geared more towards preventing the Russians, or at least giving them a good reason to prevent themselves from starting a larger ground war within that very area, which is the major risk or concern area as far as larger full-scale war with us. This flight isn't supposed to be trying to warn the Russians to stop the drone incursions over Europe. It's supposed to give the message that if the Russian Federation tries to conduct an official conventional ground war with NATO in an attempt to close off the Suwalki Gap and possibly besiege the Baltics or start a larger offensive on the Finnish border, the United States of America and the rest of the NATO alliance, through the British, the Swedes, and so on, will be present, and they will also conduct significant air operations against the Russian Federation that they highly likely wouldn't be able to defend themselves against, considering that the Russian Air Force has a of available airframes, and the NATO alliance combined, including the United States of America and our allies in Europe, have the largest flying air force seen anywhere in the world in terms of multi-role platforms and generally strike platforms that we have available, not including our support aircraft, which are also endless and numerous compared to pretty much everyone else on the planet. They're not really being addressed at the moment, but they're supposed to be put in fear of even considering the idea of starting a larger war with NATO. And I would also believe that this may be a response to the November 4th decree out of Putin's office that they were going to start year-round conscription to quote-unquote protect. May also be trying to give a message that that is not the smartest idea whatsoever, and that there will be...
It's a strange message to send, though, because if you recall, NATO, specifically the United States, actually recently pulled out of their forces out of some of the Baltic states. So that there is a little bit interesting to do that, because obviously pulling U.S. forces out of the Baltic states, that is basically giving Putin a green light to a certain degree that the U.S. is not going to defend the Russia's airspace and trying to at least allegedly send a message of strength. So I'm not really sure what the objective is behind it. It seems like a message they're sending, but with the other actions combined with it, it seems like it's not very cohesive.
I would say possibly have a massive contingent of forces that were inside of the Baltics. At best, we had maybe several companies worth of men, but it didn't even equate to an entire battalion. And if we look at far, and then was pretty much postponed beyond that because the Russians are insanely difficult to map out, and so I lost a lot of motivation to be able to try and do this, we still mapped out all of the forces that were inside of the Baltics. At the same time, there were absolutely no U.S. forces in any large scale at a brigade level early station inside the Baltics when this map was made. So the U.S. forces being withdrawn were liaisons in maybe the couple of hundreds across the entirety of the area, and nothing really changed because the liaisons really weren't augmenting the actual combat firepower of these forces within the area. They were more so just giving expertise and pointers to the Baltics. And the Lithuanians and the Estonians are perfectly fine. They have regular contract soldiers that operate as full-time professionals within their armed forces, while Latvia still largely leans on its National Guard forces and National Guard brigades, which are spread throughout the entirety of the country and made up generally of part-timers, reservists, or conscripts. So not really a lot has changed, at least as far as the combat abilities that are present within the Baltics. And while the U.S. did withdraw our liaisons from the area, I would believe that the show force is also showing at the same time that the U.S. does back up the Baltics and Finland 100% in a possible scenario where the Russian attempts to invade the region.
But you do have to admit, though, that even though bad message to Putin, because Putin is ramping up his escalation, he's ramping it up even from the Baltic states, and just leave them basically alone by themselves in the Baltics. Even though it's a small contingent, it's not that big of a deal from a strategic sense. From a symbolic sense, it's huge because it's at a very bad time to do that. So, me personally, my complaint, it's when NATO seems confused like that,
Buzz
they don't
on the
seem like
TV.
they're well put together, they have a cohesive plan, that sends a message to Putin that maybe NATO is weak and they're not as formed together as maybe the Axis alliance, like for example China, Russia, North Korea. Maybe they're not.
It's possible.
Can you
And
lay on the
generally,
couch
at least on the
normally, please,
symbolic
buddy?
side of things, there would be an impact due to the disappearance of the U.S. liaisons within the area. So while on the symbolic level to defend themselves, U.S. liaisons would have had no impact on their ability to defend themselves, considering that they're only there in an advisory and training role, and that they would have never been seen to be involved in actual combat operations such as the defense of the Baltics. Still, I would agree with you, not a good idea, at least for the defensive capabilities of the region. Still, it is a little bit confused, at least on the symbolism side of things, because a singular B-52 bomber, while it can carry a large amount of cruise missiles, it's a little bit weird that in one way we did withdraw the token liaisons in the Baltics, and then simultaneously we conduct a token show of force with a singular B-52H, supported by a Eurofighter Typhoon and an E-3 Sentry, the Eurofighter Typhoon from Britain and the Sentry from NATO itself. It is a little bit odd, but still, at least it's something of a good sign to some degree. Although I will always have to say this, folks, and this is something that we endlessly drill, at least as a belief here on the channel, it is a bad idea, in general, for the U.S. to ever withdraw forces from, look at Afghanistan, look at the Middle East, and look at generally Eastern Europe at the moment, that we left because we are generally giving strategic areas over to the void where nothing is there really, rather than the countries that already were within the area, or there is nothing. And it generally encourages our adversaries and enemies of the Republic and our alliance to try and take advantage of such a situation. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the other major news of the night that is happening right across the border within the Russian Federation. Because while the United States is conducting a show of force directly along the Russian border with NATO, we also have seen that the Russian Federation is dealing with a significant crisis within its own borders today. And this is one that you just can't make up if you wanted to. This was one that we would have loved to have seen in our wildest dreams, and it's coming around to really happening at this point amid the ongoing sanctions. Sanctions on Lukoil and Rosneft have triggered a crisis in Russia's tankers worldwide with no buyers. Most of that stuck oil is Russian. Investors also fear that sanctions will prevent the companies from offloading foreign assets without losses. Sharply reduced imports of Russian diesel, while Indian and Chinese oil companies have significant fuel network announced it will cease operations due to the crippling sanctions, and recently halted payments over the ongoing sanctions. Suffice it to say, Russia's main economic make up the lion's share of the Russian Federation's ability to make money. And for that extension is an incredibly important and crucial part to the maintenance and function of a national government, or coming in hardly at all any longer, because their main tax generators, the oil company here of these
But it's necessary to take down Russia.
that if they try and offload, no one might be able to even buy the ships, or they might have to sell them at an extreme loss, are literally collapsing right now before our very eyes. We've been saying this for a while, that they've been getting the ability of selling their oil tankers to try and keep the company afloat. That means that they are pretty
I'll
much,
just use
in
my
a
ice
more
cream spoon.
creative sense, conducting liquidation at this moment, or seriously considering liquidation to at least keep the company alive on paper. Even still more so, entirety of the globe that have no buyers. Nobody is buying the stuff even.
No buyers, eh? No buyers. That's the official story right there. But there's always someone out there
I'm
to
moving
buy
her a little
something.
bit.
Now, obviously,
That's
the
okay.
sanctions are a
Okay,
huge
baby.
barrier to buying the Russian oil. But at the same time, though, I'm not naive. I'm trying to find a way around it, because we've heard and seen at least allegations and pictures appearing to show some Chinese vessels pulling up next to these Russian oil tankers, and they'll pretend like they got it from somewhere else other than Russia. So that's oil sitting on these ships right here. And imagine on the, I guess you'd call it the black market of oil, imagine how cheap that Russian oil would be, just so Russia could try to at least recoup their costs somewhat. That Russia would probably sell that oil at a huge discount, knowing that they have to sell it on the black market. So there's probably people out there buying that oil, probably not selling it the way they were selling it, but surely they're selling enough to at least cover some of their costs, I would imagine.
I would doubt it. Ship-to-ship transfers are incredibly difficult to conduct and very slow and laborious sorts of processes. That's the reason why they're not done commonly, because if it was incredibly easy and efficient to do, they wouldn't even have a ship that would load the oil or large oil loading ports. They would just have a ferry ship that would go out and meet the main ship at sea, transfer the oil to it, and then just bring that singular ship realistically feasible to conduct the long, slow, and arduous process of trying to transfer oil from one ship to the other while they're both at sea and not in a safe harbored area. The only way that we've seen the ship-to-ship transfer being conducted so far, at least we've only seen proof of one or two of these transfers being conducted, and be more so than a perfectly calm sea state could completely stop or handicap a process for any longer period of time, as these ships will have to keep their crews fed and paid out there not at port. And that is something that the Russian companies, which are already ailing, having a crew and a ship sitting out at sea for an even longer period of time, waiting for the seas to calm down, process from one ship to the next, and then they even get a discounted price on the oil at that, which doesn't even really cover the operations of the ship, and they're still running in the red. So I would generally say that while they can try and conduct some of these ship-to-ship transfers, this is not a viable for many other reasons. The Russian Federation is in financial death throes at the moment, with multiple companies that will rely on the spare money that would be circulated around because of the success of assembly and production of any sorts of products and goods, because there's hardly any money left circulating or making any money at this point, because the Russian oil companies are not making any money either.
Kill. Like, for example, it may take longer to do ship-to-ship transfers. It may be more risky. It may be more keep burning money to actually store the oil on those vessels that can't sell the oil. So they have the time to kill. So if someone's willing to buy the Russian oil at a discounted rate, then all they have to do is simply pull up and attempt a ship-to-ship transfer, sell the oil at a discount, and that price to at least try to cover some of their costs, so that way they don't go bankrupt. Because otherwise, I would say personally, these Russian oil companies are definitely, almost certainly going to go bankrupt, because if they're not even covering their costs, I mean, they're already in foul shape. They're having a hard time selling the oil even before the sanctions. Now with the sanctions, now they're really hurting. So in a way, they have to find a way. They have all the incentive in the world to try to find somewhere to sell it.
But who would they sell it to?
They could sell it to China like they've been allegedly doing behind the scenes, ship-to-ship transfer to China, or they could sell it to any of the new Axis powers. They could sell it to anybody who's willing to accept it.
I don't know if that would be their purchase orders, and we're also seeing purchase orders being created in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia and Iraq and elsewhere, to be able to get access to that oil. So they can't be doing two things at the same time, because these other companies that are purchasing this oil of Saudi Arabia for a certain amount of hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil, and then at the same time also because they filled out the purchase order in Saudi Arabia or Iraq or elsewhere already to be able to get that path rapidly. So it wouldn't make any sense for those companies to go, you know what, while we've already replaced the Russian purchase orders from Russia anyways, and then also conducting on top of that, at least for India, there's nowhere for them geographically to even do that unless open seas to be able to conduct a transfer, because you need perfectly calm seas for these, and it requires the sea to pretty much be as smooth as glass. Otherwise, they can't really conduct the they completely break or disconnect in the rough seas. So generally, I would say that while they can try and do that, there's no way that they can do that on such a large scale to keep these Russian companies alive, generally.
I would still disagree personally, because remember, I heard you making the point. Why would some of these countries start trying to buy Russian oil if they're already getting it from elsewhere and they've already got purchase orders that they can honor elsewhere at a similar price, I guess you could say? Why would they do that for Russia? Because they need it. But that's not the whole story, though. Remember, the Axis countries here, China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, etc., they want themselves to be cohesive right now, because if we're looking at, in fact, it's almost a certainty, it's just a matter of when it's going to happen, then those Axis powers are going to hold their weight in a world war scenario, because they don't want to lose Russia, even though Russia need Russia and their large amount of people they can conscript to be able to use them as manpower in the event of a world war. So these Axis countries have all the incentive in the world to help Russia out by throwing them a lifeline and purchasing the oil nonetheless, just like China has been doing. They're doing that to try to...
I would have to say, I would doubt that they'll be able to do that in any larger, easily feasible sort of a way to keep the Russian oil companies alive, because the Russian oil companies require at least 60 to 70% just about of their products to make it to market for them to break even. We already know that because only about 50% of their output has been seen through the war, and they've been losing profits quite significantly as a result of that. So with them and of our product getting out, we can keep these companies afloat and keep them rolling for a while. But beyond that, about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So now that we are seeing the Russian we have, after the sanctions now prevent the sale of Russian oil, what are your thoughts? What is going to happen as a result of that? And it looks like 53% of the audience said Russian oil will collapse and Russia will collapse as a result of that, while 30% said Russian oil will collapse but Russia survives, and 10% said nothing will collapse. So on this one, I'll say this. An issue because, like I sort of mentioned, I think Russia is getting a bailout from their allies along a collapse of the Russian economy. Because remember, the one thing we've been saying the entire time is the easiest way for Ukraine to win the war. In fact, the most viable way for them to win the war is by attacking these Russian oil refineries and impacting the Russian oil industry. That is the best way to end it, because winning on the front lines is almost impossible at this point, because Russia simply keeps throwing too many troops at the issue, and that prevents a Ukrainian victory in totality on the front. So while Ukraine can hold their ground, they're not going to be able to just push the Russians and steamroll them. That's not really going to be possible. So Ukraine's been doing the right thing, but it's just, in my opinion, it's just not realistic to think that Russia's not going to find a way to at least sell the oil enough to keep their companies afloat.
I would generally have to say that if the Russian oil industries collapse, the Russian Federation is going to collapse. I'm going to be a part of BRICS or a part of the Axis powers could ever support the Russian Federation financially for any single country. Look at how much it costs, by the way. Let's just put this into perspective. For the U.S. to develop additional amounts of billions, in the tens of billions, every several months to try and keep them alive, a larger gross domestic product by a far larger margin than that of Argentina. Like Argentina, even with the Russian Federation's incredibly abysmal economic output as it's seen right, of Russian industry that keeps the entire economic system in Russia alive is dead. That means
like
that
the light
everything
interface.
else that is an external or in a tertiary sort of meaning that they would have to find a way to come up with the money that the Russian oil companies used to make and then just throw that into the Russian economy every single month to try and keep everything alive, at least at a bare minimum. There's no way that any country on the planet could afford to conduct such an action like that for a nation that had a gross domestic product of approximately $2.2 trillion. China would never be able to come up with the money for that, and there would never be a return on that kind of input into the Russian economy that would ever come back out. It's
They say they're going to give free oil for who knows how long.
Keep the Russian nation alive hardly, and they don't really get anything back out of it at all. Russia is completely militarily spent. They have hardly any equipment left. They also are economically spent. At that point, the economy is
I don't know that they've been making any new equipment either.
Life support to try and keep them alive for longer, and so there's literally nothing at all strategically or economically that they could get back out of the Russians to justify that expense. They would have to go to foreign banks and start to lend massive amounts of money, and then take that money and earn on some additional industrial output or some sort of industrial economic output
Trying to get the percentage of the oil company.
Getting absolutely nothing out of it back from Russia. And even still, that might not stop a Russian economic collapse, because additional economic sectors that may have relied on the oil industry as their main customer may also go under, which means that due to their additional collapses, or they just won't, and then the Russian economy will still end up dying.
A little bit better. Imagine this. Imagine we're in the situation we're in right now. It sort of gets right back to the precipice, and then it gets slightly delayed again, but we're still creeping, and Russia suddenly actually had that massive catastrophic economic collapse. Imagine if everybody's out of a job all of a sudden in Russia, and it's catastrophic. Imagine nobody can even worse than it is now or inside of Russia. You're potentially, most likely going to see people have an outlet is to try to overthrow the current government.
Kind of, I think, what
if Russia falls
all the
apart like that, and the government,
hope
one of their largest groups of, I guess you could say, force compositions, which would be Russia left with Iran, they'd be left with all these small little rinky-dink countries that really don't have a reason in the world to make sure that Russia doesn't collapse, or they're going to be in some big trouble, because Russia...
That is an interesting idea and a neat notion, but the thing is that in the Second World War, the fascist Italian government, and really the economy of fascist Italy, collapsed live That actually resulted in the complete collapse of fascist Italy, and the Italians literally within a couple of weeks after that incident occurred. The Germans, being the third largest economy at that point in history, only third to the United Kingdom and the United States before the war, was not able to financially bankroll or save the Italians from their economic collapse, nor were they able to save the Japanese from their endless industrial quagmires that they found themselves in throughout the entirety of the war, which they too were never able to be helped or saved from, no matter how much the Germans tried endlessly to try and help improve the Japanese economic situation and industrial situation throughout the course of the conflict. So while that would seem to be a likely idea that they would like to keep Russia alive, the reality is that at least historically, the Nazi Germans were not able to keep the fascist Italians alive economically, or any other government that was aligned with them in the Axis powers throughout the entirety of the Second World War. Once they went down the tubes economically, they were practically on their own because there was no way to save them at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So your position is this. Your position is Russia is essentially unsavable economically. They are doomed economically, and there's nothing that China can do to really save them. And you believe it's imminent. So in that case, wouldn't that essentially, if it happens the way you're thinking it's going to happen, wouldn't that essentially basically put the Axis powers at an extreme disadvantage during a World War scenario, though?
Yes, it would, but they really have no other option. I mean, there's nothing that they can do, unless if China wants to go bankrupt as well, trying to keep Russia alive for another year, which would be completely pointless if they're going down the tubes anyways. There's really nothing that they can do about it.
Russia afloat. I think they've been keeping them afloat because don't most people agree? Like, for example, the people here would have experienced some sort of at least a minor economic collapse, and they seem to be generally stable. I mean, and when I say stable for Russia, that's completely different from the U.S. stood right now. Even though they're having issues financially, we're not seeing any real fallout yet. And you see that. It seems like everybody's generally existing, not in a great way, but they're still existing in an okay way already.
Well, I mean, like it should have happened already. Maybe they are trying to support them, but like you're saying, they are supporting them and they've lasted longer. But
Might
it's
have
not
a
like
lot
they've
of gold
lasted
stored
longer.
away
They're
too.
doing great. They're doing terribly right now. Most companies in Russia have resorted to 3-day work weeks, or they've completely stopped assembly of most goods or products, at least within the industrial sector. Most companies have laid off half of their staff. The resulting loss of railway traffic in weeks. So if the Chinese were bankrolling them and they could keep Russia alive perfectly fine, then why in the world are the Russians still collapsing at this point? And if this is all that China can do to keep them alive, which I would have to assume this is everything that they can do if they're doing that, the Russians won't stay alive for much longer. So China either has to go and bankrupt themselves, or they cut them loose and they drop dead tomorrow.
But don't you see, though, that the things you're talking about, like, for example, the Russian companies reducing the 3-day work weeks, that is a sign of economic trouble, granted. But the U.S. is also having similar signs, not the same exact signs, but they're having in Russia. If Russia was truly collapsing, we would see bankruptcies.
It
We're
would
not
be.
seeing that. We're seeing them take
Well, they could be
protective
hiding it
measures
too.
to protect their
Russia could
company
be
from
hiding
going
that.
bankrupt. Indicates they're getting some sort of external help, or the government's bailing out these companies in some way or another
Got
because
the
they
money
should
on
be going
paper.
under, but they're not.
But at the same time, if a company is pretty much collapsed, company pretty much is already collapsed at that point. It only exists in name only. Like a lot of these Iranian attacks destroying the refineries, at least particularly for Lukoil or Rosneft, might exist, but they have zero output hardly at this point. It practically is non-existent. Stuff completely dies off. They're not selling computers or anything. But the U.S. government keeps putting in. So then can we make the argument that Microsoft pretty much is still alive and functioning just fine and everything's fine in America, or is Microsoft practically dead at that point? Microsoft would be dead. They're just being kept alive on paper, and the staff at the corporate office are still working, but the company that was sitting under them that actually made...
So, I mean, you have a decent point. Me personally, I'm going to stick to my guns on this one. We'll see over time, though. Well, keep, struggling, but they'll stay afloat like they've been doing because maybe they're getting outside help. Or
it's an interesting point. I think that you do have a point about the Chinese supporting them. I wouldn't disagree with that. I think, but with that, it is time for us to move on into the rest of the major news that we have over the course of the night. Quite an interesting rabbit hole, to say the least, and some very good points were brought up. But moving on from that and out of the Russian Federation, at least for a moment, we are going to be moving on over to the People's Republic of China, because they're already starting up their second round of carrier constructions, at least within recent years. They are now going to be working on the Type 004, I mean Navy. This is a
They're a little
fairly
behind on making
interesting
that.
sort of a development, considering that the powered warship in general. This means that the People's Republic of China is going to be entering new unmapped waters, at least with maritime development and construction for their own nation. And we also don't really know if this is going to be a successful project. If they do eventually field a nuclear power carrier, at least in theory, this will give the carrier unlimited range. However, there's still going to be a caveat. The escort vessels of this aircraft carrier are not unlimited range and they're not nuclear powered. So they are still going to have to be refueled. Nowhere. They have to return back to China, or they have to go to Djibouti, which is the only other area that Chinese ships can refuel at. So then at that point, the carrier can travel forever, but it will not have an escort, which means that it's a sitting duck waiting to be blown up by the U.S. Navy. So while it is technically going to be unlimited range and give them a power projection ability or sustain a carrier strike group globally for an indefinite period, it would start to become a significant Achilles heel, at least in a major war. The U.S., we have some in Europe, we have some around South America, we have some around Africa, in the Middle East, and in Southeast Asia. China has none. So if they wanted to keep that carrier running or the carrier strike group running, they're going to have a little conga line of fuel tankers following along with the strike group to refuel them. The issue with that is that those tankers will have to be escorted, meaning that there will have to be additional fuel consumed that those tankers will have to supply on top of fueling the carrier strike group. Then that means that those carriers are going to be generally still running out of fuel. Escort to conserve fuel consumption. Then that means that the U.S. Navy can just strike tankers while they're on the way to the strike group and destroy them outright and pretty much cut off the carrier strike group supply lines and leave them stranded in the middle of nowhere without any fuel. So generally, that sort of a scenario wouldn't be that good of a one, to be entirely honest with y'all. But still, with the craft carrier that the Chinese are now constructing within a Chinese port, and we are going to be moving on down, actually, pretty much expected at this point, right on schedule. But before we move on from that, it does appear that Matthew has ran another poll. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so I wanted to get the numbers to see what y'all thought about our debate we just had, and the question is basically the entire crux of the debate, and it looks like 51% of the audience said, I agree with the enforcer and Russia cannot survive with outside economic support from China, while 32% said, I agree with enforcer Matt, and about 18% were unsure and undecided. So it looks like actually most people agree with the enforcer on this. They believe that despite all the best efforts from China to prop up the Russian economy, that it was right or wrong in the end, but I believe that Russia will at least stay afloat, basically treading water with the outside support from China. I believe they've been doing that for a while now, and I think it will continue. But enforcer, what say you?
I would generally say that I still stick with my guns. I think that the Chinese cannot support the Russian Federation and keep them alive, and for that reason, they're probably going to cut them loose and let them go. But still, there is a decent amount of arguments that can be said that they can keep the Russians alive for longer, but I don't think that they can keep them alive indefinitely. And there's really no way to get around that issue. Much like the fascist Italians in the Second World War, they played their cards insanely poorly, and no matter how much the Nazi Germans would have wanted Italy to be around until the bitter end, they pretty much lost the Italians by 1943. So I would say that this situation is going to be very similar with the Russians. The Russians have played their cards wildly poorly. It does not matter what the Axis powers would want at this point, the Russians, I would assume. But moving on from that, and on out of that general news, Thailand and Cambodia actually entered a peace treaty just several weeks ago that was signed into force in Malaysia and also had the United States of America as a third-party intermediary between the two countries. We actually celebrated this as the first time that a temporary cheap ceasefire had fallen apart.
Yep.
And as of today, we have been able to hear a report from the area of the border of Thailand, the city of Bangkok, and we were able to hear a report that Cambodian soldiers fired around 4 p.m. on Wednesday. Thai forces returned warning shots under the engagement, and the exchange lasted about 10 minutes with no Thai casualties. We are hearing, however, that there appears to have been some form of a casualty or a fatality in the form of a civilian. At least from what we were able to hear earlier on the day, even before this, Thai soldiers have, accordingly to Cambodian media, the Phnom Penh Washington Post, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, opened fire on civilians in Prechang village in the Bante Mianche province. 5 civilians were injured, and we did hear rumors later that one of those civilians had died from their injuries, although we do not know if the story is true. We did get the Cambodian side of the story, however, which is completely different, mind you, than the Thai side of the story. So let me get the Thai side of the story out really quickly so that we can see the discrepancies here, because something is not adding up. Several days ago, Thailand reported that the Thai army patrols near to the area of the Preah Temple were walking down well-trodden footpaths, meaning that they were heavily traveled, and stepped on a landmine, which must have been planted recently. The landmine resulted in the wounding of the 2 Thai soldiers that were at the head of this patrol, including one Thai soldier that ended up losing his leg as a result of the injury. After that, the Thai army forces then stated that the Cambodians engaged them in a firefight at 2 outposts within the area around the Preah Temple, around Surin and Ubon Ratchathani, and while no casualties had been sustained, the Cambodians were attempting to goad the Thai into breaking the peace treaty and breaking this into a full-blown war again. Then we were able to hear the Cambodian side of the story, which is very senseless, really. But here is the story. Ministry announced that the Thai side began an unprovoked use of violence on the Cambodian innocent civilians in Prechang village, Obei-Chan commune, O Trav district. By the way, I forgot to mention, the Cambodians are technically still communist. Bante Mianche province, although they're a kingdom. It makes no sense. Anyways, at 3:50 p.m., 3 Cambodian civilians were walking along the embankment, the route where they usually commute. The Cambodian forces, unarmed and stationed in the area, were sitting near the above-mentioned location, approximately 10 meters from the civilians, to ensure the safety of Cambodian citizens. A moment later, they heard the sound of gunfire from the Thai of the civilians. When our unarmed force intervened to rescue the civilians, they toward other targets where the innocent civilians were sitting nearby, resulting in 1 injury and 1 at least according to the Cambodians. And then at 5:54 p.m., the Thai forces resumed the second. I had never heard of 5 shots of rifle gun before. That's news. However, the Cambodian force restrained and fully respecting and implementing the ceasefire agreement. The joint declaration between commit to resolving disputes through peaceful means in accordance with international law to ensure the safety of our. A little bit odd about this story, and I gotta point this out here, is that Cambodian civilians, from outbreaks of violence by the Thai, are supposedly, according to the Cambodians, unarmed. What type of army is that to be on border patrol with the country that you were just at war at, and all of your soldiers are unarmed, and the normal rules of engagement would dictate that if you are fired on, you can fire back in defense, and then the Cambodians are also claiming that their unarmed soldiers chose not to fire back, not because they didn't have guns, but because they wanted to ensure that the peace treaty remained in effect. All those standard rules of engagement for any country concerned would require that if you are fired on, you do have the responsibility to fire back in self-defense. So I'll be honest with y'all, I'm not trying to be biased here between the two sides, because America really doesn't have a bone to pick with either of these countries, really. Propagandized stories that I've ever seen, at least in the fact that they are literally making it out to be the Cambodian armed forces are unarmed. That goes against the idea of them being the Cambodian armed forces. And also given the fact that in the prior engagement between the two sides, the Cambodians were the ones to instigate the conflict, and also were the ones who conducted endless barrages of civilians inside of Thailand. We have proof of that endlessly in video and picture evidence. So why in the world did the Cambodians go from blood-lusting warmongers of the Khmer Rouge to now they are peace-loving pacifists that don't even have an armed army? That doesn't really make any sense at all, I'll be honest with y'all.
But it sounds like bollocks to me. Honestly, I think England's obviously the more Western-aligned country of the two of them right there. And also, I would say between the coming out of Cambodia, I would say personally, this is very indicative that Cambodia probably is the one. It seems like they want to fight. Like I said this about the Middle East situation as well. Like for example, with Israel and Gaza and the terrorist forces, they want to fight. The same thing with Cambodia and Thailand. They're wanting to fight. That's why they literally just halted the ceasefire agreement. They are not interested in actually bringing the thing to an end. There's a much deeper underlying issue that is not resolved, and they would rather fight it out than simply let it lie and rest, basically. So if they want to fight, it's going to happen. The U.S. can try to put an end to it, but it's only temporary at best.
Yeah, I would have to be honest with y'all here. This one is quite interesting, to say the least, and I'll be honest with y'all. with the Cambodians lying this badly at this point, this is going to turn into a war. The Thai are not going to accept this, and they are going to, of course, start their airstrikes like they did last time after the Cambodians start larger conflicts along the border once more. Still, a lot of people are talking about this because this has been a significant upset, at least for the current U.S. foreign policy strategy, which is to force a ceasefire no matter what, and like it never happened. So generally, Matthew, what are people thinking about that sort of foreign policy approach?
All right. So right now, the U.S. kind of does have pie on its face because the Cambodian, I believe even the U.S. president attended, I believe he attended the signing, if I have that proper and if I have that correct. So yeah, he did attend the signing. So right now, this is somewhat embarrassing because like always, he kind of counted their chickens before their eggs hatched, basically. And we're back, they've halted the ceasefire and now they're back to fighting on the border, which is basically back to square one entirely after all that effort. So what happens now? 45% said the U.S. cannot broker a new peace, while 28% said it's a 50-50 chance of peace, and 16% said the U.S. can broker a new peace. And the peace that was brokered has been halted. It was halted by, I believe, both sides, and neither side is willing to agree to the ceasefire terms anymore. That's because both sides are accusing each other of causing new tensions and new escalations, and it's essentially out of control at this point. So the U.S. would be wise to take a step back and get out of this situation. It was great they attempted to bring it to an end, and it looked like they had for a minute. I was getting somewhat convinced that maybe I was wrong, and maybe they had brought it to an end, but you know, our initial assessment was correct. There's underlying issues here, underlying tensions between those two countries, and those have to be resolved first before possible. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I'm with the 46%. The United States cannot broker a new peace between Thailand and Cambodia. I'll be entirely honest with y'all. I don't know why in the world we're acting like we have to go around and broker a peace everywhere on the planet. I don't really know if the president knows this, and I don't mean to say this in any sort of a way like we're chastising anyone here, but some people just want to kill each other, you know, like just being completely honest here. There are a lot of people in the world that got a bone to pick with each other, and they're not going to let that bone rest until the other one's dead. That's just the truth of it. Thailand and Cambodia is like any other country out there in the world right now. It's completely over the other, and the other has no choice but to accept it. That's the only way that there's going to be a peace with them. Get them into a negotiated ceasefire and then a peace treaty, because this is exactly what's going to happen. So it's going to happen anyways. I just don't know why in the world the president has this idea that coming in like Kylie Jenner with a Pepsi can and handing it to the riot police is going to end the riot or something. That's not how the world works. The world is a very nasty place, and foreign policy is a nasty business. Sometimes the best outcome is the worst outcome, at least from what people would think. The best thing, honestly, for these two countries to do is duke it out. And then at that point, we pick a side. That's really the only thing we have left at this point. We would obviously pick the Thai side. We want to be aligned with the Thai. They are largely purchasers of U.S. weapons, at least historically. And on top of that, they're also the more economically substantial country between the two. And not only that, they're more Western aligned than us. We just got to let them duke it out. The Thai will eventually take the prey of a hard temple and start again in the future because the Cambodians won't accept that they lost the temple, and they'll start up the fight again to try and retake it. But there's really no way to end this thing because the fight here, like the fight right here between Thailand and Cambodia, it's the same fight that we see in the Middle East. Who in the Middle East? Who in the world owns Israel? Is it the Palestinians? Is it the Israelis? Who is it? And the fights will keep alive well into the future. And they both want to still own that land. So they're going to keep fighting and dying. One of the groups is weakened so significantly they can't really fight any longer and they just have to give up. That's how it's a peace within this area. We ought to just let them go at it, back the side that we would naturally back, and then watch what happens. And if it goes our way, it goes our way. And if it doesn't go our way, well, that was unfortunate. But I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, bit, especially from inside of Europe, which we're quickly going to be working our way back towards. But before we get on into all of that news, I did want to take a quick little moment to be able to speak to each of y'all, at least here for a second, and answer a couple of questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, I got to say, just a note for you, Enforcer, do not drink the coffee during the stream. That has been a huge mistake tonight. I've been struggling over here after drinking the coffee the entire stream. I've been sipping it throughout, you know, in between not talking. Bad idea. Very bad. Not a good idea. I'm never doing that again. But jumping into our first super chat here, this one goes to none other than, guess who? It is Bobby, who's also known as LC39A. He puts a very generous $100 support yet again for the very, I think, like, I can't keep track of how many times it's been now, but thank you very much, Bobby, for that huge support once again, and once again, helping to keep us on the air in a massive big way. And Bobby said, everyone loves payday, and your payday is almost every day, LOL.
And I gotta say, Bobby, that is true because of folks like you. I gotta thank you massively for that support on Matthew and my behalf, because you help us to be able to keep our lights on and buy those, Matthew hit it, $5 Costco chickens. Man.
Oh, yes.
Man, I gotta be honest with you, Bobby. You're one of the folks who helps us to make that possible. For your support tonight, because you're once again helping this channel to keep on running and helping us to keep this show on air. A large number of people. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that next one. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And also, what are you laughing at?
Very PG about the coffee thing, by the way. I think people are reading way too deep into that. It's simply when you drink coffee, like I'm like, my mouth's dry. I'm sitting here like, what's going on? I'm like, the coffee. I'm just the air out here because of that coffee. So that's what I was talking about. Everybody's like reading way too deep into that. It's nothing like that at all, like in the live chat. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Daryl Barkhouse, and thank you very much, Daryl, for that very generous $75 support as well. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Daryl said, "Are you fully unpacked in your new homes?" And I can say for me, Daryl, I am fully unpacked. So. And
dang,
now I'm coughing too. I'm dying. I'm struggling. I'm. Come on, do you not know what you're doing? But honestly, though, I'm fully unpacked, and also I'm in the actual sofa. Didn't have that before. We have that now, so I'm getting there. But thank you, Daryl. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you amazingly for the support, Daryl. And the answer is mostly yes and somewhat no. Pretty much everything that I need to be able to function on a day-to-day has been unpacked, because it's stuff I don't need for studio stuff. And two, some stuff hasn't been unpacked because it's just hobby stuff and it doesn't really matter too much to get it unpacked immediately. So mostly, pretty much everything's been unpacked except for the hobby stuff, which is still sitting way downstairs.
Together.
Helping this channel to keep on running and asking a great question. I got to be honest with you. I got to be honest with y'all, folks. Salt Lake City is a step above Alabama by a long shot. You know something that's crazy, folks? When you drive around Salt Lake, that's not real. Another thing that's also really crazy about Salt Lake City is in Alabama, unfortunately. And I got to say this, folks. I got to be honest with y'all. I really wish that Alabama was nicer. Like, I would be honest with y'all. I really don't have a bone to pick with Alabama. Alabama is actually a fairly pretty state, and I think that it's actually quite nice looking. The problem is, though, is that there's just nothing there. Like, it's basically like the local economy is mostly died off, and really the only thing left is the industrial side of things, but it isn't making enough money to carry the whole thing along, and that's kind of the problem. And I just wish that that would change, because honestly, I would most likely move back to Alabama if it had as much to do as Salt Lake City. Because Salt Lake City's got so much to do, folks. Like, I was looking around today in my free time while I was trying to run some errands to cook some food today. Different stores, and pretty much every storefront is full, which is crazy. That's unheard. That's not even heard of in Alabama. Like, most of them would be empty. And I was just like, that is crazy. Someone say it's the most boring place I've ever lived. Alabama or Utah? I'm curious. Like,
I think it's dangerous. And when you leave your house, you're not sure if you're going to make it back, because you might get shot on the streets or something back in Alabama. So it's better to me having it boring. I would much rather have it boring and nice and calm than chaotic and crazy.
Yeah, maybe so. A little ways to get somewhere. And it was really cool. Although, honestly, though, there was this one stop that we went to, and there was this guy who was hacking like he had gotten tuberculosis and he was dying out there. And that was a little bit something. But that was like the most wild thing of the day. And that in Alabama would have been nothing. Like, that would have been the smallest thing that happened in the day. Like, there would have been a lot of other crazy stuff that would have happened. So,
Funny major.
I'm really happy out here. I think this is a great place to be. And also, Nerdo said it's Alabama that's the most boring state. He said he loves Utah. So yeah, you know, like, honestly, like, I hate to say it because I have a decent amount of friends in Alabama. We have a lot of friends that are still there. and they are great, wonderful folks. But then if you like, once you get done working like we do every night, there's nothing to do. And that's just the saddest thing, because there's nothing to get out and really go see. There, they're like, at least in Birmingham, Alabama, there was one road, which is Highway 280, and if you're not on Highway 280, there's literally nothing at all. So there was just that one highway, and that was it. And there was nothing else rather than fast food and car washes on that highway. So generally, very happy with where we're at right now. But I got to thank you so much once again for support, and we have generally unpacked at least at this point. And so with that, it is time for us to move on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news for the night. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, and this one goes to none other than Hokey Redneck, and he puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Hokey, for that $50 support right there. And he said in the live chat, he said, Matt has 4 wives. And I said, I get no respect. I'm working on 5. Okay, I'm working on 5. But anyways, joking. But Hokey said, who has more oil? Is it Canada, Russia, or the United States?
It's actually the United States of America by far. The United States of America produces the most oil, and we also have the most crude oil in storage. So we are by far the oil kings of the world. And so I hope that does address that well. And a huge thanks to you once again for the support. And also, I got to say, folks, great question, by the way. I've actually been enjoying a great restaurant chain out here. Many of y'all may know it as Five Guys Burgers and Fries, but here in Salt Lake City, Utah,
That's Wildin' right there. That's Wildin' out.
Man, you got to admit, though, that was pretty smooth, though. I mean, like, it was seamless.
Man, that's Wildin' right there. I tell you, that's crazy talk.
But I gotta
crazy
be,
work.
I gotta be honest with y'all. Five Guys Burgers and
Utah.
Fries is pretty good. I mean, like, it's like Wig is something y'all gotta try if y'all come out here. Like, I thought it was a joke. Like, before we went to it, really good stuff. So if y'all ever come through the Salt Lake City area, y'all have got to come through and try out the swigs. They're pretty cool. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into the rest of the news. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support, Hokey Redneck, and helping this channel to keep on running, along with everyone else who is supporting this channel and going out of their way to. Nobody has to support the channel, but the folks who go out of their way to support the channel help us to make this thing possible and pretty much help us to be able to make a living for our news for the night. Moving on to the Republic of India, we have been able to hear of heavier air activity around the border with Pakistan, which is suggesting to us that air operations may be coming here within the future, and the tensions are, of course, rising between the two countries, most likely as a result of the New Delhi and Islamabad explosions, which happened one day after the other. Moving on out of that area and into the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have now been able to hear that Tehran's reservoirs are down to an estimated 9 days of drinking water. President Masoud Pezeshkian has warned that without rain, a full evacuation of the capital, home to 10 million people, may be necessary. So,
Rumor has it that they've resorted to the old-fashioned rain dance to see if they can get the rain to come back again. But also, rumor has it that's not Iran, Tehran. That's crazy. Like, I'm having a hard time processing that.
And that's when their leader
I'm gonna be
is
honest, it's really crazy that they're that close to just completely running out of water. But you know something else, Matthew? I've actually heard that there was a wise philosopher in Iran called Toto. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, I think I've heard of him. I think isn't that the fellow that went down that helicopter crash? You know, helicopter.
No. That's the guy who actually said that it's not going to rain in Iran because the rains are down in Africa.
Oh,
you get it, right? Toto, the rains down in Africa, bless the rains in Africa, all that stuff. You know, like the song. Like you get it,
yeah.
Oh, no.
God, it fell flat. Oh no! Oh no, man! At least some people in the chat got it. Some people got it in the chat. Thank God. Thank God. I thought I was going crazy there, folks. I thought that joke made no sense at all. Thank the Lord it made sense. But anyways, moving on from that, now the Islamic Republic of Iran. I just got so scared that joke literally fell flat to everyone, Matthew. I was like, oh my God, no. I was like, I didn't just like flop a whole joke.
I'll be honest with you. When you were saying Toto the whole time, I was imagining like a toilet in my mind. Like when you're saying Toto, you know, like Toto toilets. I was imagining that. I was like, what's he like? Where's this going? Like, is he gonna make a bathroom joke? I'm like, where's this going? Oh, you're talking about the song though. You're talking about this. I'll be honest with you. I know I'm gonna get hate for this, but I've seen this song. I've seen the name. I don't know anything about this band. I don't know anything about the song. I don't know anything about anything.
Man, dang. But anyways, moving on from that and on up into the Turkish C-130J story, we were able to hear that the flight data recorders from the C-130 crash have been recovered today. So they're going to be getting to the bottom of why the crash occurred. Here is the clips that we did not show yesterday of the crash that occurred yesterday. Here's the clips. We can see what appears to be the main fuselage section venting fuel and spiraling in a flat spin to the ground, along with an additional fuselage section which is free falling over to the left.
That is crazy. I heard that they got the black boxes out of it at least.
Yes, they did. And we also got another clip here. Now, what's interesting about this is that this is a very good close-up, and we can see that the entire fuselage, except for the area near to the wing roots, has ripped off. And now let me show you all what I'm talking about here, at least from a top-down of a C-130. Top-down. Top view. There we go. That's what we're looking for. So this is a C-130 from a top-down view. Let me try and get the best-looking one that we can get. This is a decent enough approximation. So if you look at this, you can actually see here the main wing spars and wings are still connected along with all four engines, although one of them looks like they may be missing a propeller, but still, everything ahead of that and behind that, as far as the fuselage goes, is gone. We don't know what happened to those parts of the aircraft. It looks like at least some of it was free falling off to the left, but we don't know why the fuselage disintegrated in flight, but the central area of the fuselage near to the wings remained intact. And we can also see that it is venting fuel out of the side of the wings as it's free falling.
That's just crazy. Like, just looking at that footage there. To me, my
been
hunch is
those
still
that
some
right.
type of shoot down. That's my hunch. I saw a lot of people speculating that maybe it was some type of poor maintenance or something that maybe caused the tail just to snap off. I just don't see that theory being true, though. I think it was shot down.
It's very mysterious, especially with how
Yeah,
the plane
that
broke
was
up in
that
flight
broke.
like that. And now we can see the fuel explosion coming from the central area of the fuselage, which still had some fuel within it. But just
Some people were saying maybe
Don't
there was an
know,
explosion
okay.
on board. That's better. That's a better theory than just snapping apart, just randomly.
Yeah.
That seems like, plausibly it could have been carrying things that were flammable or explosive since it was a military aircraft. So maybe something ignited inside and then maybe caused it to split apart. That would be more violent.
Fuselage in front of the wings and everything behind the wings sheared clean off.
Yeah,
While the
you would
fuselage
expect that
around the
to
wing
be the back.
spars remained intact, which is very bizarre looking. I just don't really know how it broke apart like that.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Like, it's very weird, very suspicious.
Yeah, it's just the wildest thing, honestly. Anyways, moving on from that bit of news and on into the rest of the news that we have from around the world, we've also been able to get some news out of Washington today, here in the United States. One, we have been able to hear that according to the Secretary of State, which we will not be able to play the clip, we'll just read the quote, the Chinese are undertaking the most rapid military buildup in human history, and part of that is their expansion of their nuclear capabilities. I think everybody's concerned about that. So generally showing that the United States is greatly concerned about the Chinese being an open risk and threat to national security for the United States. We've also been able to hear that U.S. troops are not liable in the deadly strikes on alleged drug trafficking boats in Latin America, a new classified Justice Department memo announced, according to the Washington Post. Moving on out of all that news here in the United States and back towards Europe, we have also been able to hear of an incident that occurred today on the SCNF, or the French National Railways. The French, much like many countries in Europe, actually operate a nationalized railway system. So in America, many of y'all will be familiar with the name exist in France, Germany, or many other countries in mainland Europe. They actually have a nationalized railroad company that does all passenger and freight operations. And in France, that would be SNCF. SNCF apparently had an incident that was reported last night just north of the Gare du Nord station within northern Paris, somewhere within the extensive rail yards north of the station. Apparently, a train carrying a convoy of Leclerc main battle tanks, pictured here, had a drone fly over it while it was near to the area. And apparently, the Mulhouse police station officers tried to track the device near the Gare du Nord where the tanks were parked. The drone remains unidentified and unfound, but the situation is once again another national security scare for another European country on the mainland. Now, for this first time, the Republic of France. This is something that we don't really know how the French are going to react to it. We do know that many countries have stated that they will shoot down the drones when spotted, but none of them have shot them down so far. We are believing that the French may not be able to shoot the drone
Is
down
a
because they
joke.
haven't been able to find them. And also on top of that,
It's the French.
the
They'll
French
wave
may
the white
also
flag
have a
before they
greater
actually shoot
issue
one down,
in
probably.
giving the orders to shoot down, as well as usually their rules of engagement, even in war, are fairly laborious and quite lengthy to follow through with to even get the orders to fire. So moving on from that situation and on out of France, we are now going to be moving on over and into because we have a load of news that came out of Russia today and Ukraine and the war in Ukraine. So without further ado, let's get into it. Moving on down into the border areas in the Belgorod Oblast, we were able to see an explosion in Belgorod at the village of Nikolskoye. Following a drone strike, locals reported a powerful explosion just before the blaze, which would suggest that it may have been a munitions depot. The smoke is thick and black, however, which also would lead us to believe it may not be a munitions depot. But still, the fact that the civilians reported that it was an incredibly loud and violent explosion will lead us to believe that some form of munitions or fuel was stored within the area. Moving on out of Nikolskoye and Belgrade, and further on down the way, we also were able to hear of drone incursions here, there, and everywhere, as drone threats were reported in Belgrade, Voronezh, Lipetsk, Oriol, Tula, Kaluga, Ulyanovsk, Nizhny Novgorod, Penza, Saratov, Volgograd, Lord of the Rings, in the temporarily occupied Crimea, and in the Kuban. So basically everywhere. It happened, at least within the areas that the drone incursions had been reported in. Look at that little explosion there.
That's a big one, actually.
But a little one in the sense that it's nostalgic. It reminds us of the good... I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. The Russians just never have good days. They just never do.
It's a tough day to be a Russian. Honestly, it feels like it could be every day. It could be a tough day to be a Russian.
You know, I'll be honest with you, man. I think the Russians were having tough days before this war even started, just living in Russia.
Honestly, I think you could be right.
Man, honestly, what fucked up, man. But moving on out of that news from that area of Feodosia and further on north into the port of Berdyansk within occupied Ukraine, we also got to see heavy air defense fire within this area. Take a look at that tracer fire. Take a look at this. Once again, more heavy air defense fire around Berdyansk. But that's the end of the clip right there. And still, quite interesting to note, it does appear that the Ukrainians are slamming those locations heavily. And also, I have to check this really quickly, folks, because I have been actually given a fair correction in the chat by a channel legend, Richard Minierin, who said that, to the Enforcer official, it was not in Paris, but at the Gare du Nord in Mulhouse, east of France, near the German border. And let me check that really quickly, because when I was trying to find the Gare du Nord, the only result I could find was in Paris, but I actually was seeing that that would be somewhat odd that that was the case. So let's see if we can find this, Gare du Nord, in Mulhouse. So let me, Gare du Nord, Mulhouse. Let's see if we can find that here. And is this near? This is near to the German border. I'm going to have to give an official retraction on air, and a huge shout out to Richard Minierin, who just helped us to be able to properly geolocate that. Apparently, it was not the Gare du Nord in Paris. It was actually the Gare du Nord here near Mulhouse in France, which I actually thought that Mulhouse was a specific arrondissement of Paris when I was trying to research that earlier. So a huge thanks and shout out to Richard Minierin. This rail yard right here within the Gare du Nord in Mulhouse, near to the German-French border, or the Franco-German border, better way to put it. So with that, we are going to be moving on. Once again, huge shout out to Richard Minierin for fact-checking us live on air so we can clarify that mistake that was made earlier in the stream. And moving on from that and out of the attacks that the Ukrainians conducted on the Russians within the south, we now have to move up to Bryansk, to where we also were able to see Russian logistics.
Wolfman, half cyborg thing at the beginning right there. That was impressive. Look at that. Look at that thing. Half wolf, very wealthy skull man. To be having those nods like that.
You best start living in believing in a retirement fund, boy. You're in one. The night vision like that, the nods can pretty much be a retirement fund in their own way.
Basically, yeah. Oops.
Man, le oopsie daisy.
And look at this. This vehicle didn't stand a chance. And look at this vehicle. This vehicle here is casually driving down the road, but little do they know that they got caught lacking in 260p.
Man, look at that.
Oh, that thing's literally burned to a crisp. Look, it's just a shell left, a metal shell.
Man, a little cooked out van. Man, that thing is cooked, blood. We can also see them here hitting a little truck with a deflated tire. And now they're flying it over, doing a little victory lap here.
Proper research department, if they could come up with a viable way to either jam, destroy, or deflect these Ukrainian drones with some type of electronic warfare system, the Ukrainians would be in some deep trouble if they were able to do that. They better be very thankful the Russians are broke and they don't have any really good engineers on the job, basically, because if the main way Ukraine launches their attacks against the Russians when they're advancing is with drones, and that would extremely badly hamper the Ukrainians a lot.
Man, it would. Thank God the Russians are broke ass poor.
Honestly, man, thankful that they're broke.
Man, and we can see another drone coming down on that Lada Niva. You can always tell a Lada Niva because they're the hatchback ones. And also I saw Tom Exman say they had, Matt, both sides now use fiber optics. Fiber optics are only used in limited scenarios. Still, we commonly see that the wireless connection drones are fairly used, heavily as a matter of fact, and fiber optics are used a good amount, and of course the videos of the fiber optic cables scattered all across the fields would make you believe that it's the only drone used. But generally, for maneuverability reasons, the non-fiber optic drones are still used as the large majority of drones in the war.
Yeah, I think most of these we're watching the video here. I think most of these are the wireless type because if you notice at the top left corner, I think that's the signal or the connection data up there at the top left.
Well, you can also tell that they're non-fiber optic type because these are losing signal as they're getting closer to the ground, which is showing that it's a wireless connection, as fiber optic drones are never affected by altitude.
Indeed.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you see that? Dude, that little drone was hanging on there. Look at that. Bro, look at that thing. That one apparently failed. They tried to blow it up and it didn't explode, so they sent a second one to go blow it up.
That's what I call finishing the job right.
Man, and now they're going on down on a Buhanka to round this whole thing out. A great way to finish this thing up. Well, moving on from that and on into the rest of our news for the night and on down into the Ukrainian front lines, we were able to see some very interesting location unknowns. First, we were able to hear that Ukraine is apparently going to be deploying the world's first drone wall, an innovative air defense system developed by the French company Atrid. If I'm pronouncing that correctly, I know I'm not. It consists of dozens of small drones that create a flying minefield in the sky to destroy enemy kamikaze drones, and in the future, even aerial-guided bombs. Now that is innovation, if I've ever heard of it. And from the French, nonetheless. That's really something right there. Huge shout out to the French for coming up with a really interesting weapon system. Moving on from that, we also got to see the Ukrainians shooting down a Shahed with class with an M134 minigun. This is something you don't commonly see out there. I think he got him.
Damn. I feel like Vietnam, like coming on or something like that. Yeah, don't you?
Honestly, man, this felt like World War I to me, man. This looked like a view of like one of those BEA 5s doing like the Airco DH1s, like in the dog. I got to show you what I'm talking about there. The Airco DH1. Yeah, there it is. This thing. The Airco. Let me see if I can get a clearer picture of a replica or something.
They
Because
had a minigun on this thing?
they didn't have a minigun, but the POV felt like it was from an Airco. So what this thing is, here's a colorized picture of it. What this thing was, it was a pusher plane, meaning that the propeller was in a pusher configuration instead of a pulling configuration. So what they would do is that they would give the front co-pilot here, which was in the front seat, they would give him a machine gun on a swivel, on a mount. And he would be able to engage German aircraft at pretty much any angle. This was a very early war biplane, by the way. These were replaced towards the end of 1915, but they were really cool. And honestly, this view right here, man, looking at it from the side, like for some reason to me, man, it made me think of like one of those like the gunners on an Airco, and he like swiveled the machine gun to look to the left of the plane, and he just started shooting at the Shahed. That's what I was thinking of, honestly.
This would be a perfect video right here for that Vietnam era song, the one about the senator's son or whatever, to come on the video. That would be like a perfect track for this one.
You mean the son of the fortunate?
That could be it. Yeah, yeah. I think that is it.
It's Fortunate Son. I was playing around with you. The son of the fortunate. It's Fortunate Son, but that's the one. But still. I mean, that's just wild, you know, just unloading into a Shahed with a minigun. That's actually pretty cool. But moving on from that and Snoopy's adventures in the Red Baron, we also were able to see the Rush for the Records, as Kiev Independent did not publish their own individual casualty report today. According to Ms. Disa, keeper of the records, these are estimates of Russia's combat losses according to the Armed Forces of Ukraine as of the 12th of November of 2025, day 1,358. Except for tanks, these are close to the current daily averages. And +1 Bombcat for Enforcer Matt.
Oh, hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this gift, Ukraine. I thank you so much for this gift. This is a fantastic day for us all. Thank you so much, Ukraine, for coming through and hitting one more Bobcat, one more skid steer, one more piece of equipment. Thank you so much.
Look, Jack, you gotta understand. When they hit those Bobcats, they cause a lot of damage. They really hurt. They go, ouch, stop hitting me, and then they get hit again. But anyways, beyond that, the casualty report of the day is as follows. 1,000 troops wounded and killed, 3 armored personnel carriers, 13 artillery pieces, 1 MLRS, 1 air defense system, 162 drones, 87 supply trucks, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. All in all, it was a pretty decent day, and we love to see it. Moving on from that, and on into the front lines. It's now time for us to get to the business. First off, up in the area of Kupiansk, we were able to see the Ukrainians taking out the boats that the Russians are using to cross the Oskol River. Oh, those Russians trying to cross that Oskol.
Are you saying Oscar?
Oskol.
Oskol?
Yeah, Oskol with an L.
I was about to say Oscar seemed like an odd name for a river for this region.
Man. Honestly, that would be kind of weird to have a river just named Oscar. That's like naming a river Jim.
He's dead, Jim.
Damn it, Jim, I'm a river and not a creek. Or something. And, oh, man. Captain, I'm giving it out, she's got. My acting skills aren't that great. Or something. And, man, and
yeah, something, you Spock.
Okay, you almost walked yourself right in. Then you walked right out. I was gonna be like, whoa, Jack, whoa. But
man, they were getting crazy on Spock. I'm not gonna lie. Like I know it's just obviously it was cartoon fun, but I mean they were going crazy on Spock. I mean there was some real problem going on there.
Man, honestly, man, I got to be honest with y'all. When y'all watch the original series over again after the first watch, I didn't really realize it when I was a kid, but really no one on there had good acting skills, to be entirely honest with y'all. Like, it felt like amateur hour. Like, the Next Generation was the real deal. Everyone on the Next Generation seemed to be really good actors, at least in my opinion. The original series was pretty sketchy at times. Like, they really were just like reading the lines and putting no acting into it at all. But anyways, moving on from that and down in the Lehman direction, we also get to see the 8th Special Operations Forces Regiment infiltrating the Russian lines and clearing them out. You can hear the sound of nature. Oh, is that the crack of rifle fire? Oh, is that an explosion? Oh, is that machine gun fire? Are they clearing out Russian positions? Oh, they are.
hot smoking like hell in there.
Man, call this bunker Mark Zuckerberg because there's smoke in the. They're plugging the merch.
Oh, They found a
passport,
honestly,
a Bible, a
radio.
Baofeng, and a letter.
Yeah, that's a real big find right there. Big catch.
Man, that was a big haul, but it did confirm that Russians were in the outpost. Well, big shout out to the 8th SOF Regiment. They did great work today in the Lehman front. And moving on from that area and on down into the Battle of Pokrovsk, which is where pretty much all of our combat footage is coming from these days, we were able to see some Akhmat Chechens driving down the road. Safety challenge impossible.
Are those mines?
Yes.
Oh my
TM62s to be precise. You know the firepower of a single TM62, don't you? I mean, we've watched them go. There's a dozen of them here in this one spot. So, if they fall off the motorcycle or accidentally run over one of these, they're going to be in they're going to be in whatever version of the afterlife they've got. So there they go, driving right through them.
The modern day Chechen evil and evil.
I don't even know how it happens, but the Chechens somehow can make every single thing unsafe, including driving down a street with a motorcycle. I don't know how they always do it, but it's like the Akhmat Chechens are like the lemmings of Russia. They find a way to die in the dumbest of ways, and they almost died here. But moving on out of that clip and on up into the areas closer to the front, we did get to see some Russian trucks getting hit by the Fighting 93rd's FPV drones. Take a little gander at this. Is that a motorcycle? Oh, is that a moped?
Very unfortunate. It looks like this thing was waiting on this guy.
Very unfortunate for sure. Oh man, it's picking up speed. Ooh, oh my goodness. And now they're doing a rapid montage. What is that? Oh, it was VTR.
It looked like a thing for a minute.
Man, honestly, I was like, what in the world? But moving on from that clip from the rear line, now it's time for us to get on up towards the front. We did get to see the, hold up here. Oh, that's a duplicate. Sorry, everyone. We'll have to delete that. That's actually from Lehman. Moving on down into the city of Pokrovsk, we did get to see the 425th Scala Regiment doing a little bit of building clearing within the north of Pokrovsk. Take a little look. Oh, we're going to have to mute that.
Man, they call him a Scala because he got that brain.
Man, they call him a Scala because they about to scald the Russians' ass. Man, like, honestly, like, respectfully.
They're taking the Russians to the clinic today.
Man, they about to give the Russians that chopped cheese.
He said, look here, you can see that we're taking them out one by one. Here, take a look. Look at this.
He's like, look, take a look.
Compete for Medyar spot.
He needs a car antenna. Like, he needs a car antenna for that.
So that'll, like, raise your XP a little bit.
Oh, this guy is trash talking the Russian is like stupid and fat or something like that. The Russians are like, not my mama, like, dude, and then they hit him with a drone strike. Oh my goodness.
Man, you're not gonna talk about my mama.
Man, I remember Pacific Ocean, man. He went off about that, about the Keebler elf talking about his mom. That is a very deeply ingrained inside joke that Matthew and me have from middle school folks. If you don't know who Keebler elf and Pacific Ocean are, that is a story for a whole other time. But we can see the 425th Scala here continuing to do their work.
You're not going to talk about my mama. As they'll be the exact same ones that go home and cuss their mama out that same day. But dang it, you better not talk about their mama.
Man, honestly, man, that's deep. Man, it's the problem with the youths these days, honestly, man. I mean, it's crazy, man, for real.
Look at these Ukrainians creeping. Look at them.
Man, the guys in the Scala are like, this is another Wednesday.
And they're moving like they got that motion like Scalas out here. Look at them, the way they academically enter that building.
Oh, bleh! This guy's on the intercom with him going, hey, you suck, why don't you get good? He's like, no, your mama! And then the Ukrainians hit him with a grenade.
Ukrainians are going to give him that pop quiz on the spot.
Oh, here comes the Ukrainians. They're coming in to put in the work.
There's the scholars. Look at that other guy chugging that.
Dang, he was chugging that
Damn,
Red
bro,
Bull.
He's chugging that Red Bull.
My
Like,
God.
dang, he wasn't playing. He just up that thing. He just, dang. Look, he's wiping it off. He's scratching. He's got
Man.
the caffeine scratches.
Man, minus 2 years on his life expectancy from that much caffeine in 2 seconds. Jeez.
Man, bottoms up. Jeez, he started scratching. Like, so I tell you what, I've seen people scratching like that before. They was on something different, though. It wasn't caffeine.
Man, honestly, that's real. Like, that's real. Oh, and the Russian, he's still there. He's still there. Oh, and they got him. Oh, and the second one went in. And then they gave their post-game report. They said things went well. You know, all that business. But anyways, with that, that's the end of that clip. And moving a little bit further on up into the area outside of Pokrovsk for the Ukrainians trying to get into the city, this guy engaged a Russian drone and took it down. Riding in on that ATV. Oh, it looks like
the Ukrainians, right?
Yeah, this is the Ukrainians.
I'm about to say, this is way too nice of an ATV side-by-side for the Russians to have it.
Dude, honestly, man, the Russians couldn't even comprehend something like this. The only thing they get are those Desert Cross, Baofeng little ATVs, and that's it.
Yeah.
And now this guy, he's getting ready to grease a drone. Oh, and there we go. He got it.
That's impressive. Well, the
And
red
now
dot.
Yeah, and he's back on the way. He immediately starts moving again.
He's like on a shotgun skeet course or something. The way he's driving around and taking these things down. Oh, look, he just drove right past it too.
Man, he styled on that thing. He said, "Get the hell out of here, trash!" And then he just drove right by it. But moving on from that clip and on out of the area at Pokrovsk, the battlefield situation today, folks, is practically the same as it was yesterday. So there isn't really a lot of frontline analysis needed there. Situation is the same as it was before. Moving on from that and on up into the area of northwestern Ukraine, we have been able to see that the Ukrainians have been fortifying the Rivne nuclear power plant with a second layer of protection, as they are starting to become concerned that the Russian Federation may possibly launch an attack against the Rivne nuclear power plant. This has led a lot of people.
That is fascinating that they're deciding to fortify this specific nuclear plant.
Yeah, that is a little bit odd. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that actually?
So right now, like we did see there in the video, Ukraine has begun preparing the Rivne nuclear power plant for possible strikes. So might Russia actually hit it? Because it seems like Ukraine believes something might be about to happen, but once again, we have very little details on it. So 67% said yes, Ukraine must know something's about to happen in that nuclear plant, while 15% said no, Ukraine is simply adding defenses, and 12% said it seems like a 50-50 chance that Russia could target the plant. So honestly, I'll say this. If Russia was going to do something to a nuclear plant, they have the Zaporizhzhia plant under their control. So they could stage something there if they were going to try to do something. So I'm not sure why Ukraine's suddenly preparing the Rivne plant for strikes. It seems like Ukraine might know something, but it's just simply, we don't have enough information. Right now, we're just going off. What say you?
I would have to say that I'm with the 67%. I would have to say the Ukrainians must know something is up, because why in the world would they fortify that nuclear power plant out of all of the others? That would be quite interesting, to say the least. I also have to give you all a little bit of breaking news myself, folks. I hate to tell you all this for our American viewers, but today is the day that the penny has died. Today is the last day that the penny is going to be minted at the U.S. Bureau of Printing and Engraving, and from this point forward, there will be no more pennies that will be minted for circulation in the United States of America, or anywhere for that matter. So, unfortunately, that just happened. I just saw that a second ago while Matthew was talking, and I gotta say, Matthew, I didn't really expect that one to come around the corner, did you?
No, I was expecting that one right there. You can expect more forms of currency probably to go by the wayside like that, as the U.S. probably makes a move to digital, I'd imagine.
I got to be honest with you, I think that that's absolutely ridiculous. It costs 4 cents to make a penny, but at the same time, I like the idea of keeping the penny around. But unfortunately, the penny just died. So the penny has been in circulation practically ever since we had standardized currency within the United States, which happened around the middle of the 1800s. And now we have officially killed off the penny as of today, this Wednesday, November 12th of 2025. So, with that, it is time for us to move on up into Kyiv on that unfortunate news and cover the speech from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of the war. So, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Здоров'я, шановні українці, українки. Сьогодні детально говорив з прем'єр-міністром України Юлією Свириденко. Перше, повинна бути максимальна чистота в енергетиці всіх процесів абсолютно, і кожне розслідування правоохоронців, антикорупціонерів я підтримую. Ми підтримуємо. І це абсолютно чітка та однакова для всіх позиція. Жодних схем. І добре, що Кабінет міністрів України надаватиме повне сприяння слідству і всім процесуальним судовим діям. Буде очищення та перезавантаження управління енергоатомом. Друге, я вважаю, що міністр юстиції та міністр енергетики не можуть залишатися на посадах. Це питання, зокрема, і довіри. Якщо є звинувачення, на них треба відповідати. Рішення про відсторонення від посади оперативне, найбільш швидке. Я попросив прем'єр-міністра України, щоб були заяви про відставку від цих міністрів. Я прошу депутатів Верховної Ради підтримати ці заяви. І далі все має вирішуватись в юридичній площині. Третє, міністрів України. І зараз всім в Україні надзвичайно складно проходити через відключення електрики, руські удари, втрати. Абсолютно ненормально, що при цьому в енергетиці ще якісь там є схеми. Я підпишу указ про застосування санкцій проти 2 людей, які фігурують у справі НАБУ щодо енергоатому. Зараз нам всім треба захистити Україну. Підставляти державу – значить відповідати за це. Порушувати закон – значить відповідати за це. Я хочу подякувати всім, хто з Україною. Я дякую всім, хто захищає нашу державу і українців. Слава Україні!
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on day 1357 of the news from around the world. And it is time for us to move on, folks, into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. Some folks say that we wine and dine in this segment. Other people say that it's a penny for your thoughts. We'll have to retire that statement because there are no more pennies.
What is up, boys and girls? Welcome back to another Aoki Tuber. Today, we're going to be playing some Swain because Rena Sasant has been apparently asking for it for a while on a daily basis. So we are going to be playing some Swain support. We do have a pretty rough lane. I think we need to play somewhat cautiously against a Pike, but he actually went electrocute, so it's a little less scary. But yeah, I just want to become a massive sucking machine that just floats into the entire center of the, you know, the whole enemy team and just zaps them. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, it's been a long time since we played some Swain, and I genuinely do really love this champion. Like, he's so unique. I think the rework they did on him, what was that, like 8 years ago, is just one of the best reworks they've ever done. It couldn't have been that long. How long was the Swain rework? It was probably like 5 years-ish, right? Ugh. Don't even want to think about it. Time keeps moving on, boys. Hit it. Ah, not finding that one. Okay, we do get hit by the hook, but that's okay. We still have the level 2 advantage. Swain is basically like an AP hook champion. You just kind of got to throw him. It's a numbers game. You're not going to land all of them, but kind of position and posture in ways that increases your chances. Like, I can look for her when she walks up for that one, maybe. Not quite finding it. She's a little smarter than most ADCs. I kind of need my, like, MF to walk up a little bit. Be a little braver. She's got full HP. Full HP and a potion and a biscuit and barrier. And it's like, I can only frontline so much, you know? Like, if I get hit by that, I have to literally flash and I still might die, man. Pike is very, very scary laner, but we will outscale. He's going to become nothing but a mosquito. While I will do nothing but get stronger. Oh no, she just needed to auto him one time, bro. Oh my gosh. Why are ADCs so scared, man? Yeah, instead of panic flashing, she should have just... It's okay, though. We got the Pike. Hard to focus the Pike, because he can just dip out and get his gray health back, but... If you can all in him, he's genuinely one of the squishiest champions in the entire game. And then when you get him below, like, half HP, he's kind of, like, forced to make a forced play, right? Better slowed. We just fight our way out of this. We just fight. Thank you. Just get the wave here. I'm dead. No! That's alright. Is it a Rylai's angle?
Seems
Is
interesting.
it here? We'll go Malignance.
Never played him.
Let's go all in on the suckability. It was good play though. I did what I could.
Even though
But
all
yeah,
the
guys,
characters.
hopefully you guys are enjoying your, I believe it's Wednesday, right? Yeah, Wednesday. We're halfway through the week. Wednesday used to be my absolute favorite day of the week because new comic books would come out on Wednesday.
They
I'm a
still
big
do.
fan.
Don't they?
Just don't call it hump day, man. That's cringe. Got him. Oh my lord. Okay, she's definitely diveable. And the fact that Pike is not bot makes me think that he's probably roaming. So we just want to zap this wave. Either want to dive her or walk up and like deny her everything here. Yeah. Alright, here's Pike. This is fine, As long as we don't take turret aggro, we're fine. Just had to throw the E just in case Jinx walked up. Because the only way my MF's gonna die is if they get their follow-up damage here. Gwen is there, so I need to kind of like try and get my Rengar out so he doesn't get collapsed on by 3 people. He's not going out, he just keeps going in. I mean, he's got a level advantage. I'm kind of down to fight this. We see Fizz is mid as well. We play for the jungle in this household. And if the jungle wants Gromp, the jungle is getting Gromp. Baby, we play for jungle in this house. Got him? Zapped him? Okay, this laning phase is a lot more exciting than I thought it would be. The Fizz is missing. But I'm gonna be real, he can't kill both of us. Maybe he can kill both of us if he sharks me there. Alright, we chillin'. Cassiopeia gets to farm some free plates in a wave. Fizz gets an inevitable kill. It is what it is. Alright, actually, I should probably be going into Leandry's, right? Nah, let's do Malignance. Let's do some Maligma. Please listen to pings, guys. I mean, pings can only get you so far, right? Like, there are just some inevitable plays that happen. Like, when you have a play that lasts that long under bot lane turret, you get, like, sucked into the play. It's not like you can just, like, oh, play, right? Like, you may be literally in the middle of a fight that you can't get out of. Alright, we just want to shove. Want to get them under their turret because Pyke is a really, really strong roamer, and I'm never going to be able to match those roams. So instead of trying to match them, what we do is we just farm plates, threaten dives. Just completely pull Jinx out of the game if he does choose to roam. And if he doesn't choose to roam, that's totally fine, because I don't think he can kill us. Oh, that's interesting. Sit the Pyke. He eat and flashed. No, she's gonna run out of it. Oh my god. That's crazy. Oh, I love ADCs so much, man.
Oliver,
right, well, I'm actually cut it out.
Okay.
Not the worst at all. Once again, we pulled another laner into our lane. We traded some kills. We got Pyke's flash, which it's super nice to have that down. I'm chilling, man. The Jinx getting the reset out of my my Sucktron 9000 was kind of unfortunate, but shit, you're leashing it. I might W in case he decides to flash. Oh my lord, I love my team. I love my team. What a crazy freaking collapse. MF, tisk tisk on you leashing that for them though. I think this is a Swain carry bot lane, so I'm just gonna take the wave. MF won't even care. She won't even mind. Honestly, I feel like this is probably just a dive. Baby. That panic flash though. She flashed away from their turret and then immediately was like, yeah, I should probably go back to that thing. It's like the kid, it's like the 10-year-old kid that's like, I hate my parents, I'm gonna run away, and they pack a little knapsack, put it on a stick, and then walk outside their home, and it's like, oh wait, actually being homeless sucks, I should go back home. Oh god. ADCs, man, they crack me up, they really do. This game would not be the same without them, I can tell you that. Alright, let's go. Probably just Sork shoes, man. Now let's do Lucidity boots. I have another pretty reliable AP threat on my team through Cassiopeia, so I don't feel like I have to do all the AP damage. Better just get my pull on a lower cooldown, get my ulti on a lower cooldown. Alright, Pyke is top. Our Shin is probably dead, but he did get a kill 1v3. He's not dead. What a beast. I love Shin players. I'm gonna wait for a root. Nice. The W there. Not quite enough to save him, but should be able to kill her here. Zap, baby. Good stuff, good stuff. Let's get this in. Let's look to get first turret. Can we take the whole turret here? Probably not. Probably get it down to one plate though. Oh my god. Huh. I guess I probably should have expected the fizz rotation there. At least we get him. At least we get him. Then I'm gonna grab my tier 3 upgraded boots. Oh wait, this isn't even first turret. We've already gotten bot turret. What am I saying? Well, as always, guys, I want to remind you. First of all, I want to thank the people that watch the entire videos. I'm very gracious that you guys support my channel in that way. That is the fastest, freest, easiest way to support a channel. Is just give their videos 100% watch time. So thank you very much for those that do that. I see a lot of you guys making comments about it all the time. Much appreciated. I'm also very humbled and grateful that I make content that is worth your time. Like that's the only thing that I've ever tried to do is make sure that I'm not wasting your guys' time. So, yeah, anyways, I got all the sappy thank yous out of the way. Now sit there, shut up, and watch me play Swain. Let's look for a Diveroo. Oh, I did hit him. Oh, they're TPing into this too? Flashed. Uh-oh. Not good. Wow, that was an absolute disaster. There's a lot of really unfortunate things that happened there. It was a pretty forced play. Like, I don't really even see why we were going for that. Should definitely just be going for one of the two actual objectives. Let's try not to die of the slimiest bastard on the board, alright? Dang. Called him a slimy bastard. See if I can... Aw. Didn't even get a chance. We had dive angle. I'd have to look at it again. It was definitely like... It's a play that could go either way. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they went down to 10 HP several times, so... It's probably a play that could have worked, but... Sometimes you need to ask yourself, are these plays that even need to happen? Oh, free blue buff. Don't mind if I do buff. MF is doing some questionable stuff over there. I maybe trade a kill out of it. He's probably just gonna walk away here, isn't he? I don't know. I might go for a dive. I get spotted. He's too fast. He's too tanky. Swain don't. I mean, I have nothing really else to be doing, bro. You're not my mom. You can't tell me what to do. I'll make suspect dives if I want to. Oh my. Chenault. Keep the suck going. Ah, he queued out of it. Slimy bastard. Certainly he dies, right? Dude, are you joking me? This Fizz lives through everything, man.
Fizz live.
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oof.
Need some more of our damage here coming. Nice. Not bad, not bad. I got him slowed. He's dead. Whew. Crazy game, man.
Rough.
Crazy game. It's wild how close that fight was, considering they didn't even have their carry there. Uh-oh.
Character.
Uh-oh.
There's
It took
Fizz.
so long. He had just jumped like right here. Would have gotten Jinx's flash and then not died to Fizz. Guys, chill. Chill, 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 bro. Chill. Everybody needs to stop freaking out. It's a very close game. The team that freaks
18
out
minutes.
less is the team
Yeah,
that's going to win. This
he's right about that. Same with Bribe. Man, I feel like I freak out early on. But hopefully I can
Something tells me he didn't mean to all chat that. Like bugs. Alright, let's see if we can like get posted up and get ready for a team fight. Like around an actual objective, not just random random tower dives. Alright. Nice. Just suck him. Okay, I was worried I was gonna have to flash there. Bro. They are getting saved so many times. Oh, I'm dead here too, bro. Are you joking? Oh my god.
all of them are there.
Figured they would be bot side for this. Alt. Alt, bro. What are you? Oh my god. Oh boy. It's gonna be one of those games.
Yep. Ooh.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Not sure why we're top with Dragon spawning. Dragon wasn't spawning. Dragon is just now spawning. I'm on 2 items though. Should be in a relatively good spot here. We just need like to take one good fight together. Like seriously, we just won.
Yeah, they really haven't taken a full fight.
Dude, the range on my W is actually so absurd.
What is this W range?
Don't need our team here.
I hope, well, life on that dragon. These.
Fizz didn't die again, bro? Are you joking me? Are you kidding me? This guy lives with hope out of the gate. It's crazy. Just like
I do find it funny when people complain about others.
in the face with your Glock, man.
I mean, obviously, like a backseat game, and like, yeah, sure, you can see how things are moving around the map, kind of from far away, without the stress of the game.
You didn't, bro. You didn't. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everybody stop freaking
But
out.
in
It's
lane,
fine. It's
no,
fine.
I'm not.
Aggro the dragon. Put a little damage on Pike. Our assassin can't pick anything. I mean, that do kind of be true. Would be nice to have, like, the assassin threat that they have.
Actually, go for the dragon or no?
I wasted my flash, though, last round. Or last fight. Oh, boy. Wow. I like it when MF right clicks things.
He's dead from Gwen.
Oh, I'm so cooked.
Yep.
Everything's so cooked, bro. Our team is just worse than theirs, unfortunately. Dang, man. I don't know what's going on.
It's a long game.
No,
I got love.
question marking us now. It's all right. We can still win this. We can still win this. I need to get Morello's, or at least anti-heal. My Landry's done 2,000 damage. Malignant's done 2,000 damage. I feel like my jungler hasn't done 2,000 damage total.
There's the Rengar.
Kind of shits on ours. I hate it when people say, "What even is their comp?" Like I feel like he would not even be able to explain that. Like, what is their comp?
There's 2 top side.
All right. We should try to cheese Baron and burn it. That's what we should do. We should be like walking together looking for picks here. Get a pick and then try to do Baron off that. We're on a ward, guys.
Oh.
Like, I don't know. How can a Rengar not
Yikes.
Jinx like that? I don't know. Oh, we should like legitimately just. Oh, we pulled out Maokai ult. That's pretty good.
Oh.
Yeah, baby. Got her slowed. All right, we should literally Baron. We should literally just go Baron.
This is mid.
Holy God, they used everything on me and I still just lived. The power of Swain, baby. Now we should literally just try this. Just do it. Just do it. This is all our Hail Mary play, guys. Oh, baby. Don't get Jinx ulted. Don't get Jinx ulted. Nice. Okay.
Idea.
Okay, now we're back in it. Let's go. I think I need Zhonya's. Because if I got
Thought he was building
like that and
what?
Zhonya's, pull out a bunch of spells, Zhonya's, oh my God.
Anti.
We just win the entire game. That's the game plan, boys. Absorb as much as possible and keep sucking.
We are at war. Do not forget it.
Hopefully Shin is okay on his own down there.
Hopefully,
If
maybe.
he is not, that's okay. We can push mid to make up for it. Traded flashes with Jinx. Jinx has no flash from my Rengar now. She has no flash. Rengar, no flash on Jinx. Oh, buddy.
Sick.
I mean, we can't push.
Sleeping in the stroller next to me.
This is still bot. I can drop the W on him. Dude, there's 3 in the bot, though.
3.
Like, bro, how are we not Rengar ulting this? just go kill him, man. This guy is so incompetent. It's
He always gets like acorned away. They're gonna quit.
It's okay.
Fine.
I guess we just got Baron for like the aesthetics, you know?
They expect me to play fairly. We aren't even playing the same game.
Oh, Gwen.
I'm dead, and no one's gonna come save me. Yep. How does that end my ult? I feel like my ult should not have ended there.
Pike in and
Was I not like right next to Maokai when that ended? I don't know, bro. Like, no one on my team cares. No one's even trying. It's so weird. Just delete the pike, bro. Just delete the pike. The alt oxygen molecules, man. There we go. There we go.
he's
Oh,
stunned.
okay. Okay. Okay, weird game, weird game. Go get our dragon, fellas. go get a dragon. This is a weird game. Am I tilted? I can't decide if I'm tilted right now or not. I think I probably am. But you guys tell me over and over, these are the types of games you guys like watching. The real, and there's throws and misplays and chaos and.
Bro.
All right. Until we find a pick. If Rengar can ever find a pick on this Jinx, stayed for this. Maybe
Whole
not, actually.
team.
Yeah, maybe not actually. Maybe we were just caught out of position. They are all bot. They are literally 5 people bot. I'll admit, yeah, we're probably tilted here. This is probably a tiltoki game. We're gonna do our best though. We're staying positive. We're staying focused. We're locked in. We're alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic.
10 minutes left of the game.
Need mid-control to stop them from perma-rotating. You know what? I think the one good macro call we've made that got us Baron was made by me. So maybe I need to be stepping up and being a leader here. Listen to me. I am Swain, the Grand General. I will make the calls. Shin split top us for group. Yes, there it is. That's all we needed. That's literally all we needed. Okay. Collapse. Make sure these guys are out. We can win this. We can win this. MF. Come with me, buddy. It's not worth flashing on that because she'll still get out. I don't have Rylai, so just getting my ult landed on them is not enough to like guarantee the ult continues. Yeah, once. Yeah, bro.
That just ran. Jeez. That's tough to watch.
I've been abandoned by my soldier. I mean, literally all she has to do is hit the turret 2 more times, it destroys the turret, and then drop an ER on them, and they get sent to hell. But because she didn't click a single button and instead just ran away, they were able to just jump my bones.
Oh, there goes the whole team. Here goes a map.
Alright.
Fingers can get piked.
Oh, this is bad. Ooh, Cassio's bot too. These pings can't be more different, dude. No, legitimately. Like we have 5 people trying to be leaders. It's actually so funny. All right, that's Baron. Every ping contradicts the other. No, legitimately, bro. So I've always said like getting on the same page of your team is a skill in itself.
The game.
And like we do not possess that skill right now. None of us do.
Push waves out.
Getting on the same page of your teammates, like it genuinely is a part of how good you are at this game. Because like when climbing solo queue, there's going to be so much variance introduced because you're going to be playing with literally thousands of different players, all with different, you know, play styles and champion pools and ideas on how to win the game and just everything. So being able to kind of like slip into a lot of these play styles and being able to coexist with them. But I promise you, the same way that you think you know how to win the game, everyone else does. Now they might not be they might not be correct, but this Cassiopeia, in her mind, like she is the carry, right? She's the one that knows how to win. Her team just needs to listen to her. And I feel the exact same way. And I'm sure MF feels the exact same way. Oh, she's focusing the Maokai, bro. It's focusing the Maokai instead of the Gwyn that can actually die. Yuck. Abyssal Mass Cassiopeia. Wait. What? Can't kill Mal. I mean, dude, I don't even know what to say. Like, no one is listening to anyone. This is just complete chaos. Like, this is just a dysfunctional team. We fight fights from like 4 different angles.
Mm-hmm. I get caved in on
Half of
every
us are
time.
diving, half of us are peeling, half of us aren't even like aware that there's a fight going on. It's just chaos, bro.
When probably seen Shen.
Oh well.
I dig
Oh,
last
well.
fight he did though.
Like, this guy's just like casually doing our wolves. Like, what is this?
There's Fizz.
Gotta make sure I don't give him a reset. Alright, alright, alright. We did it. We absorbed spells without instantly dying.
Yeah. Right behind
Certainly
getting
we can
on
use
this.
Fizz though, right? Yeah. Nah, I think in a game like this, in order to preserve
Yeah.
my mental, I
Yeah.
need to, you know, not try to be the leader. Like, who cares? The game will play out how it's meant to play out, you know? It's in God's hands now, guys.
Pike. He
Because
didn't
if I like,
notice.
tell these players
When?
exactly how to win and then they don't listen, I'm just going to get frustrated. And what fun will that be? We ain't never gonna catch this guy. Back for Maokai though. Are we joking? There we go, there we go. Oh my god. Dude, because he has a GA, my ult continues sucking while he's dead. That's crazy. Oh my lord. This game is meant to play out. That's how it's gonna play
Maybe
out.
they're might
What's though? Alright, alright. I'm full build. We've got their soul in a minute. We should go posture for Baron. Calling anything. Do whatever you click wherever you want to on the map, guys, honestly. Just I mean, what's stopping us from just like doing this? Uh-oh. Got the biggest pull of all time, baby. Yep. Yep. Just let the game play out however it's meant to, guys. Can we end through top, maybe? Actually, you know what? Do whatever. Do whatever. Do whatever. I'm not clicking a single thing. I'm not pinging a single thing. Half of us can do Baron. Half of us can push mid. Half of us can just walk around. It's okay. Just have fun, guys. Just have fun. We can't. Oh no.
Yay! Hit it.
No clue what to say about this. This is not at all the Swain game I thought I was just an absolute chaos engine of a game. Let's take a look at
Very, very chaotic. Yeah, both my Duh.
All right, bro. So you
Just gonna get a drink.
wanted some clout. Now I'm gonna give it to you.
Bet you didn't see this.
I was gonna make a shirt, but I don't want to make a shirt because I made profit off of it.
Man, you way picked the wrong person to come at about apparel. Will you put that on all the money that you're about to make off of Charlie Kirk's death over the next like 3 to 5 years? Because you're gonna lose it. Because I absolutely would. And I don't know what this whole thing about you like putting people on your Instagram is all about, because you clearly buy your followers. I mean, your engagement is garbage. I have less than 300,000 followers, and I run circles around you for engagement. I don't know if you know this, but people know that you're buying followers. People know that your engagement's fake. Just so you know. How about we just put it on my platform? Yeah, that'll be way better. We will expose you getting knocked on your on my Instagram. How about that?
Bruh, you know you lost a debate when you won a second debate the same night. If you won a debate and you just beat me in a debate, that's the end of it, ain't it? You embarrassed me in front of all my people, you won a debate, and it's over. We're done. But no, you lost the debate, so he DM'd me. Let's debate again.
Oh.
Let me show you what this food. Let me show you the funniest part of this whole thing. Like and subscribe to the channel, hit the bell so you get notifications anytime I go live and make a video. Make sure you still subscribe to this channel and also subscribe to my Espanol channel. Let's get into this. So, all right, y'all, I got to talk about this clown. The guy's a clown. I mean, people were showing me videos of this guy named Ian. What's his name? Winced. People been Ian guy. This guy, let's go to his social media. Do we got his social media pulled up? We'll go to his social media. I want y'all to see how many videos this guy Ian has made about me. Like back to back, bruh. Back to back videos. I had never heard of this guy. I didn't know who he was. People were sending me clips. When a person is not relevant enough for me to know who they are, I don't remember their name. I just see the clip and I comment on the clip. Go down. Did he delete them? No. How many got? He got the one in the car right there. Go to the other one. 3, 4, because the masks. Go to another one. 6. All right, that's it. This is round 2. So that he must got another one. So that's 7. 7 of them are back to back. And I say to myself, who is this guy? And he wants popularity. I'm going to give it to you. We on a live stream yesterday. I'm on a live stream talking about the whole thing with Erica Kurt. I get a bots coming in my thing going, I don't say bots. I get a bunch of people coming in my thing say, debate Ian, debate Ian. And I'm like, I'm not thinking it's this guy. I've seen his face before, but I didn't really know his name. They debate Ian, debate Ian, debate Ian. And they put his name, Ian Wentz, debate Ian. I'm like, who is Ian Wentz? He pops up in the thing, debate me. Put me in the screen, debate me. And I'm like, how many followers you got, bro? He got 300,000 subscribers. I got 2.3 million. Like, I got 2 million more subscribers than you. Like, who stands to gain out of this? And they're running their mouth. I say, man, if you finna be calling me on my live stream, I ain't gonna say nothing. Come on, bring him in. I bring the guy in. He gets raked over the coals on the interview, on the debate. I'll let y'all decide who won the debate. He loses the debate. He's losing the debate. My phone dies. I come back on. I try to get on his live. And everybody in my staff that was here and my wife know I was hitting accept. I closed out the app, came back in on his live, hitting accept. Everybody saw me do it. It wasn't letting them in. Which you know what? You know what probably happened, bro? Nick? You know what probably happened? He probably just never really accepted it. Because I requested it, and it was nothing there. And he like, I accepted it, bro. I accepted it. I'm like, bro, how is it not working? You just came on my live stream. I'm pushing accept, and I can see in my thing where it says request. Like, he didn't accept the request from me. But he's on his live saying he's losing the debate so bad, he goes say he got to put his kids to bed. He leaves. I got so much juicy stuff. Y'all just hold on. This video is brought to you by myfireside.com, myfireside.com. As you can see, all you got to do is look at the pictures on here. You can make some marshmallows over the top, and the Officer Tatum one. My guy Jim got one at the house. You can also grill on these. Telling me that he was making some hot dogs on it. You can see they made one for First Form right here for all of you First Form lovers. And the owner here is an incredible guy, man. He came right here to the headquarters. We fired that thing up. It's beautiful. It's sturdy. You will have this for the rest of your life. It's thick metal. I think he said it was like 12 gauge metal. Proudly made in the United States of America. None of that overseas crap. So make sure you get you one of these fire pits, and you can also use it as a grill. Look at the reviews. All 5-star reviews. You cannot find a product like this anywhere else in the world. I'm telling you. Every other product that they try to make like this, they make it cheap. It falls apart. It's not made with the American pride that this fire pit is made from. So make sure you go on to Fireside or myfireside.com. Tell them B. Tatum sent you, and let's make this patriotic company the #1 company in the world. Page. Going through story after story, lying, accusing me of stuff, telling me to debate him. Bruh, you know you lost a debate when you won a second debate the same night.
Yep.
If you won a debate and you just beat me in a debate, that's the end of it, ain't it? You embarrassed me in front of all my people. You won a debate and it's over. We're done. But no, you lost the debate, so he DM'd me. Let's debate again. Let me show you let me show you the funniest part of this whole thing. And Nick is going to read the comments to you. He goes on a rampage. I'm going to tell y'all why you never mess with women on this stuff. My wife is out of control with this. You cannot say nothing about her husband, and she going to just discover everything you're doing. So this guy, Ian, went on his stories. He goes and he screenshots some message. He said, somebody, we should probably go to that. Is it still up? Left over is now exposing everything you're doing. So he takes it, he scrolls the messages he had with this person. He scrolled it hyper fast. And he goes on to the next thing. I think my wife said he deleted it. He hyper scrolls. Little did he know that women will catch you. Somebody screen recorded his screen recording and slowed down the scroll, like triple, quadruple speed. And we saw the name of his anonymous. We got the name of the fake person, or she's a real person. I'm finding out who she is, and I'm gonna put a name out there because she's in this man's inbox. And I read my wife's stories. I say, bruh, I gotta say something. His message in his private chat. Telling people to do what?
Says, guys, I need every single one of you to go on Brandon Tatum's live. Proof that this debate has been offered multiple times and that he has refused and ignored it the entire time. Go blow his chat up like never before.
So I ain't never in my life sent no message to my audience. Go blow his chat up. I want to debate. Thinking about this guy. His idea to debate me. All right, now let's go and then debate outrageous things that this little sleuth he claimed that's giving him platform a little bit, because I'm like, bro, this is your source?
Yeah.
You got a woman telling you this?
Same lady, but one of the sources, I think there's just one, but
roll it.
Something I don't want found, she found nothing, by the way, states that there's going to be 50 employees there. He's a / store based on having, I think that says, I can't really tell what's behind there, 50 or 50 employees employed. My county, Lee County, Florida, same as, can't read that, gives funding to some businesses who employ chargebacks.
All right, now look at this. These people are so stupid. I'm gonna debunk all this stuff. I know exactly what article they're talking about. My realtor wrote an article because he has the biggest. He worked for the biggest. He is probably the biggest broker of. He wrote on there. He was talking because I was a new company in the area, in the air park, and he wanted to fluff me up and say, "Look, this company is a growing company. The building outfits about 50 employees, so that's an expectation. We'll have about 50 employees coming to the city." So he wrote this really nice kickbacks, no scams. We have over 20 employees, and I don't think all the employees don't work out of the headquarters. So no, I'm not getting no money back, and I'll get some kickbacks with 50 employees. Like nobody does that. You know how stupid you got to be when you go and you file your taxes and you do payroll with HR. You know exactly how many employees you got. You can't fluff that. If there's some pushback or kickbacks, you got to verify your employee number. You can't just say, I have 50 employees. Give me money. You're going to get audited and go to jail. Payroll, how many people are employed as payroll employees? Anyway, let's go to the next one. All right, what does it say?
His wife was Corinne Scraggs. Something girl, dated a lot, worked for Sunglass Hut. I'll bet if someone does a deep dive on her that should be very unchristian behavior.
Let's go do a deep. That's not my wife's maiden name, thank God. And then said my wife dated a lot. Where is that? What kind of silly? All right, I'm not gonna get into that. She worked at Sunglass Hut. That's the only thing that was true. These people go online and they look at stuff and they try to put stuff together like a conspiracy. None of this is right. My wife was heavily in the church. She was active in the church.
The deep dive on him needs to be how before he converted to Christianity in 2008, he was with the Nation of Islam.
Nation of Islam! God damn. Keep reading, bro. Nation of Islam. That's insane.
Could you imagine Jews I knew about him going from extreme anti-Israel Christian extreme pro.
This person said they got screenshots of me being in a Nation of Islam. I put my whole company. I ain't never had nothing of the Nation of Islam. Was she trying to say, that's Hebrew Israel. I feel bad for him because his source is telling him that I was a part of the Nation of Islam and I was anti-Israel. You know how crazy that is, dude? Before I went to Israel 2 years ago, I thought Israel was a third world country. I had never been out of the country. I thought it was like Afghanistan. I knew nothing about Israel. All right, anyway, let's go to the next one. Hilarious, bro.
This one. I have suspected she's his beard for ages. They don't sleep together. Their 5-year-old son sleeps with her. What normal man would put up with that, especially since he still sets the bed. He's 5 and can't read, write, or go without diapers. I guess she meant wets the bed, probably.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll bet he can repeat all of the BS they talk about, and I've said a bunch of her stories and the
Hold on, let's
parenting-
start here. Let's stop here. We'll go down.
Got it.
So first of all, my son is not 5. Second of all, my wife and my son, my wife, I don't sleep in the same bed as my wife. And it's not because somehow you got a bad relationship, peaceful sleep. I go to sleep at midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we sleep in separate beds. That don't mean nothing to nothing. Grown folk, if they want to get busy, is that what you say? Are you trying to say you sleep in separate beds like you can't get busy? After you put the kid to bed. Any rational person is not stupid enough to base your relationship on whether you sleep in the same bed at night. We sleep. How do I care? What do I care? We both sleep. So anyway, that's the only thing that's true. And these people, if they decide to do that, my kid is not 5. My kid doesn't need diapers. All right, let's continue.
And I've saved a bunch of her stories and the parenting skills. She's such a great mom. Brandon has had to get in a car and come get him a couple times now as he throws fits. Can't really read with the text right there. Stores demanding toys, and Corinne can't handle him at 5. Brandon can't take anyone.
All right, stop right there. We'll get to that part.
It's crazy.
First and foremost, it's a complete lie. I ain't never had to come get my son anywhere. Now, what they do is they follow my wife and then they come up with these lies. He got in trouble at the store. He was throwing a fit. And my wife is not like me. I'll whoop him in the store and drag him by his shirt, by his hair if I had to. What everybody that got kids know is that dad and mom are different. And that's all I got to say. And he get up and get in the car and do what he's supposed to do. That's one time. This person is completely lying. That never happened. Go multiple times. What's the other thing? He gets no attention. These people so jealous. My wife don't work no more. She's a stay-at-home mom. All she do is stay at the house with my son. All she do is stay there. Everywhere they go, every day, he sleeps in the bed with my wife. He don't get no attention. People look crazy. And you got a person telling you that.
Can't make one claim and then
That's
another.
probably why he hate me and got to some negative idea. This woman is just making up stuff. You know, that's why I do what I do so my wife can be at home with the kids, with our kids. My oldest
Drama. Waste of time drama. Emeroo. Hopefully she's okay. Haven't really heard from her, seen her. No, she was taking a break from streaming.
American taxpayers for hundreds of billions of dollars for illegal aliens and people that came into it to pay them $1.5 trillion, which would have really hurt our healthcare businesses and our recipients at levels never seen before. Today, we're sending a clear message that we will never give in to extortion, because that's what it was. They tried to extort. The Democrats tried to extort our country. In just a moment, I'll sign a bill exactly like we asked Democrats to send us $1 trillion, this little excursion that they took us on. Republican funding. There's never been a time when one or the other party deal. It's a continuation, and we'll talk later. Yet the extremists in the other party, and they did it purely for political reasons. I want to thank Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, as well as House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Majority Whip Tom Emmer, and numerous other great Republican leaders and congressmen and senators who are here and frankly spent a long time in Washington getting this thing to go away. I also want to thank the broad coalition of Americans that stood with us in this fight to reopen government, including the Teamsters, the American Federation of Government Employees, the Fraternal Order of Police, AMVETS, the National Small Business Association, the American Farm Bureau, the American Trucking Association. These are all incredible patriots. The Airlines for America, the Allied Pilots Association, the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, and many others, unions and non-unions. Over the past 7 weeks, the Democrats shut down as inflicted massive harm. They caused 20,000 flights to be canceled or delayed. They departed so many times, so late. People were hurt so badly. Nobody's ever seen anything like this one. This was a no-brainer. This was an easy extension. But they didn't want to do it the easy way. They had to do it the hard way. And they look very bad, the Democrats do.
Them's always do it the hard way.
1 million government workers from their paychecks and cut off food stamp benefits for millions and millions more Americans in need. They caused tens of thousands of federal contractors and small businesses to go unpaid, and the total effect of the damage their antics caused will take weeks and probably months to people and to families. So I just want to tell the American people, you also want to call for a termination to the filibuster so that this can never happen again. If we had the filibuster terminated, this would never happen again. And don't forget, we have another date coming up in the not too distant future. We can never let this happen again. And we should be able to pass great, really great legislation. So I say terminate the filibuster because, by the way, the Democrats will do it immediately if they ever assumed office, which hopefully they won't. Today we had the highest stock market price ever in all of the different markets. We set a record. It's the 48th time in the 9 months that I've been in office that we had this record set. So think of that, 48 times we had a record set, but today is the highest of them all. We're going to break new grounds. Nobody would have thought. I have with us not only the great political leaders, but the great business leaders of our country. They're standing right behind me and right really alongside of me. None of them, in fact, I just asked them that question, none of them would have believed it. And that a record high for the people that have 401ks. And also I want to thank Walmart because they came up with a fantastic study. It was the cost of Thanksgiving coming up and the cost of Thanksgiving from a year ago under Sleepy Joe Biden. And we're 25% lower this year than we were a year ago. And it's a very inclusive report. So I want to thank Walmart. They've done it for many years, but we believe in that. We believe in that company. I want to also thank the 8 Senate Democrats who finally did the right thing in voting to end this craziness, this madness. But unfortunately, the vast to suffer. They really did suffer.
Yeah.
And the Democrats
They were briefly keeping
we
the
finally have a point. Even though people have to suffer, we finally have a point, and that didn't work out too well for them. But they really went out and they could appease the left base is angrier than ever before. We actually elected a mayor. Remember I said all the time during my campaign, we will never be a socialist country. And those are the views of a communist, not a socialist. So this is no way to run into the filibuster, terminate the filibuster. It'll never happen again. So with my signature, the federal government will now resume normal operations, and my administration and our partners in Congress will continue our work to lower the cost again for all Americans. Again, costs are way down. Energy is way versus $4.70 for the Democrats. And we think we're going to hit pretty close to $2 a gallon. That's like a really massive tax cut. It's the equivalent of that. And speaking of tax cuts, our great, big, beautiful bill is giving the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And it's no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and very importantly, no tax on overtime. You work overtime, there's no tax. That's among the things that add up to the biggest tax cut in history. And one other thing, you hear about rich people with deductions. Well, when you buy your car and you borrow money, you're allowed to now deduct the interest on that loan. So you can take that interest deduction and that's a tremendous tax cut right there. But it all includes fixing the healthcare system that Democrats broke with the disaster known as Obamacare. Obamacare was a disaster from day one. It's done nothing but go up, and it's a crazy idea. He said everything's going to be great. Rates are going to go down. Increase of healthcare in any country. It's a disaster. And I'm calling today for insurance companies not to be paid, but for the money to buy their own healthcare, which will be far better and far less expensive. Even had Democrat support. So we want the money that would be going to the insurance company, which is hundreds of billions of dollars. You know, their stock prices have gone up by 1,000% in many cases. 1,000%
I
over a
wish.
short period of time. Scandal. So I want the money to go directly to you, the people. And you go out insurance and you will be an entrepreneur for yourself. So I'm always willing to work with a lot better. We can do great. So much money is involved, and we're willing to pay so much money to the people. So we're going to pay a lot of money to the people. They're going to go out and buy their own health care, and we're going to forget this Obamacare madness. So with all of that, I just want to tell you the country has never been in better shape. We went through this short-term disaster with the Democrats because they thought it would be good politically. And it's an honor now to sign this incredible bill and get our country working again. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if you have questions. I think we really love, and we have a country that's in great shape. As you know, we have now it's over $18 trillion invested in our country by other people and countries. That's a record. There's never been a country that had so much, and that money's going into also building new auto plants, new AI plants, new everything. We've never had a time like this. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, are you prepared to negotiate with Democrats now?
Mr. President, on Jeffrey Epstein.
Thank you.
Free Epstein.
No, Yi. Something is not adding up. That's two junglers. Is that Yi top?
Oh, is it Sion or Yasuo top? I guess it's Sion. Yeah, lately I feel this matchup is very hard.
Nunu mid a college.
Against the boss, guys. It's time to perform. Sheesh, this is gonna be a difficult one. He is scared of E top. I think this matchup is a favorite for him. Alright, this matchup I can get a lead against him in the early game, but it's quite tough to be honest. Okay, he's hiding in the bush, doing boss shenanigans.
I can play this, I have lower CD.
You get a good trade, I think he used his potion here. Okay. Oh, he has cloth plus refillable, what the hell? I think he's dead here to be honest, no? What is this guy doing? No, I love you, boss. Get away from me, bro.
Oh, bad pathing by me, I'm not gonna get him. Ah, shit.
It's actually not that bad for him, by the way. It's not bad at all. Now he's gonna try to zone me from the wave, but I'm gonna try to get level 2 quickly here. Level 2 from the first wave here. Okay, I'm gonna have to use W with the Nunu. Yeah, this guy might be dead here. He's dead basically. I have my Q still.
Classic 2
Q. No, I think you should back off.
Hero.
Resources, he's dead here for sure. Wait, what? No, that's crazy. We're gonna get 2 long swords here. Maybe I should have went behind him here. Still good anyway. The wave is shoving into us here. We don't lose really that much anyway. You got robbed? Nah, it's fine. Let's go.
It's a death angle, I think.
Wait, is he gonna... Oh my god. I have no clue what boss is doing here. Does this actually work for him? I'm gonna shove this wave quickly now and look for a recall. Once I get time out, by the way, he can't play the game. Okay, I'm gonna try to carry this game. Okay, got bad of a death for him because he has a freeze right now.
Good death.
He actually got plated steel caps. Our best. Let's go. I think I'm gonna go Titanic first item. Actually gonna dive him here, I think. Okay. He's up here. Yeah, he's dead here for sure. I definitely need to be permabanned. He actually baited me there with the W. Just permaban me. That's fine, that's fine. He is the Messi of League for some reason, guys. It is what it is. He has level 6 here. I don't think Nono kills him. Bro, what is my Nono doing?
I hope it was worth it,
It's
Nono.
fine. I think he's gonna die to me. Thank God. Bro, I love you, Bousy. Thank you so much. I will take that. I love you, Bousy, so much. Thank you. I get back to the game for free. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, we want to shove the wave quickly here. I think he's gonna try to TP back to the lane or ult. Also, the Kayana didn't recall yet. We're just gonna try to clear the wave quickly. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I'm just gonna recall here and we're in a very, very good spot. This game is definitely gonna be difficult. I have all the kills in my team. Okay, he stops my recall. We're gonna be forced to stay here in the lane. We see Kayana both sides, so I kinda can walk up here. I'm just gonna ignore him and clear the wave quickly. Okay. I don't mind about all of his damage that he does to me here because I'm gonna recall anyway. We get some damage on him. Let's see if he's gonna go for the kill. W the damage from his Q. Kite a little bit away. I might need to just ult out here. I don't mind since I'm gonna recall anyway. And I will probably not fight him in the next 80 seconds. The wave is shoving into him. That's the... Oh, and my team is losing very hard. Maybe I try to do some rotations this game.
Where is this guy go?
Especially since the matchup is not gonna be playable soon. This matchup is very tough when he gets his first item. Usually I just rotate after clearing waves. Drop a ward here. I wonder if Kayana is around him. Okay, we get the Q off. That actually hits me, wow, from him. Okay. Q his Q again. Kite a little bit away this time.
Ow, like this damage is fucking nuts when you have Halo Blades.
Is he gonna try to dive here again? We're gonna wait for... Just gonna go on him and one-shot him here. 1v2 situation. Let's see mid lane. Yeah, our team is kinda getting cooked all over the map. We will try to carry though still. Let's go, let's go. All good, all good. Kayana has a lot of kills, but she's kinda behind in levels. Ult is in 40 seconds. I'm gonna go for a heavy trade with him to clear the wave and instantly go for the jungle fight. There is a huge fight happening here. I will try to help my team and be first there. Okay. Can we reach anyone? I'm actually gonna dive them here, by the way. I think I should dive him. Or dive them there. They're all 1 HP and they have huge bounties. My ult is coming up soon. Okay, we're gonna have to queue out. Kill this guy. Q coming up soon. No, I actually died in my Q here. Badly. I died in my Q and my alpha. All good, all good. Wait, was that the red buff from the Kayana or what?
Oh. We have TP coming in.
Okay, let's go back to top lane. I need to get any of these bounties basically to be able to play the game. This rotation, since I have all of the kills this game on my team. Everyone else is kind of losing heart. Okay. I missed the cannon minion. Typical monster, I swear. Miss every single cannon minion. I might proxy as well, but I think the enemy team is top side. That's the only thing. Okay. We see everyone around the map though. Only the Kayana is not showing. Oh my god. He looks so tanky. We definitely can't fight him. Kayana is also here. I have to try to escape. W the damage from her. Kite a little bit away.
He's too fast.
Okay. Do I die here? Yeah, I think I'm dead. Bro, how broken is top lane role when your entire team is with you? It's fine. All good, all good. I think I can actually carry this game, by the way. If I reach 3 items, I'm gonna be so strong. The thing is, we're losing bot lane still, even while Nuno is playing bot side. Should have go for the Kayana. Yeah, I don't think I could have killed them there. That's the issue. She can keep going invisible over and over. You can't do much against her. I think he is here trying to clip me with his Q. Okay. Gonna have to kite away a little bit from him. Okay, let's go, let's go. Can't do much against him, to be honest, at this point. He's 2 levels ahead. I'm just gonna try to proxy and maybe look for rotations. That's the best thing we can do so far. I feel like Kayana's top side still. I don't mind trading wave for wave if he keeps proxying. Because he's kinda ahead right now. He shouldn't be doing this. I think he should be pressuring me in the top side. Yeah, I'm gonna shove this wave quickly and rotate, by the way. I think we have to here. We're gonna give him the tower of heat. Okay, let's see. They are kinda low HP. I'm gonna shove the mid wave here before rotating bot side. Take over mid lane. They want these bounties. The Kayana bounty is almost 1k here. Okay, let's see. I'm insta gonna flash on the Kayana. Get the 1k bounty. They have huge bounties here. I think my team should walk up. We have to go for the blaze here. This is our best chance, basically. Okay, this guy is dead as well. I got all the bounties, so I think I can carry this game, actually. I gave Bobs a lot of platings there and a lot of gold, but we have to rotate like this if our entire team is losing. Should I go tier 1 boots, guys? Nah, I'm not vegan. We're going pickaxe here. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Absolutely beautiful. We're going full damage with the tier 0 boots. I don't mind giving Drakes right now. I think I should just farm up a little bit. But Sion is ulting mid here or something. They need to be careful. They need to back off. Nice. We should go for the Herald in case the enemy team is bot side and doing the Drake. Maybe I will try to dive this Rise before he gets his second item. He's gonna walk up now. Yep. Just gonna one-shot him 100-0. Beautiful. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, we just are so strong right now. Okay, can we get the bounty? The enemy team is starting all to rotate top lane though. I'm gonna have to recall here by Recurver Bow and boats, tier 1 boats. Okay. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Nuno might gank me. But Nuno can't kill me. The only one who's scary is the Yi. If Yi opens here.
Guys, this guy has a bounty. He's completely ending, no? We are giving the Herald here anyway. So we should definitely kill this guy.
There's the Yi.
Q his Q. Kite a little bit away. Okay, my team is not rotating, by the way. I think we should definitely fight here. My team is really farming mid. We definitely should have fought here, no?
Wandering around.
Auto reset on the cannon minion to not lose it. Let's see if I can flank the enemy team here. Yeah, I don't know why my team didn't go in. I know his shenanigans.
Oh, GG. I'm dead.
He's dead here. I'm gonna get the bounty. I watched too many boss videos, guys. I know what he's gonna do next. I need 500 gold for my item. Maybe I can carry this game. We'll see, we'll see. We definitely have the chance to carry it. Gonna try my best. Flash in 60 seconds. I'm gonna try to get my third item here. Recall. And rotate, shadow my team and make a play them, there with them. Okay, I'm gonna go to try and get the scuttle crab. Let's see. Yeah, I got my item after this scuttle. Sion is not that behind, by the way. He's actually really ahead. I think it was worth it overall. If I stayed top lane, I can't do anything.
He's not gonna expect me to fight back. I think I'm strong enough to do it.
Gonna tell my team, guys, play around me. I'm really strong. Okay. They are gonna get the tier 2. I wonder if Kayana is here or not. We're gonna W the damage from him. Q out to the minion here. Okay. I think he's dead here. Yep.
Yeah, right. Close.
Yeah, we just one-shot him. I have red blade, so he can't do that. Can we go for the rail after? Yeah, this rail is kinda trolling for the kill. Gonna one-shot this guy. Insta go on the Kayana afterwards. I think I can go for more. Kayana has ult though, so she might one-shot me here. Kite away from the damage. Ooh, they don't go in. They don't go in.
Yeah, nice. Playing Sion into Yi. Free item Yi, by the way. I don't know why I tried to 1v1 him. And now we got another 800 gold
That's
shot
kinda
down.
crazy.
Bro.
I'm gonna recall. I think I have a good recall timer.
Seems like a tough-
the enemy
tough
team will
match.
go Drake here. We should go or try to trade it for the Atakan. I think that will be good for us. They will go Drake. Nah, Arnunum died mid lane here. I don't know what he did there, but it's okay. He's 1-8. All good, all
Tough,
good.
tough.
Yeah. It's a bit difficult with our team scores this game, guys. Just okay. They might be on. Okay, they are on the Drake, never mind.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
We see everyone bot side actually. Maybe we should force the Atakan here. Q his Q. Try to one-shot him. He ults away. We go for the Atakan here, no? The enemy team is on the Drake. We should definitely go for the Atakan. This is one of our best chances to come back to the game. Okay, beautiful. I just one-shot the Atakan. It should be good for us.
And we gave Adacon. Why are we giving Adacon?
I need 500 more gold for my item. This Cyril is trying to chase here. I think we can kill her, no? He's trying to chase. I'm gonna flash and one-shot her. Or try to. She's faster than my ult somehow. We have to back off. I don't have my E here, so I don't want to fight. Nunu should back off. Yeah, I don't have my ult, so I'm gonna recall here. My team should back off. Alright, beautiful. I got this, guys. I got this. I think I can carry it. Don't worry. Guys, please, please.
Doing some serious damage. Anyone? Anyone? No one? Anyone?
My team is trying to fight without me here again. Okay, I need 50 gold for my cannon minion.
Got her, fully charged.
Yeah, I don't know. They just don't listen. All good though, all good. I got my item, I just need to recall, but they keep looking for fights. We should wait a little bit until I get my item. Kraken Slayer. Yeah, I think with Lulu ult we can maybe carry this game. I'm gonna bring her here to walk up with us.
I'm OP, but he is OPR.
I think we should play on the side lane. Sion is top side here, so we can force a fight if... this is probably our best chance to force a fight, since Sion is top side. I can one-shot everyone now with 4 items. Let's see. Rel has no flash from last time. Okay, let's see. This is a good fight, by the way. Go, go, go. This is really a good fight. My team is running away, though. I'm the only one walking up. Kite away from the Kayana ult. Can we go for more? He's gonna try to flash. Kite away from the Kayana damage? No. Nunu actually backs away here. That got our minus here, to be honest, as a last item. What do you guys think? Only the Akali, I guess, is really behind than the Nunu. Aphelios is kinda getting back to the game. Don't fight without me, guys. We can win. Just play with me. We definitely can win this game, I think. Let's see. Maybe I should go Guardian Angel. But for now, I'm gonna build this. My ult is coming in 90 seconds.
Top wave, top cannon. Wow.
Baus is doing Baus things. My ult is coming in 5 seconds. They are gonna try to force the Baron soon. I'm thinking I can maybe try to flank the enemy team here. Shove this wave. Ryze is here, so he will have to enter or go here if he wants to enter the fight. Yeah, it's kind of tricky, not gonna lie. We have 0 vision. I need Nunu with me right now. Oh my god. I feel like I have to bring my entire team. This is a good timer to force the Baron. Force. I think we should just force. Akali again. We should turn if they walk up. Go on the Sion here. Okay, huge. Does he ult out? He doesn't have ult, so he should be dead here.
He's ult.
We block his ult. Kite away from the Kayana ult. Okay, I don't get any resets. Oh my god, I have all the gold, so my team can't do any damage to the Scion. We don't get any resets, sadly. It was a fun game, though. If they end the game or go for the Baron. I think this game's over, though. The Scion was a bit greedy. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, I feel like this was...
Nexus, hit the Nexus.
GG's, though, GG's. No, the boss smurfed on me this game.
Yeah. I do want to play a little bit of rules.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The hand of heaven is here. Show some respect. As usual, I will do all of the hard work while my father slumbers.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, Tandy. Where's Ty? You two are usually inseparable.
The battle starts in 5. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Look upon me, my disciples, and behold the future. If you wish to survive, you must prepare.
The Vishanti Strange is here.
baby girl, this is just not a great time. Oh, of course, I knew as soon as I would log into a game, she would start crying. Oh, come on. Okay. Just wants to play a game.
That's right. Thank me later.
Moved in her stroller. Is what it is. She needs my attention. She's not feeling well. But every time I stopped it, she would start crying. Oh, good thing I was in combat. Oh,
Released in 2024. What is this? The Epstein emails they've released. The unredacted version shows that it was Virginia Guffrey. Virginia Guffrey has testified multiple times that President Trump did nothing, and she never even saw him at Epstein's house. So it's bullshit? Look at the post, okay?
That we're getting from the Epstein estate is only because Democrats fought to get that subpoena. And so we're not going to rest until we get the truth. These women, and in some cases back then, children and girls.
Yes.
These emails.
I don't know about you guys, but
Why
this is
didn't they
the
look
kind
for
of stuff
anything
that
on
makes
Biden
me never
office,
want
huh?
to deal with politics ever again in America. Am I the only one that feels that way? Where it's like, I see this being passed around, and this is like such a, in my opinion, like this is like a top of the pyramid pinnacle evil that's happening, and it's being weaponized, manipulated, hidden, misinterpreted, and just basically propagandized in every way possible. And it seems like everybody's doing this. It's not like there's one side that's good and one side that's bad. I think they're both bad.
Agreed.
Do not explicitly implicate Donald Trump in any crimes, and I think it's important to be new of Jeffrey Epstein's actions. Congressman, we're just getting First React Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I'm going to read it to you in full. The Democrats selectively leaked emails to the liberal media to create a fake narrative to smear President Trump. The unnamed Vic Trump was not involved in any wrongdoing whatsoever and couldn't have been friendlier to her in decades ago for being a creep to his female.
So she says who the victim is. They released the emails. The emails were released in 2024. Okay, all right, let me see what his response to this is. Because I feel like this is pretty damning.
Employees, including Giuffre. These stories are nothing more than bad faith efforts to distract from President Trump's historic accomplishments and any American.
Because she was fearful for her fucking life, you morons. So she's lying, Trump's lying, everybody's lying. I don't know. I mean, like,
For Democrats who have never lied at all during their entire career on.
And with common sense, sees right through this hoax and clear.
I mean, if you're going to call the victims liars, I mean, I don't know, guys.
What's your response to that?
That's a good question.
Freedom Chatter has inside information.
Then release all the files.
You're the one a part.
The way it seems like it is. But I don't care because I agree with this conclusion. I do. I agree with the conclusion. I'm like, okay, yes, please bring this back up again and again and again. Yes, just please release the files, investigate this fully. Trump will never win back. I think that right now, Trump's handling of, I know that like a lot of average voters care about like, I don't know, like being able to afford groceries. But if you're terminally online like I am, the Epstein files was the point where I think Trump lost the enthusiasm for his presidency with a lot of people on the internet. It was something that you just couldn't defend. Nothing short of that. It was a complete and absolute betrayal. There was so much enthusiasm for Donald Trump before that, and then after that, when he's like, oh, I didn't have, well, what do you mean I had my hand in a cookie jar? Did you see my hand in a cookie? No, but there's, no, my hand wasn't in the cookie jar. What do you mean? No, of course not. And he was so, fuck it. He sounded so suspicious saying this. I think Bondi is at fault mostly. No, she's not. Pam Bondi is accountable to Donald Trump, the president. If Pam Bondi fails, that means Trump but it's his responsibility. He's the president. If she failed on something that was a core campaign promise, he should have kicked her. That's it. It's not her fault. Whether it is or not. Like, whether it is or not, that's it. The buck stop at the president? Yeah. Like, I mean, again, I think executive. Like, what do you mean? You said in the past you can tell if a guy's guilty just by looking at him. Is the guy on the right guilty for lying? I think that they know that this is a misrepresentation. It seems like it's a misrepresentation.
If the president has nothing to hide, if the press secretary...
His eyebrows. Nobody has pointy eyebrows like that that's not somehow a villain. Okay? You don't have pointy eyebrows like this. This is something like, this is like a...
Justice, then all we want is for them to release the full files. It's very clear. You can't spend your entire campaign saying you're going to do something and make a commitment to the American people and then backtrack. And so we're...
I agree. I mean, again, I disagree slightly with this assessment, but I don't care about that because there's a greater goal in mind. I believe that he was going to release the Epstein files and he didn't do it.
The victims and survivors, and if they want to clear the president's name, and more importantly, also all of the other men and powerful men that may have been involved, then release the files.
True, yeah. I mean, what about like Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew? Like, what about them?
Yeah.
Today, that should be the response from the White House.
President Trump has said he wasn't a fan of Epstein's. He's called him a creep. He's
also friends with them. I mean, like, it's simple. They were friends for a long time. They had a falling out. I mean, with the truth. Isn't that so frustrating? They don't even attempt to engage with any degree of truth or reality.
Hey, that's
the push for more information
it's so frustrating.
About Epstein, a Democratic hoax. What questions specifically do you have for the president about these emails?
Yeah, what is it?
Well, my questions to the president would be, first, what was your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, did you know what was happening? He was obviously running a huge sex trafficking ring. Why are there so many cases? One of his best friends? Why would he say that? And there's so many questions to ask. And the president could right now end all of the speculation and do the right thing for the survivors by releasing the files. The president himself has said that he has.
This is what's going to sound crazy. I think that releasing the files won't matter. In it, everybody is going to think the files are a lie. You said it doesn't say Donald Trump is a pedophile, and it doesn't say Bill Clinton is a pedophile, and it doesn't say Bill Gates is a pedophile. People will think that the files are edited and they are inauthentic. The public has already convinced itself of the reality of this.
Done nothing wrong, then release the files, because we know for a fact that there are many.
And again, destroyed the public's trust in this issue, and he has effectively killed this issue. And he has killed the issue in the worst possible way.
Powerful men, some of the most powerful, wealthiest men in this country that have done and committed harm to children and to girls and women in this country.
Yeah.
And those women, now women, deserve justice. So it is time to end this White House cover-up and release the Epstein files today.
I don't understand it. It's obviously not a White House cover-up. I mean, was Biden covering it up for 4 years? I mean, what are we talking about, a White House cover-up?
Today, Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva will be sworn into the House, where she will be the final vote needed on that discharge petition to compel the DOJ to release the full Epstein files. Do you think these new revelations could sway any other votes? Could there be a pile-on and overwhelming vote for releasing the documents?
There should be.
Look, we hope that all Republicans, is that there are women who've talked to us now as adults who have shared that they want the files released. They want justice. They want to know what happened and what men were involved, and who are, in many cases, afraid of the consequences of them being in the spotlight.
Back from voting to release all the files.
They're complicit in this cover-up. When Donald Trump, the president,
he's right. I mean, there's no reason not to.
Don't want to release the files, or he tried to. Remember earlier in this year, he actually even said they kind of discarded them as being even not important.
Yes, he
when
did.
They're not releasing these files,
it's accurate.
It brings questions to be asked, and so
of course it does, especially after they talked about it so much. And Trump even named people like Prince Andrew and Bill Clinton as being potentially involved with Epstein. I mean, if anything, I feel like Trump is really kind of a piece of shit. It's like if you can't even find any evidence of Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew, why are you going and dragging their name in the mud by saying this if you can't even prove it? That's crazy. Why? Yeah, why say names? There's a reason. And you know it? No, the problem is that we can all sit around and theorize on a reason. He knows. And I think that's why nobody trusts him.
Again, our commitment has been from day one today.
You've also been demanding answers about Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell's transfer to that minimum security prison. That happened over the summer, and now we are learning of a whistleblower account saying that she's in the process of requesting President Trump commuting her sentence, that he commute her sentence, and that she's
He's
also
not going to commute her sentence. I mean, if Trump commutes her sentence, if he commutes her sentence and she contributes to like the arrest of like five birds instead of one bird, but unless she does that, no, you're rotting in jail.
been waited on hand and foot at this camp.
What do you mean never? What are you, retarded? If there's people out there, if there's 5 pedos that are out there that are these prolific molesters that were involved with Epstein, and she could contribute to getting them put in jail, you would want those 5 people to continue running free, probably doing the same thing that they were doing back then, still now, until they die, indefinitely, because of... You're just retarded. This is the problem with people that think in terms... It's emotional blackmail. Yeah, exactly. It's emotional blackmail. It's an obvious... The right decision to make in the circumstance is obvious.
Access to a service puppy.
It's not Prep Act, yes.
Have you gotten any information firsthand on her situation?
It's a trolley lover problem? Yeah, of
Look,
course.
we have also received really disturbing information, and obviously there's been a lot of reporting about it. What's clear is that Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to a facility where she has essentially all of this access to apparently people to talk to being able to roam around. It's a club-fed facility where she is eligible to receive at the facility that she was at before. But this was all done because someone had evicted sex trafficker.
Well, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, if I remember correctly, actually declined having her moved. Like, there was some prison conglomeration that didn't want her moved, and they got overruled.
Someone that did monstrous things to women and girls, transferred to a facility after Trump's Department of Justice, and a deputy AG who was once Trump's personal lawyer. Why did they transfer her? Why won't they tell us why and answer questions? We want Ghislaine Maxwell to come before the Oversight Committee and answer these questions. Ghislaine Maxwell should never receive special treatment. She's done horrific things to women and girls. And again, if we want justice for these women and survivors, today is the day that Donald Trump can release all the Epstein files.
Congressman Robert Garcia.
Yeah, it does seem like this is an opportunistic thing that they're doing as a result of them looking bad for the government shutdown. I think that's what's happening. If it's correct that the information that's been released is just simply information that's been public, but it's now redacted in order to make Trump look bad.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Well, there it is. And I'll go back. I'll look at it here. American politics is just a mess. Yeah, I think so. And you're smart enough to reason. Of course, everybody knows this. Talking less in absolute terms, approach topics more rationally. Well, it is rational. Like, I mean, if one person can lead to the arrest of 5 people, it's better to have that one person go free and the 5 people get arrested. Like, assuming that their crimes are equal. Like, it's really just logical. Like, I don't think it's basic math. Yeah, is 5 a bigger number than 1? Like, obviously, yes. Now, and I'd be totally fine with that. It's more. That's the reason, is it gets people killed and it causes more harm. A lot of people want to do the thing that makes them feel good rather than the thing that actually is good. And so, yeah, unnecessary hypothetical, though. It's an unnecessary hypothetical. I don't think it's a hypothetical at all. Like, if we're talking about the person that was very close to Jeffrey Epstein that could potentially have information on some of these other high-profile bad actors, I don't think this is a hypothetical. I think it's very reasonable to assume this. These are things that happen all the time inside of cases. It happens constantly. Yeah, this isn't hypothetical. It's realistic. They're getting their base riled up. All they have to do is mention Trump did something sometime. Yeah, basically. What if she was moved to scare other participants out of hiding, thinking that she was rattling in them? Oh, I don't know if it... Okay, so by that logic, should we deport the illegals but not the people that know that they're illegal too, right? Somebody found... Let me see if I can pull this up here. So the House Oversight, so this is the post that they made themselves. And let's look and see whether this is... Okay, breaking, Oversight Democrats have received new emails from Jeffrey Epstein's estate that raise serious questions about Donald Trump and the knowledge of Epstein's horrific crimes. And so let me just zoom in right here. So I want you to realize that, chief, etc., I'm 75% there. Victim Mar-a-Lago, Trump said he asked me to resign. Never remembered ever. Of course he knew about the girls. He asked Ghislaine to stop. I think Trump is planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship. I think you should let him hang himself. What is this? This is some other thing, right? And so... Wait. So they released something that was already unredacted, and then they re-redacted it again, and they're trying to think that it's new. There's no way. Are you seriously? Oh my God. It's a clown show? Yeah, there's no way. Like, not quite, I could explain. Political theater. What the fuck is this? Any comment on why you redacted the name of the person who has publicly stated that she witnessed no wrongdoing? Looks to me like you removed Jeffrey from Mar-a-Lago, told Maxwell to stop speaking of girls. I don't know exactly. I agree with the releasing of the files. Why did Democrats cover up the name when the estate didn't redact it in the redacted documents provided to the committee? It's because the victim, Virginia Guffey, publicly said that she never witnessed any wrongdoing by President Trump. The Democrats are trying... If you are intentionally redacting a name that was previously unredacted publicly, you're doing that because you're trying to mislead people. You are. You're doing it because you're trying to mislead people and you're trying to fucking confuse them. That's it. That's what you're doing. The AOC linked this up. I hope Trump sues them as well. Well, I don't think it's really suing them, right? After all this, no way Trump is not involved in any way. But, like, there isn't anything new about this. That's the problem. That's the entire issue. So, yes, obviously I agree with you about that, but this isn't even new. This is old info. So, like, do you guys... I think people aren't really understanding what happened here, okay? According to Democrats, the names were redacted by the Epstein estate. Well, either way, there is a public version of this document that's not redacted. And it has been public since 2011. Or I guess not since 2011, but it was unredacted. It came from 2011. So why would you redact something from a person who said Trump didn't do anything wrong whenever it was previously unredacted? I'm sorry. Think about this for 3 seconds, and you're going to come to the conclusion that they did it in order to create a false narrative. They did. I cannot this is bad faith behavior. It's very obviously bad faith behavior. The victim might be afraid. She's dead. She's dead. Virginia Giuffre is dead. She said that she didn't have any problems with Trump and Trump was fine. She went on record and said that. So the reason why they redacted her name is because if they didn't redact her name, it would have shown, obviously, that this is the person that had already cleared Trump of wrongdoing. Why is she dead? I don't know. Yeah, now she's dead. Weird, huh? Yeah, but how did she die? I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe somebody killed her. You're right. Maybe somebody killed her. She killed herself? Yeah, sure. Why are you battling for Trump so much? I thought you only cared for the truth. I'm going to pull you up. You're getting pulled up. Do you think that it is bad faith? Go ahead. Explain it. Grok claims it's not the same set of emails. It sure seems like it is. I mean, if I look at this image, and then I look at this image, these look like the same email. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I mean, I'm literally looking at it, right? I mean, like, I don't know what, I mean, yeah, it's right there in front of me. Where did this person go? Yes, I agree with that part for sure, man, but I also think there's something rotten with Trump being friendly with all these people who are truly rotten corrupt. Okay, so let me get this straight. That they are lying, but you just want me to come to your conclusion without any evidence. Is that right? Right? So you're just mad at me because I'm not drawing a conclusion based off of evidence. Like, so why would you believe somebody who's obviously trying to mislead you? They're obviously trying to mislead you. They're obviously trying to make you think something that's not really what happened. It's the same timestamp on both emails? Yeah, because it's the same thing. If you follow the case, you know. I'm so tired of bandwagon of this case. Yeah, I mean, is this Trump derangement syndrome? So they don't have to like Democrats, they just hate Trump? Well, I have no idea. Did you not say not trust in data, trust in what you see? Yeah, absolutely. And here's what I see. I see the Democrats that release this big bomb is, I think, tactically and intentionally redacted in order to make people draw that they are looking bad for the government shutdown ending. And now they're trying to weaponize and mislead people by using the redacted name of a victim who killed herself, who also said, killed herself, by the way, who also said that Trump did nothing wrong. Why did they redact the name? The reason why they redacted the name is because redacting the name would lead people to believe that it's somebody else. Because if they didn't redact the name, people would say, why are you using this email as an example? This woman already said Trump didn't do anything wrong. The reason why they redacted it is so people couldn't say that. That's the reason why. It's that simple. Because that is what follows their best interest. That's it. Or they redacted the name because they want to mislead people. They want to lie. So I don't know. Thank you for putting quotes around that. She specifically said she wasn't suicidal to publish her book if she died because powerful people want to quiet. Yeah, but like that doesn't automatically mean Trump is the one. Curious about your point of view. You're 100% right. They're trying to mislead us. I'm pretty neutral either way, but I'm just saying something doesn't sit right with Trump having so much circumstantial evidence being near all this. I agree with you. I want all of the files to be released too. But circumstantial evidence does not mean guilt. This is a serious accusation. And also, there's a lot of other circumstances. Not like it's just Donald Trump or Prince Andrew. It's not about... And in my opinion, when somebody is trying to lie to you, it's because they know that the truth isn't enough. That's what I think. They want to take advantage of you. I appreciate how transparent you are and try to have their own narratives. Yeah. Why is Trump not releasing all of it? I think that is a great question. That is an incredible, amazing, great question. And I think people should be asking that all the time. I shouldn't label somebody guilty that relevant. Yeah, sure. Right? I mean, for sure, Democrats are using this politically, but they're misleading and dirty. It doesn't mean the other party is clean as whistle. I think that they're all involved. I think they're all involved. I think that every party is involved in this. I think the reason why it didn't get released under Biden is because it would implicate Democrats. I think the reason why it didn't get released under Trump is because it would implicate Republicans and also friends and donors and other powerful people that they don't want to compromise. I think that's what happened. That's what's going on. And so anyway, it really, whenever you take a step back now and you think about, where is it, Dean saying that this is 100 times bigger than Watergate. Oh, man. Oh, boy. It doesn't sound too good anymore, does it, huh, guys?
Hey gang, I'm Brennan Lee Mulligan, and this is my last meal.
Someone is controlling Trump. Trump just went on Fox News, said two things that broke the internet entirely. Democrats released gigantic amounts of Epstein emails implicating Trump, and also Trump invited an ISIS terrorist into the White House.
Already
Jolani.
released
This is one of the wildest episodes of what the f is happening in American politics of all time. Definitely subscribe. Lock in. This is going to be insane. So Trump first mentioned something about the H-1B visas.
Have to talk about it, Laura.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers...
So for the record, the H-1B visas are specialized visas given to people that are supposedly really, really freaking good. All right, what the H-1B program was supposed to be, because a lot of people don't understand what it actually is. What it was supposed to be was get highly skilled people from across the world, talent like doctors and engineers, the likes of which we would never even see in America. That guy has 4 billion IQ. Einstein would get an H-1B visa. All right, that's what it was supposed to be. For the best of the best. What H-1B visas ended up becoming is you got a rich guy that would rather get a poop thrower from across the world than actually need to pay an American. And they would import the poop throwers. And now the future of America is belonging to the poop throwers. It's kind of insane. So anyway, diabolical. So the H-1B program is a giant scam right now. So that's what she's asking.
You can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
talented people
no, you
here.
don't. No, you don't.
We don't
No, you don't, says Trump.
have talent.
No, you don't have. You don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, "I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles," or "I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
Well, let me
When you and I were
I'll give you
growing
an
up.
example. In Georgia, they raided because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made
Hyundai.
batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing and very dangerous. A lot of explosions, a lot of problems. They had like 500 or 600 people, early stages, to make batteries and to teach people how to do it. Well, they wanted them to get out of the country. You're going to need that, Laura. I mean, I know you and I disagree on this. You can't just say, he's coming in, going to invest $10 billion to build a plant and going to take people off an unemployment line who haven't worked in 5 years, and they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
So train them. So train the Americans, right? Wouldn't you think that that's actually kind of the move here, training the Americans? Like, this is getting scary because there is someone that actually disagrees with Donald Trump. Donald Trump has a rival now, and this is pretty insane. It's not that easy. I'm gonna get there. Don't worry. There's a lot to talk about. You have to kind of see what's going on because there's someone that disagrees with Donald Trump, and the person that disagrees with him is Donald freaking Trump.
Well, first of all, I think, and I know the H-1B very well, and it's something that I frankly use, and I shouldn't be allowed to use. We shouldn't have it. Very, very bad for workers. And second of all, I think it's very important to say, well, I'm a businessman, and I have to do what I have to do, and it's sitting there waiting for you, but it's very bad. It's very bad for business in terms of, it's very bad for our workers, and it's unfair for our workers, and we should end it.
Yeah, so Trump 2016 was a completely different man than Trump 2024. It's almost like he's being controlled by a nefarious entity. Now, obviously, there's a lot of conspiracies. A lot of people just yell Israel because they like blaming everything in the world on Israel, even though there's actually no evidence that Israel controls anybody. Unfortunately, for the Israel people, they would love to control everyone, I assume. But unfortunately, they don't, unfortunately. Now, some would say it's Qatar. Some would say it's different Arab states that are starting to control people, you know, because they're giving him free jets, opening different air bases in America. You know, you got a whole lot of stuff. A whole lot of stuff. It's getting pretty wild. Some would say China. Well, we are going to get into that theory as well. There's a lot to talk about, an insane amount to talk about. But anyway, there's another person that disagrees with the H-1B visa idea that current modern day Trump is proposing. And that would be J.D. Vance.
The fear that we're going to have a brain drain. If you go back to the 50s and 60s, the American space program, the program that was the first to put a human being on the surface of the moon, was built by American citizens, some German and Jewish scientists who had come over during World War II, but mostly by American citizens who had built an incredible space program with American talent. This idea that American citizens don't have the talent to do great things, that you have to import a foreign class of servants and professors to do these things, I just reject that. I actually think we invest in our own people. We can do a lot of good. You've heard that criticism in particular as the president has talked about cracking down on foreign student visas and their abuses. But I think that's actually an opportunity for American citizens to really flourish. And here's the second. But
JDV 48, JD Vance 48. And meanwhile, Trump is like, we don't have enough Indians, which is diabolical. Now, to be fair, I like Indians. I think most Indians are very nice people. They might not have the same perspective on hygiene that some others do, but, you know, they happen to be very nice people. But that poop flinging festival thing that we just covered, that has forever ruined the reputation of India. I'll be real. Like, I feel like if someone's just going to show that poop flinging festival to Trump that we just covered, I can't show it because it's going to get demonetized. Every time I show the poop festival, it gets demonetized. But if someone shows Trump the poop festival, like, that would end the entire H-1B program, like, immediately. But anyway, much more important to talk about is this is a pretty massive change-up. Now, I personally think that the H-1B visa program needs to be overhauled. If you actually want to import unique individuals with high amounts of talent, I actually do get that. It does make sense, all right? If there's an Einstein somewhere, you absolutely want to snipe that guy and make the Einstein part of America, right? Einstein was an immigrant, right? So you absolutely want to do that. However, and I feel like this is super important to mention, random employers just importing random people from Uzbekistan because they deserve to be on the H-1B program because they're professionals at cleaning toilets. You can find an American to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. So H-1B is not used for this anymore, and Trump knows that. He knew it in 2016.
I think he's talking about the other
opposite idea. Also, and this is the wildest part, he's saying that Americans don't have the talent. So this is not looking good at all. But let's just say it gets even more diabolical.
Folks are not thrilled about this idea of hundreds of thousands of foreign students in the United States. We have about 350,000 Chinese. One point during COVID, you were going to, push to, get them out, but that was pulled back. You've said as many as 600,000 Chinese students could come to the United States. Why, sir, is that a pro-MAGA position when so many American kids want to go to school and there are places not for them, and these universities are getting rich off Chinese money?
Sure. Never said about China, but we do.
I absolutely hate, by the way, that foreign countries are
Woke
giving our universities money. It's like,
Sure to get 'em
you mean
woke.
to tell me that all of the universities
Send
that
them
are
back.
pushing communist shit are getting funded by China? It's like, all right, dude. Anyway, let's go.
People coming in from China. We always have China and other countries. We also have a massive system of colleges and universities. And if we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people happy, you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business.
Good,
Well,
good.
I think it's a big deal.
Are they fancy?
They're useless. Colleges suck. They're terrorist breeding grounds. I'm right after this video, I'm gonna be working on a video regarding the Turning Point USA terrorist attack. They beat up a bunch of people at Turning Point USA events in Berkeley. We're gonna be looking at that in just an hour, in like an hour from now.
You would have the
United States.
Yeah, but you would have, as you know, historically, black colleges and universities would all be out of business. You would have a system of colleges.
That sounds like a skill issue. Fuck them. Fuck colleges. Real. It's a broken system. It really is.
And universities.
And they're
So we're dependent on China to get university system?
But I think it's good to have. I actually think it's good to have outside countries. Look, I want to be able to get along with the world.
They're not the French. They're the Chinese. They spy on us. They steal our intellectual property.
What, do you think the French are better?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a crazy good line. That's an insane
You
line.
think the French are better?
You think the French are better? God damn.
Really? No, I'll tell you, I'm not so sure. We've had a lot of problems with the French where we get taxed very unfairly on our technology, where, they put 25% taxes on American products. Look, assuming everyone treats us badly, because that's the way I am, but we take in trillions of dollars from students. The students pay more than double when they come in from most foreign countries. I want to see our school system thrive. But at the same time, I know you and
You see, I have a very different perspective. I want to literally cut the federal funding out of all of these colleges. Every college that has an Antifa wing, I think it needs to be absolutely and utterly defunded by the federal government. So we have a very different perspective here.
Disagree. We're never going to.
It's like we're in the middle of a trade war with China, and it's like, we should import 600,000 Chinese. They're so funny with their eyes. Okay, I don't think you said that, but that's probably what he was. Okay, anyway, moving on.
No. But that's okay. And it's not that I want them, but I view it as a business. We have millions and millions of people. Also, I want to get along with countries if possible. People are shocked. Remember, Hillary Clinton said, we'll be in a war. I stopped 8 wars in the last 9 months. I don't want to be in wars. If I am in a war, we're going to win the thing fast, and it'll be violent. I don't want to be in wars.
Sorry, guys. I didn't want to play some games, but baby keeps waking up every time I stop pushing the stroller around. So I'll just keep pushing her. Hopefully, I don't fall asleep before I switch off with the wife. But who knows? Maybe I will get some sleep. The meds are actually doing their job, which is a good thing. Making me pass out real easy. But anyway. Hopefully tomorrow we can get the gold and more rivals maybe. And yeah. I'll catch you tomorrow then. God bless and have a good night, guys. Appreciate everyone that came out tonight.